Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me on YouTube? Can you hear me on the YouTube? What's up, Ed? Sandy, hello. Oh man, I'm gonna try to make it through. Yes, yes, okay, very cool. I'm gonna try to make it through, which is kind of a nice, but we'll do what we can. So if you guys wouldn't mind praying for my voice, so that it will be able to continue and do the thing. We got a lot to talk about, and it seems like it's coming back, so it's a lot better than what it was before. So that is always a good thing. But we are gonna power through and talk about a whole bunch of stuff tonight, so it'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. I'm just getting started on TikTok, so we'll give it a minute and we will get this thing rolling. Hello, hello, user. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, what's up, sweet Barb? Hello, hello. There is a lot to talk about. Hello, Falana. Hello, Ryan and Frog Fam. How is everyone? Doing well, thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling okay. Just pray for my voice if you wouldn't mind. Hopefully, we can make it all the way through this study. I'm gonna try my best. My voice is doing better, but it's getting weird. So I actually got this little spray. I'm gonna just like spray it in my mouth if I need to, but hopefully we'll be able to avoid that. What's up, Eric? How you doing, brother? Hello, Ryan. What's up, Meredith? Sheesh. What's up, Britt? Hello, Drake. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hello, Bridget on YouTube. It is good to have you here. Always good to see you. Hopefully, you are doing well. We will get started here in just a little bit. Hey, Meredith, thank you so much for those roses. I appreciate that so much. This is very kind. That is very kind. I thank you so much for that. Yeah, we'll get started here in just a little bit. I'm just kind of reviewing some things, and then we'll get on into it. Just prayed for your voice, and hey, thank you. Yeah, lots your way. Thank you so much, Eric. I appreciate you for that, Tiny Diney. Thank you so much. Very kind. Thank you so much for praying for my voice. It's working its way back, so hopefully tonight doesn't like kill it or anything like that. That's loud. I know. That's strange. I don't know why it does that. Let me see if I can turn that down. Bam. Can you guys still hear me on TikTok? I just turned everything down. Hello, Julie on YouTube. Hello, Ryan and family. Hey, thank you, Ed King. Thank you so much for that heart. And Rebecca, thank you. Okay, yes, you can still hear me. Awesome, man. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can still hear you. Well, that's always good. Well, we have a lot to talk about. Hey, you believe in the Trinity? Yes, Demon Hunter, I do. I do believe in the Trinity. You know, it's funny that's a question that you're asking because that's like one of the things that is going on TikTok. There's like a whole bunch of like debates going back and forth on it, and I'm just like, I don't know. There's some people who get really, it just seems like really hateful when they're having those kind of conversations. At least the people who pop up on my For You page, and I'm like, why are you yelling at me? Stop yelling at me, please. That's why I ask. Oh, okay, yeah, yep. I definitely do. I definitely do. Hey, Ed King, thank you so much for that popcorn. Yeah. Thank you so much, man. That's very kind. Thank you so much. All right. But yeah, it's always interesting seeing how people, like yell at one another, and it's just like, what? It's like, dude, like you're yelling. Nobody likes getting yelled at. Yeah, I forgot about the Council of Nicaea. It's a never-ending conversation. So I don't really see a point in joining in on those conversations unless you're trying to help somebody else. Obviously the person who's on the other side of that topic uh, most most of the time and doesn't want to really have a conversation. Um, but okay, got my water. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Well, hello, Sandy. Good to see you. Good to see you, Sandy. Man. All right. Well, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're going to be going through a long one. So if you wouldn't mind praying for my voice through it, because my voice was cutting out last time, and that was on Tuesday. And so it's kind of working its way back here. And so I was like, man, do we have it in us to do today, or how is that going to actually work? But it seems like I'm going to try to do the best that I can. So if my voice squeaks, don't even don't say anything about it. Just mind your business. What's up, Yogi? How are you? Thanks for being here. I'm feeling okay, Sandy. Doing all right. I feel fine. Like there's nothing. Like I feel perfect. It's just my voice goes away every once in a while. I don't know what's going on. Oh man, Yogi with the profile picture change. Holy smokes! Whoa. I don't mean to call anybody out, but Yogi's got a new profile picture. You should come on over to YouTube and everybody see it. Just look at it. I'm totally kidding. Like Peter Brady, yes, just mind your business. But it's all good. All right, but yeah, would you please go over some scriptures and help with the Trinity? Man, there's so many of them. There's multiple of them in the book of Genesis. You obviously have Genesis 1, where it's, in the beginning, God, Elohim, opens the door because there's a plurality there. Genesis chapter 11 talks about God says, go down, and that's when they confuse the languages. Genesis chapter 1, again, you'll have God says, let us make man in our image. Psalm chapter 2, you have the people of the earth basically rebelling against God and his anointed. So it's like, who are they rebelling against there? God and his anointed. Daniel chapter 7, you have the Ancient of Days and the Son of Man. So that's, there's a whole situation there. There's a duality. Two people out of the Trinity are there, which is really cool. Obviously, when Jesus is baptized, there's a voice that comes out of heaven saying, this is my beloved Son. I think that's significant. And then obviously in Revelation chapter 5, you have the Lamb as though it was slain, who went up to the one who was sitting on the throne and took the scroll out of the one sitting on whoever was sitting on the throne, which was God the Father. So there's some passages right there if you'd like to consider there. I like your shirt. Hey, thank you so much. Christina, what's going on? Thank you so much for that heart. I appreciate that. Okay, so that is just a little side note, but that's too funny. Thank you so much, Christina, for those gifts. Thank you. That's very kind. Hey, what's going on? Is Luke not live tonight? I feel like you're normally over there for a while until he's done. But yeah. All right. So if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. And so it is quite a journey. It's so much fun. And I hope you guys are enjoying these studies. If you guys are new here, my name is Ryan, and we are just trying to do the best that we can. We spend a lot of time here. Hello, Andrea. We spend a lot of time just unpacking certain concepts and trying to connect dots. And so it's all in the hope into growing closer towards Jesus. But the number one hope is always going to be the main thing. And the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. Hello, Potato. And how do you get to heaven? This is the most important question that anybody could ever ask you. And I would like to tell you how you can know for sure you can get to heaven, just in case anybody in here is unsure. I actually was able to go to the park today. And again, I had the opportunity to talk to two different ladies. One was an older lady. She was probably in her 70s or 60s perhaps, but she was a Christian. And so that was kind of cool to her. And then another one was a pastor's wife. And I did not know that. It's just interesting. And the pastor's wife was like, thank you so much for asking me. She's like, I couldn't tell you the last time somebody asked me. And I was like, yeah, it's really important to, have this kind of conversations with people. She's like, you're right. And I was like, thank you for the reminder. I'm like 100%. But in order to know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, you need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is given to us in Romans 3:23, and that is, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's two things. That's really bad. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Thank you, Kemi. Thank you so much for those roses. It goes on in Romans 6:23. It says, for the wages of sin is death. So you are a sinner, you have fallen short, and the wages of sin is death. That's a lot of bad stuff right there. So that applies to every single one of us, but it doesn't end there. That's the bad news. The good news is, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And praise God for that. Thank you, Kemi and Jumpy List. Thank you guys for those gifts. And so it is, for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is nothing about you. It's nothing about me. I can't do anything. You can't do anything. Our works are as filthy rags. Thank you, Kemi. And so it is, for by grace you have been saved through faith. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 3 and 4, where it says that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. The gospel is good news. The good news is that Jesus died on the cross for you and I, because that paved the way to get to heaven, to be with God. It is Christ plus nothing. And thank you, Christina. Thank you so much for those gifts. And so John 3:16 says it beautifully. It says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. Also, if you continue reading in Matthew, he says to the Pharisees, he says, produce fruit that is worthy of repentance. After you put your faith in Jesus Christ, you are sealed by the Holy Spirit, and praise God for that. But after that takes place, we need to produce fruit that is worthy of repentance, meaning you need to start living that. If there is, if the Holy Spirit is inside you, you are going to start operating and living a certain way. Things that he's going to start working on you. He's going to try to get things out of your life that are there, and he's going to be like, hey, this shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be here. And so he's going to try to get these things out. Why? So that you can start living a more holy life and ultimately pointing other people back to him, because we are supposed to let our light so shine before men that they may see our good works and glorify our Father who is in heaven. Every single thing that you do, if you are a born again believer, should be glorifying God. Think about that. Every single thing, no matter whatever you say, whatever you eat, whatever you drink, do all for the glory of God. Think about that. Every single thing, the way you look at people, everything. It is incredible. And it's extremely humbling, because it just lets you know and lets me know how much we have that we can improve on, right? Because we are very, it's very difficult loving people, and it's challenging, and serving other people is very challenging. And so the closer you get to the Lord, the more that becomes apparent. And the more that becomes apparent, the more you're like, man, I got a lot to work on. And the more you recognize how much you got a lot to work on, the more you understand how amazing Jesus is, because he lowered himself and he loved you and he loved me. And it's just like we are undeserving of his love, but he didn't think so. And that's why he chose to die on the cross. And it's incredible because, when he died, he took somebody's place, and that was Barabbas. Barabbas was supposed to be crucified, but it wasn't Barabbas. Barabbas was set free. Now, what's interesting about Barabbas is that his name means son of the Father. So when they were saying, give us Barabbas, they were actually chanting, give us the Son of the Father, which is absolutely incredible. They were saying, give us the Son of the Father. Think about that for a second. And so that's exactly what they got. They got the Son of the Father, which was Jesus Christ. He is God's son. He died on the cross for our sins, and praise God for that. Thank you, Kemi, for those gifts. I appreciate that so much. Finally caught you on. Coda says, shut up. You're back again. You know what? Hey, thanks for being here. I appreciate the comment. I think Miss Shelley, thank you so much for that heart. All right, so we can go ahead and start talking about some things that are going on in the Middle East. Hey, Kathy, thank you for that heart. I appreciate that. Good evening. Yes, good evening to you as well. In case you guys didn't catch it, it's really interesting. The senior advisor, I made a video about this, so this might be old news to some of you, but it came out just recently. Hello, Trixie's mama. Hey, thank you, Flipside, for that heart. But the senior advisor to President Trump made a statement on the 14th, so just like a day and a half ago. Thank you, Trixie. He made a comment saying that he believes that 4 to 6 different nations may sign on to, hey, thank you, Flipside, may sign on to the Abraham Accords. And I personally believe that that is very significant to what's going on in our world from a biblical point of view. I think that is very significant. Now, it's all just my opinion, though. And so I am going to tell you my opinion on it, but I believe the Abraham Accords are very significant in terms of end times. The covenant that is talked about in Daniel 9:27 says that it is going to be strengthened, and it's going to be strengthened with many. And so it's very unclear what that's alluding to. Thank you, Miss Shelley. But it seems that that could be talking about what is going on over there right now, because nobody's been able to do it before. Nobody's been able to bring peace, and it's just fascinating to see the progress that is being made in effort to make peace over there. And it is, it seems like it's coming at us in the form of what is labeled the Abraham Accords. And so there's 5 different nations on the Abraham Accords who already signed it, but now it seems that there's going to be 4 to 6 other nations that are going to join the Abraham Accords. And if they join the Abraham Accords, then the nations who have not may feel more inclined to also join them as well. And so it is just incredible. It is just absolutely incredible. Coda says, I think some guy became a zombie. You love to hear yourself speak. Oh, man, that is wild. Yikes. Hey, thank you, Letha, for those 5 gifted subscriptions. I appreciate that so much, Letha. That is very kind. That is very kind. Well, thank you, Trixie. I appreciate that. Letha, thank you so much. And I'm sure those people who were gifted those subs are very thankful as well. So thank you so much for that, Letha. That is very encouraging. Thank you so much. What a prophetic time we live in. Absolutely, Potato, 100%. I know it's very wild what's going on over there. And so you guys can be the judge of that. But that, for me personally, when I see that kind of stuff happening, and it's not just that, it's everything else that's happening across the world. Kayla, thank you so much for that heart. It is, it's really incredible. You have wars all over the place. Russia and Ukraine. President Trump made the statement that it's not going to stop until he talks to Putin. And so that's interesting. You're seeing, hey, Kayla, you're seeing that. Thank you so much for that gift. You're seeing the other situation between India and Pakistan being resolved. And President Trump said that he was glad that he could stop that nuclear war because, he saved millions of lives by doing so, or so he claims. And then you also have all of the rise of AI technology being, growing exponentially. What's up, Paul? Paul Bach, good to see you, brother. And so it's just quite a wild time to be alive right now. It is just incredible. Hey, Kayla, thank you so much. And Julie with the 5 gifted subs on YouTube. Thank you so much for that. That is incredible. Thank you guys so much. That is very kind. You guys are very, very kind. So you got those things going on. You got AI. You have the Abraham Accords being built up. You have the whole Iran situation looming. Kayla, thank you so much. And it's remarkable thinking about the Iran situation. Julie, thank you so much for that. That's incredible. That is very, very kind. Thank you so much. And Kayla with the hearts, thank you so much. The Iran situation, President Trump made the statement that he believes that he is going to be able to, make that go away here without using military action, which I think is phenomenal. I think that's remarkable that if he'd be able to do such a thing. There's also something to be sensitive to in regards to how the people over in Iran view America and Israel. They chant things such as that they want to end Israel and America. That's Israel and then America is basically some of their beliefs and their chants and stuff like that. And so if they make a covenant, they've made a covenant in the past, and according to the covenant they made before, their belief system is to where if they make a covenant with infidels, it is never a genuine covenant. And I think that's important to recognize. From their standpoint, if they make a covenant with somebody that they believe is an infidel, it is all about deception. It's not legit. And so if it is not legit, they're doing it for a tactful reason. And if they're doing it for a tactful reason, the question is, what is the reason that they're doing it for? And I would propose that the idea that they were doing it for was just so that they could reinforce what they were trying to do over there. And it's basically a disguise in a sense. It's a mask so that they can, operate in the shadows and, further their agenda, which is to basically eliminate Israel. And so I just want you guys to be sensitive to what's going on over there. Everything seems to be culminating over in the Middle East. And I think that is very prophetic. And we understand that that's going to happen. Alyssa, thank you so much for that gift. Good to see you. And so since you know that that's going to happen, everything's going to be, it's like a magnet over there in the Middle East. I'm just blown away by seeing all of this kind of stuff happening. But time will tell one way or the other, whether or not you see what I see or whether or not you see it a different way. It doesn't matter. Our mission, if you're a born again believer, is to just tell people about Jesus. Jesus, when he was here, he came to seek and to save that which was lost. And so we need to be doing the same thing. Hey, Melanie, thank you so much for those roses. That's what we need to be doing. We need to be trying to win souls. That is what we are here for. You and I are literally on a rescue mission. That's what you're here for. We are on a rescue mission. If you know how to get to heaven, we need to be telling people about Jesus. And I'm not saying that you need to go into the jungle somewhere. I'm just saying wherever you are, that's where your mission field is. If you go to the park and you take your kids to the park, try to tell somebody about Jesus while you're sitting there. You don't have to force it. It can just try to come up naturally. Just ask them a question and be like, hey, do you go to church anywhere? And that will naturally lead into a conversation about Jesus, and you'll know where to take it from there. That's what I do every single time. I'm just like, hey, yeah, it's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's so much fun out here. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Hey, do you go to church anywhere? Boom, there it is. And then pretty cool. Pastor Freddie says, completely agree. Very cool. I think it is very, very neat. Good to see you, Amy813. Hello, hello. All right, so that is just a little bit of a review on some of the things that are happening in the world. Hello, Brooke on YouTube. Yeah, if you guys are new here, all of these, we're about to dive into the review of Genesis chapter 5 through 12. But if you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, there's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. If you would like to go check that out, you are more than welcome to. I'm live on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. And so if TikTok goes away, we will still continue these Bible studies on YouTube. So I'd encourage you to follow me over there. And if you'd like to support this ministry in any kind of way, because this ministry is literally ran by you guys, there's ways to do that up in my TikTok profile as well. It's never necessary, but it's very appreciative. And prayers are the most important. I want you guys to really, I want you to just land on prayer as much as you possibly can. It is so vital to be praying. Pray. And then when you're done praying, continue praying. We need to pray without ceasing. That's what we need to be doing. As you go about your day, try to lift people up. Try to pray for certain people. You see somebody walking across the road, pray for that person. If you just are going to work, pray while you're there. Just thank the Lord. Pray for the things that are happening. Pray for our leaders. Pray for the lost. Pray for their hearts and minds. All of these things are something that we all need to be doing. And so that will really help us recognize the need that is out there. The need that is out there is absolutely massive. And the need is for people to hear about Jesus. There's a lot of people who know about Jesus. There's just not a lot of people who know how to get to heaven. It's incredible. A lot of people have knowledge, but it's not about knowledge. It's about their faith. And so we need to be able to shed some light on that. So try to tell somebody about Jesus. Don't get lost into hearing somebody say that they're a Christian. I need you to understand a lot of people are going to say that they are a Christian, but you need to unpack that. Be like, hey, that's awesome. Do you mind if you explain why you are a Christian? Can you tell me exactly, if you were going to tell me how to get to heaven, can you explain that to me? And so that is a way to kind of really get their mind thinking. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Gigi, praying for world leaders. Absolutely. Hey, who but God? Hello, good to see you. Okay, Sheesh fam, I'm back, going to rest up. Hello, Amber, good to see you. All right, so let's go ahead and dive on into the review. Just in case you guys are new here, we've been going through the book of Genesis. We've already gone through Genesis chapter 1, and we've gone all the way to chapter 11. And so tonight is chapters 12 through 15. So we're going to be spending a lot of time in chapters 12 through 15. But we always do a review of the chapters that we have already previously done. And so since we've done chapters 1 through 4 so many times, I'm going to put a pause. We're not going to be covering chapters 1 through 4. We're going to start the review at Genesis chapter 5. Genesis chapter 5, pick up this review because we've already covered the other ones so many times. And so this will kind of save some time, but we will fly by Genesis chapter 5 through 11. We'll talk on some of the things there, and then we will unpack as much as we possibly can. I shared your Abraham Accord video today. Very cool, Mary Beth. Yeah, I saw that comment. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for doing that. I appreciate that. All right, so Genesis chapter 5 is where we are going to dive into. Genesis chapter 5, there's a lot of neat things here. You have 10 names that are mentioned in Genesis chapter 5. You have Adam, Seth, Enosh, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. You have these 10 names that are given to us in Genesis chapter 5. Now, why this is amazing is because those names mean something. Every one of those names is translated over to a different word to us. And what those 10 names mean is they tell us a story. And the story is this: man is appointed mortal sorrow, but the blessed God shall come down teaching. His death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. That is 10 names, and that is what it is in that genealogy. And so what I want you to appreciate in Genesis chapter 5 is I want you to appreciate the gospel message that is given to us in the Torah. That is in the Torah. When you think about it, the Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. You have the first 5 books in the Bible, and there is the gospel message there. It is right there. What I want you to be sensitive to as well is to recognize what else is not there. And what is not there is there's no water baptism being mentioned there. There's nothing about being dunked underwater or anything like that. There's a lot of people on TikTok and YouTube who say you need to be water baptized in order to get to heaven. And I would argue against that in the biggest way ever. It is not about me going under and getting wet. It has nothing to do with that. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith. There's a lot of division on that right there. And I need you to understand that is the most important thing to really nail down. Are you putting your faith in, are you putting your, how do you get to heaven? And by you believing in Jesus and you doing something, or is it by faith alone? Which one is it? Which one is it? Because those two are very different. They are different gospels. People who believe that they are putting their faith in baptism as well as Jesus Christ, that's a different gospel than what we believe. What we believe here, it is for by grace you have been saved through faith. It is all about you putting your faith in Jesus Christ and his completed work. And so when you see that here in Genesis chapter 5, you see that it's all about his death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. It's all about the cross. This is why Paul says in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, when he's talking to the church in Corinth, he says, I determined to know Christ and him crucified. It is all about Christ and him crucified. Why is the focus on the cross? It's always about the cross. It's all about what he did for you and I on the cross, and it's never going to be about anything else. And so we need to really, really just melt there, because it is really amazing and it's beautiful what he did for you and I on the cross. And so let's keep that the main thing. That is always going to be the main thing. Thank you, user, for those hearts. I appreciate that. But moving on, in Genesis chapter 5, you're also introduced to a guy named Enoch. Now, Enoch is really an interesting character. Enoch, he basically lived 65 years old, and then when he was 65, he had a child named Methuselah. Now, Methuselah's name means his death shall bring. What's interesting about Enoch is that Enoch, we are told that he walked with God and then he was not. Now, that's fascinating, because this is a picture of where God just took him. He was there and then he was not. And so this is a detail that is given to nobody else in this genealogy. He was there and then he was not. Now, we need to remember, when we dive into the Old Testament, your go-to verse to kind of remember as you are reading and studying the Old Testament is Romans chapter 15, verse 4. And Romans chapter 15, verse 4, Paul says that all things that were written before were given to us for our learning. Everything in the Old Testament was given to you and I in the New Testament for our learning. And so when we dive into the Old Testament, we need to understand that this is given to us for our learning. And so when we remember that and we look at this guy named Enoch, the question on the table is, what are we learning from Enoch? Now, Enoch was there and then he was not. Now, what's fascinating about this is that the question on the table was Enoch taken after the flood? Was he taken during the flood, or was he taken before the flood? And I would propose to you that he was taken before the flood. Now, why is this significant? Well, it's significant because this is a picture, or I would propose to you the idea that Enoch is a picture of the church. I would propose to you the idea that Enoch was removed before this judgment, just like the church will be removed before the future judgment that is right around the corner. And so this is very instructive for our understanding. There's other examples to pull from on top of this that you can kind of make a whole list to basically paint a pre-tribulation rapture. We'll talk more about that later on today when we get to Genesis chapter 15, when we talk about Melchizedek. Melchizedek is Genesis chapter 5, and he had a guy named Methuselah. Now, what's interesting about Methuselah is that Methuselah, his name means his death shall bring. And so when you're asking the question, what is his death going to bring? It's a very simple answer. His death was going to bring the flood. And so everybody alive during this time knew that Methuselah means his death shall bring. So basically, knowing his name means his death shall bring, he was a walking billboard for letting everybody know, hey, there's no judgment yet. There's no judgment yet. I'm still here. There's no judgment yet. And so that's what he was there. He was a banner representing that like the. But what's interesting about the long suffering is that Enoch's life, and that is important to understand. He was the oldest person ever. And so how Methuselah models God's long suffering is like this. Methuselah's life was the longest ever, but God's long suffering is incredibly long suffering, but there is an end to it. Just like Methuselah's life had an end, God's long suffering also will have an end. And that is going to be basically demonstrated during the 7-year tribulation, which seems to be right around the corner. And so this is some big stuff right here. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 6. In Genesis chapter 6, you have some pretty cool, very, very thought-provoking conversations here. And in Genesis chapter 6, you're introduced to these Beni Ha Elohim. You have these sons of God. Now, what's interesting about the sons of God is that the sons of God is only in the Old Testament. Every time the phrase sons of God in the Old Testament is used, it's always, always, always referencing angels. It's always referencing angels. And that's important. Why? Because when you get to the New Testament, when the phrase sons of God is talked about, it is talked about in a completely different light. Thank you, Jemkelis, for those roses. Because in the New Testament, the sons of God is a title that is used to describe the angels, but not only the angels, it's also used to describe born-again believers. So if you are a born-again believer right now, you are referred to as a son of God. And that is talked about in John chapter 1, verse like 11 and 12 and 13 or so, where it says he gave them the right to become sons of God. And so when you become a son of God, thank you, Aunt B, for those roses. When you become a son of God, you become a new creation. That means that you went from being a son of Adam, which is what everybody was when they were born, and they go from being a son of Adam and they become a son of God. They become something different than what they once were. And so if you're a born again believer, you are a new creation. And that is a direct creation by God himself. It's absolutely incredible. And so when you keep on reading in Genesis chapter 6, you find that these sons of God, they mixed with the daughters of men. Now, this is very important to understand that these bad fallen angels, they mixed with the daughters of men. Now, this is a really interesting kind of conversation here because when you read the New Testament, Jesus basically says that, when the Sadducees basically asked Jesus, hey, who is the wife going to be married to when they're in heaven? Because, all these men had her, which one is going to be her husband? And so he basically says, you do not understand the scriptures. And he basically talks about how they have no idea what they're talking about. But he references a phrase. He says something, and he says they are like the angels in heaven. And he says the angels in heaven. And so when he says the angels in heaven, he's talking about a very specific group of angels. He's talking about the angels that obeyed. He's talking about the angels who chose to stay and worship God, but he's not talking about the angels who rebelled, because the angels who rebelled are different than the ones who are in heaven. And so in the New Testament, when Jesus says they are like the angels in heaven, he's talking about how in heaven the angels do not, are not given in marriage. but he's not talking about the angels that fell. Those are two seem to be two different kinds of groups. So these angels in Genesis chapter 6, they mix with the daughters of men, and this was an improper mixing. Now, the improper mixing is something to be important to pay attention to. And what I mean by that is that this is a direct connection to Jude chapter 1, verse 6 and 7. Hello, Dina. Good to see you. What's up, Hoodie? Good to see you. But in Jude chapter 1, verse 6 and 7, Jude talks about these fallen reserved and everlasting chains. Now they're there for awaiting judgment, but Jude draws a connection to the fallen angels, which is what we're reading about here in Genesis chapter 6, how they're in chains right now, and he draws a direct connection to what takes place in Genesis chapter 19, which was Sodom and Gomorrah. And so he draws a connection between Sodom and Gomorrah and the angels who fell. Now, what they both have in common is that they were both involved in improper mixing. The angels mixed with the daughters of men, and Sodom and Gomorrah, there was improper mixing there as well. So you have two different scenarios, both resulting in very harsh punishments, and those harsh punishments were demonstrated in two different kinds of form. One was demonstrated in the way of everlasting chains. These fallen angels were reserved in everlasting chains, and the other one was demonstrated by fire and brimstone coming out and destroying both of all of those cities in that area. And so that is very incredible to dive in to think about. Krista, thank you so much for that. Crab, thank you so much. That's very kind. Anyways, Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, you are moving on to the Nephilim. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, it says there were giants on the earth in those days and also afterward. And so it's really interesting having these kind of conversations, because the word giant there, it shouldn't be giant, it should be Nephilim. That would be a more accurate thing, because giants, because Nephilim are giants, but they're not giants. Giants are giants. Giants are not Nephilim. Not all giants are Nephilim, but Nephilim here is what the word should actually be. Now, the word Nephilim means Nephal. It means the fallen ones, daughters of men. And so these fallen angels were mixing with the daughters of men, and they had offspring, and their offspring was half angels and they were half mankind. And so they were a hybrid of sorts, and they are referred to as the Nephilim. But it says that they were on the earth in those days and also afterward. Now, the interesting thing about how they were on the earth in those days and also afterward, a lot of people really focus on that. Hey, Tamara, good to see you. Thank you so much for that heart. How were they on the earth in those days and also afterward? Now, I would propose to you an idea. I do not know. Hello, Mercedes. You're awake. It's an idea, and I do not know. Again, this is the shiny stuff that people fall in, and they focus so much attention on Nephilim, and I don't understand. I'm like, we need to focus on Jesus, guys. Jesus is where it's at. Thank you, Kayla. And so when you dive into Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, and you're reading about these Nephilim being on the earth in those days and also afterward, thank you, Kayla. We need to, or at least an idea that I think is at least plausible, is that there perhaps was a wave that was sent to the earth of these fallen angels, and they mixed with the daughters of men. Then God sent the flood, and the flood wiped them all out. And then after the flood waters went down, then another wave of angels came and mixed with the daughters of men at a different time period. And so that is just a way to view it. I do not know. That is just a way to view it. And so you can be the judge on that. It doesn't really matter to me. It's secondary at the end of the day. I also saw this video on there's this one podcast, I won't even say the name, but they interview people, and one of the people that they brought on in the interview was somebody, and I'm just like, and so especially, there's a lot of people who get lost in this, and there's like a lot of fear that is around. And so when I see these podcasts and like people who spend so much time thinking about that, I'm like, number one, if you're a born again believer and you have that kind of thought process, you need to understand that it doesn't even make any sense, because you are a child of God. You are a son of God. And this is why it's so important to really hold on to these promises, because the world's going to try and confuse you. And if the world can confuse you, then you will become ineffective. And if you are ineffective, then you're not glorifying the Lord. We need to be glorifying the Lord. And so our purpose is to glorify the Lord. And so Satan, in a sense, he cannot harm you. It's like if you take a snake and you take its fangs out, he can't do anything. He's got no teeth, right? But he can get you to hurt yourself. And that's basically what he's trying to do. He's lying to you. He's lying to us. He is a deceiver. And that is what he's trying to do. And so it's interesting seeing these people going up on podcasts and talking about this kind of stuff. And I'm like, how in the world could you even make this kind of statement? That's quite a broad statement. But, I think it's more of like people really want just to, be different. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, that guy got some limelight right there, but I would disagree with everything that he was saying there. Anyways, you can go ahead and fast forward to Genesis chapter 7. And Genesis chapter 7 is generation. And so what's so fascinating about that, you saw that potato? So cool to see what God is saying here. In Genesis chapter 7, God says, come into the ark. Now, why that's so cool is because of where was God when he said that? Where was God when he said, come into the ark? God was in the ark when he said it. If you are in a place, if you're in a house and you want people to go into the house, if you're inside the house, you say, come inside. And so God was inside the ark when he said, come inside. If he was outside the ark, he would have said, go inside. But he was inside the ark. And so God says, come inside the ark. And this was an invitation for his family. And I absolutely love that picture there. God was inside the ark. And so it's really beautiful to see that. Now, if you fast forward to Genesis chapter 8, what you'll find is after the floodwaters go away, God says, go outside of the ark. And so you see God in the ark at the beginning. You see God in the ark at the end. God was with Noah the entire time. And we know that God is the one who shut the doors. Now, if God is the one shutting the doors, I would propose to you the idea that Noah couldn't get out of the ark even if he tried. This is an eternal security type of picture right here. Noah was able to open the doors, and he was unable to open the doors, and he was unable to shut the doors. That was God's doing. And so that's one of those things where if he's like, I got you in my hand. He's like, no man's going to pluck you. He's like, what are you worried about? He's like, I got you. And so praise God for that, because if I could get out of his hand, I would have gotten out of his hand 1 trillion times by now. And so it's really interesting. It's heartbreaking because there's people who believe you can lose your salvation. And if you believe you can lose your salvation, the one thing that I would like for you to consider is what is the line that you cross to actually lose your salvation? Because if there's a chance that you could lose your salvation just by sinning like 20 times in a row or whatever your measuring standard is, I'm just like, well, when do you think that you can actually lose it? Because I would be living in fear my entire life. Just thinking about me having the possibility of losing my salvation, I would be living in a state of fear and anxiety and depression. And I need you to understand, we have not been given the spirit of fear. That's not a part of us. We need to get rid of that. And so I need you to understand the danger of being able or believing that you can lose your salvation. And so that's just my opinion, secondary issue, but I think it's a very important secondary issue to really try to unpack there. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 8. When you start diving into Genesis chapter 8, it's really neat because you see the waters subsided. In Genesis chapter 8, verse 2, it says, the fountains of the deep and the windows of heaven were also stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. And so I really, really think that it's cool to see the waters or the rain from heaven being restrained. I just want you guys to really appreciate that. Just the visual, the imagery there is just absolutely incredible. The rain from heaven was restrained. God restrained it, which means he could have allowed it to continue to happen, but he stopped it. And I'm just like, I just love that. Thank you, Brandy, for that, Rose. I think that is amazing. Thank you, Amy. Thank you for the tiny diny. But in Genesis chapter 8, verse 2, God restrained the rain from the heavens. Now, when you think about the word restrain, this also has connections with what Paul talks about in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, when he talks about the restrainer. Now, I would propose to you the idea that you and I, as we are the restrainer. We are restraining things right now. We are being salt and we are being light in the world. What happens to a world when the salt and the light gets removed from it? Think about it. Think about it. What happens to the earth when the salt and the light gets removed? Well, when the salt and the light gets removed, there is nothing restraining anything. And so you and I are basically doing what we can in our little nook of the world, and we're trying to restrain certain things. And the way that we do that is by being involved in our community. We are being involved in our, in church. We are helping others. We're serving in places that we can. We're telling people about Jesus. But I want you to imagine a world that doesn't have a single Christian in it. Can you imagine? My goodness. Anyways, just like how God restrained the waters from falling in Genesis chapter 8, verse 2, I believe we are restraining as well. This also has Zechariah chapter 11 implications, because God is restraining everything that happens to you and I. We need to understand that it is first Father filtered. One of the things to really understand about Job is that Satan wanted to end Job's life. Satan goes before the Lord, and he's like, hey, God, the only reason why Job worships you is because you give him all of these things. And God's like, no, it's not. And he's like, yes, it is. And so Satan is like, well, let me do something to him. And God's like, you can do whatever you want to, just don't take his life. And so Satan takes up God on that offer, and he goes to Job, and he hits Job with everything that he's got. He just doesn't take Job's life. Now, what I want you to understand is that before Satan went to do that to Job, Satan first had to get permission. You need to understand, Satan needed permission in order to go do that to Job. Why is that important? It's important because we need to understand that everything that happens to us as born again believers is first Father filtered. It goes through him first so that it can be done to us. And we need to understand that all of that is producing patience, and all of these things, perseverance, and we continue on, we run a race. We need to understand what Paul says in Corinthians, that this light affliction is temporary. We do not focus on this time here. We do what we can. We do what we can do for God's glory, but this is a temporary situation down here. This is temporary. It's temporary. It's a light affliction. Think about that. That's what Paul referred to it as a light affliction. That's the dude who got beaten up. He got stoned, carried out from the city as if he was dead. He was shipwrecked. He was bit by snakes. And he refers to what he went through as a light affliction. That is what we are going through down here. This is a light affliction. And so we would do well to think about that. Anyways, moving on. Genesis chapter 9. In Genesis chapter 9, you basically are given this whole capital punishment kind of conversation. This is basically where, after the floodwaters go away, God basically has a conversation with Noah and his sons. And he tells Noah and his sons some rules to operate by. Now, this is kind of setting the scene for a type of government. Hey, thank you so much for those hearts. I appreciate that. But in Genesis chapter 9, this capital punishment that was given from God, it's important to understand that it was given from God. God is telling them to operate by a certain set of rules, and those rules were enforcing capital punishment. Think about that. Now, if God is all loving, how could he possibly do this? Well, we need to understand that before this capital punishment was given to Noah, hey, Leah, thank you so much. But before that, this capital punishment was given to Noah, God first demonstrated it. And I mean that God first demonstrated it because God just got done doing the whole flood thing. He just got done wiping out everything. And so God's like, hey, I did it first. Now I'm giving you the responsibility. That's what he's doing here in Genesis chapter 9. He is giving them the responsibility. And so in Genesis chapter 9, verse 7, after the floodwaters go away and Noah and his family walk out of the ark, it says, for you, be fruitful and multiply. Be fruitful and multiply. Now, why this is important to pay attention to is because if you go back to Genesis chapter 1, in Genesis chapter 1, God says to Adam and Eve, he says, be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth. Now, that's important to pay attention to because in Genesis chapter 1, before sin entered the game, there was three things that Adam was commanded. Be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth. That's three things. But here, after the flood, God says to Noah, be fruitful and multiply. He doesn't say subdue. And so now that's interesting because what you have here is basically when Adam was in control, Adam had dominion over everything. That was before sin entered the game. But after sin entered the game, Satan usurped that authority. He took that. And that is basically why when Jesus came, he basically took that back. And that's what you see coming to a culmination in Revelation chapter 5. Hey, thank you, non-pastor. Thank you so much for that heart. In Revelation chapter 5, you see Jesus going up and taking the scroll. That scroll was written on the front and on the back. That is emblematic of a title deed to the earth. And so what Adam forfeited back in the garden, Satan took, and what Satan took, Jesus took back. And so you see like an exchange from Adam to Satan, Satan to Jesus, and you're seeing that kind of that and it needed to be done by a kinsman redeemer. And so it's really, really neat to see what's going on there. But that's given to us in Genesis chapter 9. Now, when you dive into Genesis chapter 9, verse 13, you are introduced to this rainbow. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 13, this rainbow is talked about. The first time a rainbow is mentioned in the Bible. And this rainbow is directly connected to a covenant. And so this covenant that God is introducing to mankind is basically reinforced by the display of a rainbow. And it's, hey, thank you, Amy. Thank you so much. And why I think that this is so significant to pay attention to is because of what is in Revelation chapter 6. And so in Revelation chapter 6, you have this Antichrist, this white horse rider that shows up on scene, and in his hand, he has a bow. Hey, thank you, Doreen. Thank you so much for that heart. He is holding a bow. There's no arrows. He's just holding onto a bow. That's in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2. Now, when you read that in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, I don't want you to get it confused to think a white horse rider is a good guy. No, it's a bad guy. The white horse rider in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2 is the Antichrist, and he is holding onto a bow. Now, why that's so interesting is because here in Genesis chapter 9, when God makes a covenant, he demonstrates his covenant by displaying a rainbow. And when you see this rainbow and the covenant being connected, and then you fast forward to the end in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, you see a bow being held by the white horse rider. You see that is also being emblematic of a covenant as well, or that's the idea, at least that's what I believe. So you can test all things and hold fast to that, which is good. But both bows, both the rainbow and the bow, seem to be representative of a covenant. Now, the covenant in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2 will be the covenant that is strength. And so he's going to show up and he's going to be like, hey, I got a problem here, or I got the solution. I got a covenant. And so it's really kind of cool. Anyways, that's an idea. You can hold on to that and you can test that if you would like to, but that's what I personally believe. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 10. In Genesis chapter 10, you have an interesting chapter here. Now, this whole chapter is all about a genealogy. Now, genealogies, hey, Amy, thank you so much for that. Corn. But in Genesis chapter 10, this genealogy here is really fascinating. Now, this is where the nations are basically introduced to the world. Here in Genesis chapter 10, we are introduced. Hey, Miss Shelley, thank you so much for that cowboy hat. The Genesis chapter 10, you're introduced to all these 70 of them. And so this is where the Gentile nations are introduced to you and I. This is everything from. This is huge to understand, because when you read Genesis chapter 10, you're told about a lot of different names here, and these are all people. For example, in Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, we are told about the sons of Japheth, and out of the sons of Japheth, you have a guy named Magog. Now, I'm sure we are all very familiar with Magog, or at least we have heard the name before, but this goes hand in hand with Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39. Now, we've talked about multiple times, especially through our Revelation chapter 20 study, which was amazing. But this is where you're introduced to the individual, the person, Magog. And so you're also introduced in Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, to a guy named Madai. Now, Madai is where we get the Medes from. And it's important to understand the Medes because this is when we are introduced to a guy named Cyrus. Cyrus is very, very important to understand. And we might talk about him when we get to Genesis chapter 11, because there's some interesting connections. But when you continue reading in Genesis chapter 10, verse 8, in Genesis chapter 10, verse 8, you are introduced to a guy named Nimrod. Nimrod, his name means to rebel. And so when you're thinking about rebel, and you recognize that his name was prophetic. He was going to rebel. This dude was a mighty hunter. He was basically the first person who had a kingdom. it says he was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore it is said, like Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord, in the beginning of was Babel. Now, it's important to understand his kingdom in contrast to God's kingdom, because this goes all the way back to Genesis chapter 3. In Genesis chapter 3, yeah, his name sounds terrible, Mary Beth, I'm telling you what. But in Genesis chapter 3, in Genesis 3, God basically curses the serpent, he curses the woman, and he curses the man. And when he curses the serpent, he basically says that there would be enmity between the serpent's seed and the seed of the woman. And so when you trace those genealogies all throughout time, they both end up in different locations. The seed of the serpent is going to basically culminate with the Antichrist, and the seed of the woman culminates with Jesus Christ. Both the Antichrist and Jesus Christ both have their own cities. You have Babylon with the seed of the serpent, and you have Jerusalem with the seed of the woman. You have his kingdom and you have his kingdom. You have his throne and you have his throne. You have his city and you have his city. It's a tale of two stories in a sense. Thank you so much for that, Angela and Deborah. Thank you guys so much for those gifts. Thank you so much. And so, fascinating. So when you read in Genesis chapter 10, verse 10, it says, "In the beginning of his kingdom was Babel." Now, in verse 11, Genesis chapter 10, verse 11, it says, "From that land he went to Assyria and built." Thank you, TK and Angela, for those gifts. He built. I really want you to focus on what we are told about him. Now, the reason why we need to focus on what we are told about him is because we are told about him what we need to know about him. We are told that he built it. Now, why are we told that? Why are we not told how old he was? Why are we not told how tall he was, or like what he was wearing, or anything like that? We are told that he built these things, and so God wanted us to know that he was a builder. So he was one who rebels, and he is a builder. Now, this Nimrod, this guy, is representative of the futuristic Antichrist, because this first world ruler, Nimrod, is going to basically foreshadowing the last one. The first one is foreshadowing the last one, just like Adam is foreshadowing the last Adam. That's talked about in 1 Corinthians 15. So you have all that kind of parallels going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Thank you, Shash. I don't. Shasha Gucci. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. Anyways, this dude, he builds Babel, he builds Erech, Akkad, he builds Calneh in the land of Shinar, and then it says that he went from that land to Assyria and built Nineveh, Rehoboth, and Calah. And so you see him building all of these things. Also in Genesis chapter 10, verse 14, we are introduced to a guy, or we're introduced to the Philistines. Now, the Philistines is an important topic to basically have a good handle on, because the Philistines, thank you, Tamara. I'm not find your YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you just click on my little face here, my little blue face, go there and you'll see a link in my TikTok profile. It's a link tree. If you go to that link tree there, then you'll see it over. I'm live on TikTok or on YouTube right now. There's a link tree, and the YouTube is listed there as well, if you want to give that a shot. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 10, you're introduced to the Philistines. This is the first time the Philistines are mentioned, but the Philistines basically were the mortal enemies of Israel. And so there's this one guy named Emperor Hadrian, and Emperor Hadrian basically was trying to control the Jewish people, but he never could, and so he ended up destroying the city. And this is after the fall of the temple in 70 AD. But he destroyed the city, and he basically renamed the city to Philistia. Now, Philistia, thank you, Nicole. He renamed it to Philistia. Now, the word there in Latin is Palestina. And so the word Palestina is where we get our English word Palestine. And so this is why, hey, thank you, JRVR. Thank you so much. This is where we get our, Letha, thank you so much. This is where we get the word Palestine. And so that's what you see in Palestine, all this kind of stuff. We need to be sensitive that this is, thank you, Holly Lou and Miss Shelley. This is where the world is basically slapping Israel in the back of the head by using the name Palestine, because it was given to that land by their enemies. Thank you, Tamara. It was given to them by their enemies. The name Palestine was given to the land by their enemies. And so the Emperor Hadrian was basically like, hey, how can I basically insult Israel to like forever? And so he chose to name the land after their mortal enemies. And so he chose Philistia, or Palestina, which is Palestine. And so I would propose to you to not use the name Palestine, because that is not appropriate from a biblical standpoint, in my opinion. Anyways, that leads us to Genesis chapter 11. In Genesis chapter 11, yeah, thank you, JR. I appreciate that. In Genesis chapter 11, we are given the story about Babel, or Babylon, what happened at Babylon. This whole chapter was, it was a great chapter. We spent so much time on Genesis chapter 11 because of how important it actually is to understand. Thank you, Sasha Gucci. It's so very important to understand the concept of Babylon. What is Babylon? How do you understand Babylon? Babylon is mentioned all throughout the scriptures, and so we spent a lot of time, thank you, Rhonda, unpacking Babylon. So there's multiple chapters that you can really dive into if you would like to understand Babylon a little bit more. There's Isaiah 13 and 14, there's Jeremiah 50 and 51, and there's Revelation 17 and 18. But all of those chapters basically stem from Genesis chapter 11, which is where we're here in Genesis chapter 11 right now. But Babylon is introduced, thank you, Hallelujah. Babylon is introduced to us here in Genesis chapter 11, and what you learn here in this chapter is that everybody was one. Everybody was one. There was a oneness going around. People were all of the same mind. They were all of the same language, same speech, all of these things. Thank you, JR. And that is fascinating. And so what you have in Genesis chapter 11, verse 4, is that the people say, come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top is in the heaven, and for ourselves, lest we be scattered. Where you need to really hone in on. When they say, lest we be scattered, that right there was in direct rebellion to what God told them to do. If you go back to Genesis chapter 9, Genesis chapter 9, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 1, right when the flood waters went away, God basically tells them to go out, be fruitful and multiply, and to fill the earth. Thank you, Mimi. And so when God tells Noah and his sons to go out and fill the earth, that's what God told them to do. But then when you read Genesis chapter 11, no, don't go out and fill the earth. Come gather together, lest we be scattered. And so you have God's command, and then you have man's command. And what people did here in Genesis chapter 11 is everybody gathered together, and you have these cities being built up, and these cities built a tower in the middle of it. And this is what became Babylon. Thank you so much, Leah. This was in the land of Shinar. And so Babylon is the city. Shinar can be viewed as the county in our kind of terminology. And so I think that that's really important to pay attention to. So God says, let us go down and let us confuse their language. And so he confuses their language. But one of the things to pay attention to is in verse 6. Genesis chapter 11, verse 6. It says, and the Lord said, indeed, the people are one, and they have all one language. And this is what they begin to do. And then God says, now nothing that they propose to do will be withheld from them. I think that this is crazy. God says nothing is going to be withheld from them. What did he mean when he said nothing will be withheld from them? What were they doing? What could they do? But God had the understanding that nothing was going to be withheld from them. And so you could really introduce some interesting ideas to that. It's all speculation at the end of the day. But when you apply the ideas that are introduced to you and I here in 2025, you have the whole picture of transhumanism, with the World Economic Forum. They want this whole transhumanism kind of movement, which is basically the blending of humans and machine, iron mixed with clay type of vibes. And they want to basically fuse the two together. Now, that could be something that was, God saw back during this time, but he basically slowed them down by confusing their speech. But now what's going on here, thank you, JR, in our world today is that there is no more language barrier. There's no more language barrier. You and I can have a conversation with anybody at any time just because we have a phone. Our phones, our technology are incredible. What's up, Brittany? Good to see you. 50 minutes cities. Yeah. And so anyways, here in Genesis chapter 11, God says, Nothing will be withheld from them. And that is very, very provocative. Okay, so here in Genesis chapter 11, I think there's some interesting ideas to really unpack here in regards to Babylon. So when you dive in, hey, thank you, Jess, for that heart. When you dive into Babylon, if you do like a little review of it, it kind of lands you in the book of Daniel. So in Daniel chapter 5, you have this whole story in Daniel chapter 5 where the king of Babylon at that time was named King Belshazzar. And Belshazzar was the king of Babylon. And when he was the king of Babylon, he was basically throwing a party while they were being attacked from the outside. Now, Babylon back during that time was basically unbeatable. The walls were extremely wide, so wide that you could race chariots on top of the walls. And that's how massive these walls were. And so the people inside the walls were completely cool, calm, and collected because they were like, nobody can get to us because our walls are amazing. And so that's what you have in Daniel chapter 5. But while they were under siege, the people inside were partying, namely the king of Babylon, which was Belshazzar. And so Belshazzar is throwing a party while they are under attack, essentially. And they just could care less that they were under attack because in their minds, they were super prideful. They thought that they could not be beaten. Anyways, in Daniel chapter 5, that's the story where the hand comes out of nowhere and starts writing on the wall. And when he's writing on the wall, the king sees this and he starts freaking out. And so Daniel comes in and thank you, JR. Daniel comes in and he basically interprets what the handwriting on the wall was. And that handwriting on the wall was basically saying that you have been weighed, you have been measured, and you have been found wanting. And so basically Daniel told the king of Babylon that he was going to lose his kingdom to the Medo-Persian Empire. And sure enough, that night he was slain and Darius the Mede took the kingdom over. Now, why that's important is because that brings us all the way to Isaiah chapter 45. You need to understand Isaiah chapter 45 in order to really appreciate Daniel chapter 5. If you understand Daniel 5, you'll appreciate Isaiah 45. If you understand Isaiah 45, you'll appreciate Daniel chapter 5 because the two go hand in hand. And so it's really, really quite something. But in Isaiah 45, verse 1, you are introduced to a guy named Cyrus. Hello, Holly. Good to see you. You're introduced to a guy named Cyrus. And Cyrus is a really, really interesting character because in Isaiah 45, we are told that Cyrus was God's anointed one. I want you to think about that. God says to Cyrus that Cyrus is his anointed one. Now, why this has so many problems or so many, like interesting thoughts, not problems, but very, very provocative kind of thoughts come to your mind when you dive into Cyrus. Some ways to view Cyrus is to understand who he is. So Cyrus is referred to as God's anointed one. Now, why this is important is because Cyrus is a Gentile. That's significant. God is talking to Cyrus, anointed one. Cyrus was a Gentile. That is a big deal. Cyrus was a Gentile, but what's also interesting about Cyrus is that he is viewed as being a friend of Israel. He's viewed as being a friend to the Jews. But not only that, he is also a pagan king. He was a pagan king. He was the king of Babylon. Just think about it. If you are ever labeled as the king of Babylon, that is never a good thing in the scriptures. You do not want to be a king of Babylon. Babylon in the Bible is basically an idiom for Satan's capital. And so you do not want to be the king of Satan's capital. And so that brings up some interesting conversations when you're talking about Nebuchadnezzar. Is Nebuchadnezzar born again? Who knows? That's between him and the Lord. But the idea, the picture of Babylon in a whole is to understand that it is Satan's capital. And so he's a Gentile. He's referred to as God's anointed one. He is viewed as a friend of Israel because he freed the Jewish people and he gave them the materials and whatnot to go back and rebuild their temple, which is fascinating. He helped them rebuild their temple. And not only that, but when you read Daniel chapter 7, in Daniel chapter 7, you read about these beasts that come out of the sea. And one of the beasts that come out of the sea is in the form of a bear in Daniel chapter 7, like verse 5 or something like that. And this bear is emblematic of the Persian Empire. Now, what I want you to focus on there is that Cyrus, the Persian Empire, is represented by a beast. He's represented by a beast. And so when you think about a beast, is a beast a good thing or a bad thing? Like, I mean, you obviously, the mark of the beast, the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit, obviously it's not a good thing. And so the idea that I propose to you is that Cyrus is, I need you to understand, there's people who of it, but there are people who view Cyrus as being a very, very good guy, and they think he's awesome. But if you look at his resume, in a sense, you see a whole bunch of red flags all over the place, and it seems that he could be a representation of the futuristic Antichrist, because he wins the hearts and minds of Israel. He helps them build their temple. He is a builder. He is a masterful tactician because of how he basically took over Babylon. You have so many, and he's also being represented as a beast in Daniel chapter 7. So you have a whole bunch of stuff that is happening that is given to us in Daniel chapter 5 and Isaiah 45. And it's all stemming from this idea of Babylon. And so really, really understanding this kind of stuff, diving into it, is really, really interesting. And the reason why this is interesting is because when you apply Nimrod, who was the first world leader, Nimrod was the first king of the world. He was a king of the world. That Nimrod was a builder. And then when you apply Nimrod and Cyrus together, both Nimrod and Cyrus are forecasting the futuristic Antichrist that will be the fulfillment of the seed of the serpent. And so when you look at Nimrod and you look at Cyrus, a good way to basically look into the future and try to see some stuff that applies to them you need to understand is going to apply to the futuristic Antichrist. And so Nimrod was a builder. Cyrus was a masterful tactician. He was incredibly intelligent. He was the friend of the Jewish people. He was referred to as a beast. He was the king. And so that is some stuff that you can kind of build on top of if you would like to try to come to your own conclusion as to how you believe it. But I think it's very, very provocative. But that is Genesis chapter 1 through 11. What's up, April? Good to see you. Genesis chapter 1 through 11. What's up, Manners? How you doing, man? Good to see you. I see you just joined. Gotcha. But that's Genesis chapter 1 through 11. If you guys are new here, we're going to go through Genesis chapter 12 through 15. Now we're going to be talking about a whole bunch of things. I think it's really kind of fun diving into all of this kind of stuff. It's very, very amazing things that we're going to be unpacking here. And if you guys are new here, that was just a review on things that we have already previously covered. That was just a review. And so sorry for going through it so quickly. Thank you, Amy. But the reason why I go through it so quickly is because we've already talked about it. And so that was just to kind of help people if you missed any of those chapters, just to kind of give you a feel for it. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile if you would like to go follow over on YouTube, just in case TikTok. We're live streaming on YouTube and TikTok at the same time right now, so you can, but all the studies we've done are up on YouTube. If you are looking for a good study, we spent so much time in Revelation. That was my favorite study. We spent so much time there. But we're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. This is it's such a helpful thing to do. These studies go for hours long. The last one went over 6 hours. And so I'm not saying that in any kind of prideful kind of way. I'm saying that to let you guys know that this is not just a little, it's a serious Bible study. And the hope here is to have all of us just grow closer to the Lord. But the number one thing is always going to be the number one thing. And that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. I want you so badly to understand how to know for sure you can get to heaven. And I'm going to explain that to you right now in case you are unaware. You need to first understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. And it says, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's what it tells us. For all fall short of the glory of God. That is terrible news. We are all sinners and we have all fallen short of the glory of God. There's more bad news in Romans 6:23. It says, for the wages of sin is death. So not only are we all sinners, not only have we all fallen short, but we are all under the death penalty. That is a whole bunch of bad stuff that applies to every single one of us. But that's the bad news. Now that we understand that, now we can appreciate the good news. The good news is that, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord, period. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. We cannot be good enough to get to heaven. We never will be good enough to get to heaven. It is for by grace we have been saved. And it's through faith. It's through our faith in what Jesus and his completed work on the cross. It's all about the cross. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried and rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. This is so important to understand. Everything else pales in comparison to that right there. That is everything. And so I always want to bring that to the forefront of our minds so that everything else can kind of fade off into in the background when you are comparing it to the gospel. The gospel is absolutely the most important thing, especially if you believe that we're living in the last days right now, which I personally believe. If you see it differently, that's completely fine. But I believe we're living in the last seconds of the last minutes of the last hours of the last days. I think we're coming down to it, guys. I think what we're seeing here is amazing. It's once in a life. Like, this has not happened before. We know what's going on across the world right when it happens. Just think about that one little fact right there. Hey, thank you, J. Roy. Thank you so much. Just think about that. You and I know what's going on over in Israel right now. If you want to go check it out, you can go look it up right now. You can go find out. You can go check out the news. You can watch it real time. They're live streaming it right now. What's going on over in Yemen right now? Israel just bombed the crap out of the Houthis today. That's incredible. You have that taking place. No big deal. They're just completely bombing everything. You have all of the, Trump's Middle East, his visit taking place over there. I think that's crazy to pay attention to as well. You also have Russia and Ukraine war. You have all of these earthquakes happening all over the place. Earthquakes just all over the place, all over the place. My point here is to pay attention to the birth pangs. If you're paying attention to a pregnant woman and you know she's like 8 months pregnant, you're going to be paying attention to her a little bit more, because you're going to be like, you about to pop? You look like you're about to pop. Why are you breathing so heavily right now? Like, you're going to be like really paying attention to her. And so, hey, thank you, Sandy. Thank you so much. There's just so much, right, Leah? I'm telling you what, it is crazy. And thank you so much for that, meerkat. But just like how you and I can, just observe a pregnant woman and recognize how far along she is, the same thing is true in our time of understanding the signs of the times. And I believe that we are living here, not in the signs of the times, but we are living in the times of the signs. And so I think that this is really quite something to behold. I said that very thing to my sister, the birth pangs. Absolutely. It is incredible. And so if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We've gone through Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. And we just finished the book of Revelation again for the second time. And so I have grown so much since the first time that we started. We've done this for about a year and 8 months, 9 months or so. And so if you guys would like to support this ministry, because this ministry is literally ran by you guys, there's ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. If you would like to support it in any kind of way, you are more than welcome to, and never feel obligated to. I just want you guys to know that it is there. I try not to mention that too much, maybe like once every hour or two, but that is there if you would like to support it. And prayer is the most important. And I would, if you do anything, I appreciate it so much. And if you have, and if you're going to, thank you so much. Thank you, Amy, for that gift. But that is all that I got right there. Now we're gonna actually slow down a little bit, and we're gonna dive into Genesis chapter 12, which is where this study is going to actually begin. And so this study, since it's going to actually begin now, I'm not going to be talking as fast as what I've been doing before, because we're going to try to slow down and actually dive into it a little bit. But some of the things to really understand before, to recognize some of the things that are mentioned in Genesis chapter 11. In Genesis chapter 11, we are given the genealogy. And in Genesis chapter 11, verse 24, we are given the genealogy, and we're introduced to a guy named Terah. In Genesis 11:24, it says, Nahor lived 29 years and begot Terah. Now, Terah is important to understand, because Terah is the father to Abram. Now, Abram is the key. He's the one that we are here for. We are going to be learning about Abram. These next couple of chapters are all going to be about Abram. And it's eventually going to turn into Abraham. But right now, his name is Abram. And so we need to recognize that this is who we are going. Abram is the goal. So Terah had 3 sons. He had Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Thank you so much, Sapaswali. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. But he had 3 sons. And those 3 sons are given to us in verse 26 of Genesis chapter 11. And they are Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now, Terah also had a second wife. And so Terah, he had a wife, and with his first wife, he had a son named Abram. But then Terah had another wife, and it was with his other wife that he had a daughter, and the daughter that he had with her was named Sarai. Now, Abram and Sarai are half brothers and sisters. They end up marrying each other. Hey, thank you so much, Jill. It is good to see you. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. And so Abram and Sarai basically end up getting married, as we are all familiar with, I'm sure. But they were half brother and they were half sister. And so here in a little bit, as we continue reading, we'll find out that Abraham is going to basically be very deceptive and tell everybody that Sarai is his sister because he wants to protect himself. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But it is from Abraham and Sarai that was born Ishmael and Isaac. Now, Ishmael and Isaac, as we get to Genesis chapter 22, it's really fascinating because when God is talking to Abraham, what's interesting about that entire thing is that when God says to Abraham, take your only son. Thank you, Sapaswali. Thank you so much for that gift. God says to Abraham in Genesis 22, he says, take your only son. What's interesting is that Abraham had multiple sons. But from God's point of view, Isaac was his only son. I want you to think about that. And so it's important to understand the difference between man's view and God's view, because they are not the same. He sees things completely different than we do, which is why we need to align ourselves with how he thinks and how he sees things. But anyways, Abraham had obviously Isaac and Ishmael, but Abraham's brother named Haran, had a guy named Lot. Now, we are all probably familiar with Lot because Lot goes into Sodom and Gomorrah, but Lot becomes Abraham's nephew. And so that is a whole interesting thing that we will get into this time, but next time. And then after, so Abram, Haran, and Nahor. Now, Nahor is the one that we're going to talk about right here for a second, because Nahor had a son named Bethuel, and it was from Bethuel that was born Rebekah and Laban. Rebekah and Laban. Now, I'm sure we are familiar with Rebekah and Laban because all of these names probably sound very familiar. Thank you so much, Yogi, for that gift. That is very kind. Man, thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Very kind. Thank you so much. But Rebekah marries Isaac, and they have Esau and Jacob. But Laban has two daughters, and Laban has Leah and Rachel, and it is through them that the 12 tribes of Israel are born. So basically, you're given this whole story of, hey, thank you, Tasha. Thank you guys so much for these gifts. We're given the entire story of Israel in Genesis chapter 11. We're told about all of this, and it's all in a genealogy in a roundabout way if you kind of like trace it all down. And it's difficult to do, but genealogies are important. You can read Matthew chapter 1 and Luke chapter 3, and you get all of these genealogies. They're the genealogies of Jesus. And it's important to understand these because they tell a story. If you understand each one of those people, it's fascinating. If you just do a study of Jesus's genealogy, what you'll see is that there's a whole bunch of genealogy. And just think about that for a second. A whole bunch of sinners. And reading Hebrews chapter 11, the hall of faith, you read about by faith Abraham, by faith Noah, by faith Enoch. These are all people who were sinners. And so it's incredible to see these people who did some pretty bad stuff be born again. And I think that that is very precious to hold on to. But anyways, Genesis chapter 1 through 11 are basically about the world's history. This is why many people, if you're like actually studying the book of Genesis, many people break up the book of Genesis from the first 11 chapters, and they put that side over here, and then chapter 12 through 50, they put that over here. So Genesis chapter, thank you, Sapaswali, thank you for those roses. Genesis chapter 1 through 11 is about the history of the world. But then Genesis chapter 12 through 50, it changes from the history of the world to the history of a nation. And it's not just any nation, it's the nation of Israel. It's all about Israel. So that's why Genesis is broken up into two sections to many different commentators. And Genesis chapter 1 through 11 is about the world. Genesis 12 through 50 is about Israel. So it goes from many nations and many families, and it switches to one family and one nation. And as we know that they are going to basically eventually enter into Egypt as a family, And after they leave Egypt, they're going to come out of Egypt as a nation. It is one big story of this just multiplication, people multiplying and multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. So before we dive into Genesis chapter 12, and so let's go ahead and Genesis chapter 12. Hey, thank you, Angela. This ministry is amazing. I think so too. I'm grateful for it as well. I'm so pumped and blessed to be a part of this. And so I actually was on a podcast today. I'm for like the second time, but it's when that comes out, I'll let you guys know about that. So it was really edifying. I think her name is Laura. She's very kind. And we talked about some pretty neat things, and it was just a fun time getting together. And so hopefully that'll help some other people out there as well. I don't know when it'll come out, maybe in a week or two, but I'll let you guys know about it. Anyways, Genesis chapter 12. Do you only acknowledge viewers that send money? What? What? You must be new here, Pearlette. Welcome in, Pearlette. But in Genesis chapter 12, diving into verse 1, it says this: Now the Lord had said to Abram, get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house to a land that I will show you. Now, this is really interesting thinking about that. That's exciting. Can't wait. Right, Jill? It was kind of fun. And she's very kind, but I don't even know. She'll be even be in here. I keep asking questions. Would you like me to pause everything, Pearlette, and just stop talking about what we're doing here and just only focus on you? I'm just so confused. If you have a question, feel free to reach out to me. I would love to talk to you. You can, anybody, and this goes for anybody, you can message me directly. Try not to interrupt the flow of everything, because it's rather difficult to keep everything in track because we got a lot to talk about. But if you would like to message me on anything, my messages are open for everybody, and you don't even need to follow me. I would love to talk to you if you have any questions, and if I can help in any way, I would love. Genesis chapter 12. Verse 1, it says, now the Lord had said to Abram. Now that's the kind of the word that I want you to focus on. The Lord had said. Now this is why it's so interesting, because when we go to the New Testament, we actually learn a lot of things in the New Testament that we cannot find in the Old Testament. And one of those places is in in Acts chapter 7. So let's go to Acts chapter 7. Acts chapter 7, and Acts chapter 7 is an incredible chapter. It might be my favorite chapter in the entire book of Acts, just because of how incredible it actually is. I had so much fun with this chapter when we went through this. But one of the things that I think is really fascinating is to understand that we learn things in the New Testament about the Old Testament that we cannot find in the Old Testament. And one of those things that we learn about the Old Testament that you can't find in the Old Testament is in Acts chapter 7. So in Acts chapter 7, verse 1, just to kind of give you some background, Acts chapter 7, verse 1, this chapter is all about a guy named Stephen. Stephen was a relatively new born-again believer, and he was a Jewish man who basically ends up going toe-to-toe with the Sanhedrin. It was a group of dudes, like 50 or 60 or I can't remember exactly. There was like 50 or 60 or somewhere around there of Jewish men who are basically like the legal experts on the law. And so Stephen goes toe to toe with the Sanhedrin. And so you can picture like this intense scene where it's one guy over here and a whole group of dudes over here, and they are all mad at the one, because that's what's going on there in Acts chapter 7. Thank you, Trixie. I appreciate that. So in Acts chapter 7, Stephen is talking to the Sanhedrin, and it's instead of the Sanhedrin giving Stephen a lesson, Stephen is giving the Sanhedrin a lesson. And it is absolutely incredible. So in Acts chapter 7, verse 1, it says this. It says, then the high priest said, are these things so? And he said, brethren and fathers, listen. The glory of God of glory appeared to our father Abraham when he was in Mesopotamia, before he dwelt in Haran, and said to him, get out of your country and from your relatives and come to a land that I will show you. Then he came out of the land of the Chaldeans and went and dwelt in Haran. And from there, when his father was dead, he moved him to this land in which you now dwell. Now, why this is so interesting is because the thing that we do not learn in the Old Testament, but that we learn here in those couple of verses. What Stephen tells us about is that Abraham, before Abraham dwelt in Haran in verse 2, God told him to go to this certain land. And then in verse 4, we learn that Abraham did not go until his father died. So in Acts chapter 7, verse 4, it tells us, and from there, when his father was dead, he moved to this land to which he now dwells. So this basically tells us a clue. And the clue is that Abraham continued to live with his father until his father died. And then after his father died, then Abraham listened to what God told him to do. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting because it's not like God appeared to Abraham and then told Abraham what to do. And Abraham was just like, yes, sir. And then it seems, and I'm just proposing to you an idea, it's to be with his father. And then after his father died, then Abraham was like, okay, now I will listen. And so that is just a viewpoint. You can test that and see where you conclude, but that's just how I see it. I think it's really interesting. But what's also interesting while we're here in the book of Acts, chapter 7, I need you guys to understand how beautiful this chapter is. And so just a real quick, flyby of Acts chapter 7. Within this chapter, you have a story of Israel. And there's a whole reason for it. He is giving them an example. First off, he starts off with Abraham. He says Abraham was told what to do. He didn't get it right the first time, but he got it right the second time because he didn't listen right away, but he listened afterwards. And so he got it right the second time. Then he switches from Abraham and he switches over and he starts talking about Moses. And he says Moses didn't get it right the first time, but he got it right the second time. And then he keeps on going. And all throughout the book of Acts chapter 7, Stephen is basically setting a trend. He's making all of these patterns, and he's saying, listen, guys, Israel never gets it right the first time. Israel never gets it right the first time. And this is important to understand because Stephen, a Jewish Christian, was going head to head with the Sanhedrin, and he's telling them that they never get it right the first time. They always get it right the second time. And so when you continue reading in the book of Acts chapter 7, the way it ends is that the Sanhedrin ends up stoning Stephen. Now, if you understand the pattern that Stephen was basically laying down, how they never get it right the first time, but they always get it right the second time, you can read Acts chapter 7 and you can know exactly how Stephen was going to finish his argument. His final argument was going to be, we missed Jesus the first time, but we'll get it right the second time. That's exactly where he was going with it. He was going that way, and that's where he was going to go, but they stoned him to death. And so this whole chapter is just incredible. He's telling them their story. He's like, guys, we always get it wrong the first time, but we'll get it right the second time. So they missed Jesus's first arrival, and that's why they crucified him. He sends up into heaven, but they'll get it right the second time. This is why Jesus says in Matthew chapter 23, he says that you shall see me no more until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. He's like, you had your time. He's like, he withdrew the whole kingdom from him. He took it away. And I think that's really instructive. Anyways, moving back to Genesis chapter 12. Going back to Genesis chapter 12 now. In regards to Genesis chapter 12, it says, now the Lord had said to Abram, get out of your country, from your family and your father's house, to a land that I will show you. Okay, so this is why going to Acts chapter 7, this is where we get the whole picture of you have God basically telling, it says the Lord had said to Abram. The Lord had said. So it doesn't say the Lord said, it says the Lord had said. Now, I think that's very interesting. So God had told Abram this. It just seems that there was a little bit of a delay from when God told him this to when Abram actually listened to it. And that's the whole concept there. And so you can chew on that if you would like to. But when you think about Abram, one of the things to really think about is that Abram is referred to in the New Testament as the friend of God. Abram is referred to as the friend of God. And I think that is really, really beautiful. One of the things that we learn about people who are referred to as the friend of God is specifically when we zoom in on Abraham, God basically shows up to Abraham, and it's before there is judgment that is placed on Sodom and Gomorrah. You guys remember before Sodom and Gomorrah showed up? I'm sorry, before Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, God appeared to Abraham, and he showed up to Abraham and was like, hey, what's up, Abraham? I'm on my way to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. That's basically the vibe of the entire thing. And then Abraham basically was pleading with the Lord, and he's like, hey, will you spare it if you find 50 men, 50 righteous? And he's like, God's like, yeah, absolutely, I'll spare it if I find 50. What about 40? What about 30? What about 20? What about 10? And he goes all the way down. My point here is to get you to see that God specifically decided to show up and tell his plans. Think about that. God showed up and specifically decided to his plans. Did God have to do that? No, he didn't have to do that. Hello, Chanel. Good to see you. Did God have to do that? No, he didn't, but he decided to. Now, this is one of the perks, in a sense, of being a friend of God. This is one of the perks. If you are a friend of God, you have prophetic insight. You and I, as a born-again believer, we can read the Bible and we can know what's going to come. We know what's going to happen. Abraham is referred to as a friend of God. You and I have the Bible. There's people who can read the Bible and study the Bible, but those people don't believe the Bible. But if you're a born-again believer, if you receive that light, then you're going to be given more light. Light received brings forth more light. Light rejected brings forever night. And so if you are a born-again believer, you are going to be given more light. And then when you receive that light, you are going to be given more light. And then when you see that light, you're going to be given more light. Thank you, December. Thank you so much. And so this is really good stuff to pay attention to. Another thing to also be mindful of is in the Gospel of John. When Jesus is having a conversation with his disciples, Jesus says to his disciples, he says, I am no longer calling you servants, I am calling you friends. And so he switches their title. He's like, you're no longer my servant. He's like, you are now my friends. And so that is really kind of cool. But what's also equally interesting is that there are two people specifically. There's other people, I guess, that are alluded to as referred to as beloved. But there's two people specifically, individuals who are referred to as being beloved in the Bible. And there's one in the Old Testament and there's one in the New Testament. The one in the Old Testament is a guy named Daniel. It's mentioned multiple times, but it's specifically in Daniel chapter 9, Gabriel shows up to Daniel. And before Gabriel gives Daniel this incredible Daniel 9 prophecy, Gabriel says, "Oh, Daniel, greatly beloved." Now, this is unbelievable because Daniel is one of like two people where the Bible never mentions anything that Daniel ever did wrong. I'm not saying Daniel is perfect. I'm just saying that there's nothing that we are told about Daniel and where he did something wrong. Another person who we are never told about, anybody who ever did anything wrong, was Joseph. And so anyways, you can do with that what you will, but Daniel is referred to as beloved in the Old Testament, but in the New Testament, John is referred to as beloved. Now, where is the connection between Daniel and John? The connection there is that they both were given some insane apocalyptic insight. Daniel wrote the book of Daniel, and within Daniel, we are given the most incredible prophecy in the entire Bible. Daniel chapter 9. Daniel chapter 9 is incredible. And so Daniel was given that he was allowed in. And so Gabriel gave him that information, and he told Daniel to understand. He said, "Hear, O Daniel, and understand." So it wasn't just Daniel hearing, it was Daniel hearing and understanding. I want you to think about that. That is crazy. But then when you go to the New Testament, John, in the Gospel of John, is in his own gospel, he refers to himself as the disciple whom Jesus loved. That's incredible. John was incredibly humble that in his own book, he didn't even want to mention his own name because his own name would have distracted us from who the point was about. And the point was always going to be about Jesus Christ. Thank you, Melanie, for that gift. I appreciate that. And so that is really kind of cool to see John's humility. And he's demonstrating that in the form of removing his name in every way that he possibly could have. And so anyways, in the Old Testament and in the New Testament, we are given two people who are referred to as beloved. And that is really, really neat as far as, making a connection to the friend of God. Abraham is the friend of God. You have Daniel referred to as beloved. John is referred to as beloved. And that is really, really neat. But this is they had stuff that was revealed to them, and just like how they had stuff revealed to them, you and I, as being friends of God, we also have things that are revealed of like dreams and visions and stuff like that. Like, I'm not getting to that point. I'm just saying, by giving us the word of God, we have everything we need. We have this completed work here is incredible. And so this is what we need to test every single thing. This is what I use to test every single thing. I test every single thing by this. I don't go and read a commentary, and I don't go and ask somebody on Google or, askjeeves.com. Does anybody remember Ask Jeeves? I don't do that. I apply it to the word of God. And so that's what we need to be doing. And so I would encourage you to do that as well. But let's go to Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8 real fast. Hebrews chapter 11, you remember it? Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8. I'm sorry about my voice, guys. My voice is trying to come back, and I'm probably not helping it, but that's okay. We going to just keep on keeping on. Yeah, Angelia, right? Don't ask Jeeves, ask Jesus, right, potato? Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8. Ask Jeeves, aging yourself. I'm telling you what. What's up, Justin? Good to see you, man. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. I've taken a break from social. Oh, well, welcome back. Drink water. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8. It says this: by faith, Abraham. Thank you, Melanie, for that gift. I appreciate that. In Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8, it says, by faith, Abraham obeyed when he was called to go out to the place which he would receive as an inheritance. And he went out, not knowing where he was going. This tells us a lot of information about Abraham. When we think about Abraham, when God calls Abraham to go to a land, remember what it says in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1. God says, I'm going to call you out to a land that I will show you. So this shows us that Abraham didn't know where he was going. Think about that. God did not tell him where he was going. He's like, I'm going to show you. He's like, follow me. What incredible faith that is. Anyways, moving on in Hebrews chapter 11. Thank you, Ken. In Hebrews chapter 11, verse 9, thank you, Melanie. It says, by faith, he dwelt in the land of promise, as in a foreign country, dwelling in tents with Isaac and Jacob, the heirs with him of the same promise. Now we understand Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are the patriarchs of the faith. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are the patriarchs of the faith. Mariah, thank you so much for subscribing. That is very kind. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. That is awesome. But Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are the patriarchs of the faith, and they all receive the same promise, and that is basically reinforced here in the New Testament by the author of Hebrews. Anyways, moving on in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 10, it says this: for he waited for the city which has foundations, whose builder and maker is God. That is incredible. So while Abraham was going all over the place in the land that he was physically dwelling in, he was living in tents. I need you to understand how significant that is, because that's going to come up again here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 8. Him living in tents was, it's important to understand. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. Anyways, let's get back to Genesis chapter 12. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1. So, hey, thank you, Land Gal. Thank you so much for that heart. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, this is God. Remember, God called Abraham away from his land and his family. Think about that. From his land and his family. God just calls him away from his land and his family. You know how difficult that would be to leave not only your land, but also your family? Just think about that. Could you do that? Could you do that? So we need to not sleep on this fact that Abraham did this, because this is absolutely incredible. But it's also, like what we talked about before in Acts chapter 7, it seems like Abraham didn't listen right away. And I think that that is very provocative. And so even though it seems that Abraham delayed in leaving, and how Abraham waited until his father died, and then I think that's really interesting how he is still given credit, because he eventually did trust and he eventually did obey God. But he didn't know that he was going to Canaan. And that's what we see in Hebrews chapter 11. It says he did not know where he was going. But he eventually did, and he's still given credit for his faith there, even though he delayed. And so that's really kind of cool. Moving on to Genesis chapter 12. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, it says, "Now the Lord had said to Abram, get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house, to a land that I will show you." So again, this is Abraham does not know where he's going, but he is following God. He's just going to be putting his faith in God. He didn't have GPS. He didn't have Google Maps. He didn't have MapQuest or anything like that. He was just going to be trusting God. And it says, to a land that I will show you. And then we get here to verse, before we get to verse 2, and it says, get out of your country. And then God says very specifically, from your family. Think about that. God doesn't just say, get out of your country and take your family. He says, get out of your country away from your family. Think about that. That is two different things. Why did God not say, take your family? He didn't say, get out of your country and bring your family. He specifically worded it, get out of your country from your family. I think that's incredible. And the reason why, thank you, Amy, the reason why he told Abraham to get away from his family was because his family was they worshipped false gods. Let's go to Joshua chapter 24 real fast. Let's go to Joshua chapter 24 verse 2. Joshua chapter 24 verse 2. Hey, Potato, thank you so much for that. Potato, thank you for that subscription, Potato. Thank you, Athena. Thank you so much for that ice cream cone. Hi, Ryan and family. Hello, Laura. Thank you so much, Potato. I appreciate that. Potato. But in Joshua 24 verse 2, what we learn about Abraham is that his family, they were pagan. They were pagan. Think about that. They were pagan. They worshipped false gods. Think about that. Abraham comes from a pagan family. And we are told that here in Joshua 24 verse 2. In Joshua 24 verse 2, it says, and Joshua said to all the people, thus says the Lord God of Israel, your fathers, including Terah, the father of Abraham and the father of Nahor, dwelt on the other side of the river in old times, and they served other gods. Hey, thank you, Laura. I appreciate that so much. Think about that. They served other gods. God called Abraham away from his country and his family, and that was on purpose. Think about that. He called him away from his family because they worshiped other gods. And so that is important to understand, that they worshiped other gods, because that's why God called them out. And so when you think about God calling Abraham out, what does that remind you of? It kind of seems to remind us of something that is in the New Testament, and the thing that is in the New Testament is the church, or the ecclesia. Now, the ecclesia is what is referred to as the called out ones. You and I have been called out, and praise God for that, because I've been called out of the paganness. And if you are a born again believer, you too have also been called out. And so just like how you and I have been called out, so was Abraham. Abraham was involved in all this pagan kind of situation. They worshiped false gods, and their names reflect it. But Abraham was called out of that. God calls him out. He's like, leave your country, leave your family, come over here. I'm going to give you a different land. And so that is really kind of cool here. But we need to be sensitive to Abraham's family was full of moon worship. They worship the moon, and their names demonstrate that. And the word Terah, Abraham's father, Terah means moon. And this is how involved they were in pagan worship. They named themselves after something that was related to the moon. And Terah, the father of Abraham, means moon. Sarai means queen or wife of the moon god. And Laban Laban means white, which is connected to when a full moon is completely, it's a full moon becomes very white. And so that name is connected to the moon. And it's just interesting to recognize that Abraham's family were idolaters. They worshiped false gods. And so when you see what God called Abraham out of, you appreciate this a lot more, because he called him out of there. He's like, hey, Abraham, come on out, come on out, come on out, come on out. And so that is really, really helpful for us to understand Genesis chapter 12, verse 1. So let's get back to Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 and read it again with a little bit understanding. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, it says, now the Lord had said to Abraham, get out of your country, from your family, and from your father. It's a lot of stuff there. And now we can understand a little bit why. They were involved in all kinds of pagan stuff, and God calls them out of it. And he says, to a land that I will show you. Abraham had no idea where he was going. I think that's incredible. Moving on, Genesis chapter 12, verse 2. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 2, it says, I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. Now, if you read verse 2 and 3, you will basically find 7 different I will statements if you choose to see it that way. It says, I will make you a great nation. I will bless you, make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. There's 7 things there, and I think that is significant. Now, the reason why 7 is significant is because it's a heptadic structure, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, all over the Bible. It's absolutely incredible. But there are 7 and you can make a connection here with these 7 I wills to the 5 Isaiah chapter 14. If you guys want to go to Isaiah chapter 14, you will learn all about the I will statements that Satan said. Isaiah 14 is a good chapter to learn a little bit about Lucifer if you would like to. But in Isaiah 14, verse 13, Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, it says, how you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, how you are cut down to the ground, you who weaken the nations. I always am blown away by this. Do you guys recognize that what we are observing right now in our complete decay of the world is because of Satan? It is you who weakened the nations. Think about that. We blame all the people that we can physically see. Think about what we cannot see is why everything is the way it is. He is the prince of the power of the air. He is the God of this world, and God is blamed. Specifically, he says, you who weaken the nations. That's incredible. Moving on in Isaiah 14, verse 13, it says, for you, Lucifer, have said in your heart. Think about that. You can say something in your heart and God knows it. Think about that. You don't have to do a single thing physically in order for it to be a sin. This is the whole point of Matthew giving the Sermon on the Mount. He's talking to the Pharisees. Adultery physically, you think that's the only thing that's sin? You think that's what it's all about? He's like, no. He's like, I say, if you have done this in your heart, you've already are guilty of it. And so that's the picture of that Sermon on the Mount here. But God is looking at the heart. He's not looking on the outside. He's looking on the inside. And so here in Isaiah 14, verse 13, he says, for you have said in your heart. And then he says these 5 I will statements here. He says, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit on the mount of the congregation on the farthest sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Those are 5 I will statements. And so just because, so in comparison, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 2, you have 7 I will statements. In Isaiah chapter 14, you have 5 I will statements. The 7 are from God himself, which I think it's really cool. And the 5 are from Lucifer. Anyways, there's a little comparison right there. One of the things, going back to Genesis chapter 12, verse 2, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 2, God says to Abraham, he says, I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great. One of the incredible things to think about in regards to Abraham is that he is known everywhere. Hey, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that gift. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. That's so cool. I've never seen that before. Thank you so much. But Abraham is known across the globe. He is the father of three different religions, and they all stem from, or they're all Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. They all three have common ground, and their common ground is Abraham. That's why he's a father Abraham. And so he is basically the foundation for all of those faiths in a roundabout way. And I think that that is interesting because that is a promise that God gave him all the way back here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 2. He says, hey, Abraham, I'm going to make your name great. Think about that. We're looking at we're looking back into time, like 4,000 or 5,000 years in the past, and we are looking at a dude named Abraham, and God made a promise to him saying that he was going to make his name great. Now that's really cool because fast forwarding 4,000 or 5,000 years into the future, we now can still see that God held up on his end because his name is great. His name is incredibly great. Like what a monumental name in the world right now, Father Abraham. And that is just really cool to see this kind of stuff coming to fruition and still being exemplified in our world today. But moving back to Genesis chapter 12, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, God continues on and he says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. Now, this is something that is brought up multiple times throughout the scriptures where he says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. But this is not just to the Jews. Where it says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you. We need to be sensitive to how serious this actually is in our world today. In the book of Zechariah, God says that he who touches you touches the apple of my eye. Think about that. God says that about Israel. Now, in the Bible, there's Israel, and then there's the nations. And God says, specifically regarding Israel, he says, he who touches you touches the apple of my eye. I want you to imagine going up to somebody and just like bopping them right when we are messing with Israel. Israel, the majority of them are lost because they missed the time of their visitation, and so they're spiritually blinded because of that time where they missed the time of their visitation. But they are still holding on to all of these promises. There's all kinds of promises. They are still very, very important. They are not out of the game yet. You need to be very careful about replacement theology, which basically teaches that the church replaced Israel. We did not replace Israel. Anyways, God is promising Abraham here that he is going to bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. Hey, thank you. I'm a whosoever. Thank you so much. I appreciate that gift so much. That's very kind. Thank you so much. But he goes on and he says, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. We need to recognize that this is not just applicable to Jewish people. This is not just the Jewish people. We need to recognize that every benefit that you and I have comes from this Abrahamic covenant. Everything. Now, the reason why I say everything is because think about it. Everything that God promised Abraham here, you and I are benefiting from this covenant in regards to, because Jesus was born from Abraham. So out of Abraham, if you look at Abraham in the line of genealogy of Jesus, genealogy. And so because of Abraham, all the way down into the future, Jesus was born. And because Jesus was born, we all are blessed because of that. Now, if we put our faith in Jesus Christ, we are blessed eternally. But if we do not do that, then we are cursed eternally, right? And so this whole situation that we are reading about here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3, this Abrahamic covenant is still in force. It is still completely active today. And so the question on the table is, are you going to bless Israel or are you going to curse Israel? There's a lot of people who want you to start hating the Jewish people. That's what people want you to do. That's why you have all of the propaganda out there saying the Jewish people are the worst. I need you to understand the Jewish people are not the best people in the world. I'm not saying they are perfect, but neither are we here in America. Neither are people over in Australia or in China or in Asia or in Europe, wherever, where there's bad people all over the place. But the world is focusing on how terrible the Jewish people are, and Jewish people are bad. This is a satanic attack, And the reason why is because it's priming the hearts and minds, getting ready for the tribulation, because during the tribulation time, there's going to be a super rise of anti-Semitism around. And Jesus kind of talks about that in Matthew 24 when he says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, let him who is in Judea flee to the mountains. Why does he tell them to flee to the mountains? It's because they are going to start getting persecuted. They're going to be chased all over the place. And so these people are going to be hunted down during the tribulation, and it's going to be focusing on the Jewish people. And that's why when you go to Matthew 25 or the sheep and goat judgments, this is where it all comes together. And when the sheep and goat judgments takes place, it's all about the Gentiles being judged based upon how they treated the Jewish people. He's like, hey, if you're a sheep, you're going to treat the Jewish people with love and kindness. You're going to visit them in jail. You're going to, give them food when they're hungry, water when they're thirsty. But if you receive the mark of the beast, you are going to persecute the Jewish people, and you are going to hurt them and afflict all kinds of pain. That is important to understand. This is some heavy stuff here. And so when you read Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3, I would propose to you the idea that you and I, if you are in America, I would argue that we have been in a blessed nation based upon the sole fact that we are the strongest ally to Israel. Think about that for a second. I want you to, it's just interesting to see that the rise and the fall of nations depends on their treatment of Israel. I want you to imagine a world. Hey, Monica, thank you so much for that heart. I want you to imagine a world where you and I, as Americans, just start attacking them like crazy, just bombing them. Can you imagine what would happen to you and I? This would be affecting us here in America in such a massive way. Psalm 122, absolutely. We need to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. That is important. Even though they are lost people, it does not matter, because to God, they are somebody special. And so we need to look at it as if we are looking through God's eyes. And if we are looking through God's eyes, then we are going to treat them in a certain kind of way because he tells us to. And so this Abrahamic covenant that is given here in Genesis chapter 12 is vital for us to really hold on to, because if we see it, then we are going to really either handle it a certain kind of way. You are either going to conclude by blessing them, and that is in different forms. Obviously, prayer is huge, praying for them, and also, or you are also going to curse them. And so there's many people who are cursing them and doing all kinds of terrible stuff and saying a whole bunch of stuff and rallying the troops and hearts and minds. There's a lot of people out there in the world with blue check marks by their name on social media who are trying to paint this whole terrible anti-Semitic kind of environment. And so it's really picking up some speed right now, and it's just crazy to behold. And so we need to be sensitive to this kind of stuff. Anyways, moving on, in Genesis chapter 12, one of the things, let's go to Joel chapter 3. Joel chapter 3 it puts things in perspective in a really, really good way, I think, in regards to how God sees things. Go to Joel chapter 3. In Joel chapter 3, this is basically at the end of the tribulation. Joel chapter 3, verse 1. In Joel chapter 3, verse 1, we are going to read about what takes place after the tribulation, So after the tribulation, Jesus returns to the earth. And when he returns to the earth, he is going to sit on his throne. And that's talked about in Matthew chapter 25. When he sits on his throne, he is going to start judging. Think about that. Now, you and I, if you're a born-again believer, we will not take part in this. Hey, thank you, Darren. We will not take part in this because we will already have our glorified bodies at this point. And praise God for that, because, I won't have, I'll have a voice. Like, that's not, going away. But in Joel chapter 3, verse 1, it says this: "For behold, in those days and at that time, when I bring back the captives of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations." So this all nations, again, whenever you see the phrase nations, this is the Gentile nations. This is all of the Gentile world. This is everything that is not Israel is going to be gathered together here. It says, "I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat." Crazy. This is going to be one big sentencing kind of judgment. If you imagine going to court for a speeding ticket and you're standing there and you hear the gavel, hit the thing, all of this kind of stuff. But it says, "And bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will enter into judgment with them there." Thank you, Monica. And it says, "On account of my people. He's going to be judging people based on how they treated his people, on account of my people, my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. They have also divided up my land. They have cast lots for my people, have given a boy as a payment, and for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine that they may drink. Do you see how serious? Like, God is keeping score right now. He is tracking what's going on in the world. He sees it all. And when he sees it all, there is going to come a day where there is going to be, God says, vengeance is mine, I will repay. And so you have all of this kind of stuff happening. And this is not good news for those people who are wading into these waters that are getting very, very dangerous. And so people are all up in arms, and it's all in regards to Israel. Israel has become a burdensome stone. It is becoming a cup of trembling. People are trying to just like, what do we do with Israel? Oh my goodness. And so it's basically a line in the sand, and it's all in regards to what do we do with Israel? Israel. Think about that. How crazy biblical this all is. And this is happening real time in our world. And so if you look just here in America, if you're paying attention to like what's going on social media here in America, you are either for Israel or you are against Israel. That's a big thing. And if you are for Israel, there's going to be some people who really want to yell at you and tell you how terrible you are. And it's happened to me. People make videos of me and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm here for it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I mean, this is just what the Bible says. Like, if God is for me, who can be against me? Like, anyways, Genesis chapter 12, moving on, getting back into Genesis chapter 12. I just need you guys to just be sensitive to this kind of stuff because it's very, very important. This is a big deal. And the reason why it's a big deal is because of how God addresses the entire situation. He who touches you touches the apple of my eye. That is like touching the apple of somebody's eye. It causes a knee-jerk reaction. It just naturally, a reaction is going to happen. If I touch you in the eye, it is going to cause a reaction. And so we are just poking him in the eye. You know, when you go to the eye doctor and you like put your face on that little thing and they're like, okay, and then there's a puff of air that comes, what are they just first off, there's no way that does anything. If there is somebody who works in that is an optometrist in here, just let me know because I'm throwing the flag. I don't believe it. It doesn't do anything. I think that it's all just to see how many people will actually put their face up on it. But anyways, I do it all the time. But in Genesis chapter 12, moving back to Genesis chapter 12, this is in Genesis chapter first times when God has actually talked directly to Abraham. And so this is the first where he actually talks directly to Abraham, but he actually talks to Abraham 7 different times. And so we can look up a couple different times, or we can actually look up these times when God actually talked to Abraham specifically. So he talks directly to Abraham in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1. That's the first time. But he talks to Abraham again for the second time in Genesis chapter 12, verse 7. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 7, it says, "Then the Lord appeared to Abraham and said to your descendants, I will give this land." So he appears to Abraham again in Genesis chapter 12, verse 7. Now let's go to Genesis 13, verse 14. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 14, it says this, "And the Lord said to Abraham, after Lot had separated from him, lift up your eyes now and look from the place where you are." So there's another time. That's a third time where God directly talks to Abraham. Now let's go to Genesis 15, verse 1. Genesis chapter 15, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 1, it says, "After these things, the word of the Lord came to Abraham in a vision, saying, 'Do not be afraid, Abraham. I am your shield.'" And so there's the fourth time. Now let's go to Genesis 17, verse 1. 17, verse 1 is another time where it says in Genesis 17, verse 1, it says, "When Abraham was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abraham, I am Almighty God. Walk before me and be blameless." Genesis chapter 17, verse 1, And then you have another one in Genesis 18, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 18, verse 1, it says, Then the Lord appeared to him by the terebinth trees of Mamre as he was sitting in the tent door in the heat of the day. So he lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bowed himself to the ground. So that's Genesis chapter 18, verse 1. And then the last one is in Genesis chapter 22, verse 1. And this is going to be the 7th time. In Genesis chapter 22, verse 1, it says, Now I said to Abraham and said to him, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. Genesis chapter 22 is going to be such a fun chapter. I am looking forward to it, but we will get there when we get there. Anyways, those are 7 times. Again, that's another 7. So you have 7 things that are given to us in Genesis 12, verse 2 through 3. And in Genesis chapter 12, verse 2 through 3, there are 7 I will statements that God says in regards to Abraham. And then God appears to Abraham a total of 7 times throughout the book of Genesis. And I think that is really, really cool to see how all of this kind of comes out just very, very simply. It's all design. When you start to see it, you're like, this is incredible. Moving on, Genesis chapter 12, verse 4. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 4, it says, So Abram departed as the Lord had spoken to him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. So here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 4, it says, So Abram departed. Now, we read earlier in Hebrews chapter 11 that he departed and he did not know where he was going. So in the author of Hebrews tells us that Abraham had no stinking clue where he was going. He's just like, all right. And so basically the whole picture here to understand, or so you can have a visual in your mind, is that Abraham is from Ur. U-R is how you spell it. U-R, Ur. He's from Ur down here. And he travels. So here's Babylon. Ur is right here. He travels from Ur. He goes all the way up to Haran, which is north of Damascus. And he dwells all the way up here until his father dies. Thank you. Wait, why no? And then after his father dies, then goes all the way down to Canaan, which is the promised land. And so interesting that's how he operated. It seems like Abraham did not listen right away, but here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 4, when it says, So Abraham departed as the Lord had spoken to him, it seems now obviously that his father had just passed away. And so now that his father had passed away, now Abraham is going to the place where God originally told him to go. So he did eventually obey, obviously. So moving on, Genesis chapter 12, verse 4 says, So Abraham departed as the Lord had spoken to him, and Lot went with him. And Abraham was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. And then it says in verse 5, it says, Then Abraham took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their possessions that they had gathered, and the people whom they had acquired in Haran, and they departed to go to the land of Canaan. So they came to the land of Canaan. Now, Canaan, again, if you guys remember going back, if you guys want to go back to Genesis chapter 9, verse 24. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 24, thank you, hallelujah. In Genesis 9, verse 24, this is the picture after the flood. Noah ends up getting drunk. He passes out, and his son Ham sees his father's nakedness. And after Noah wakes up, he knows what Ham did. And in Genesis chapter 9, verse 24, it says, So Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done to him. In verse 25, it says, Then he said, Cursed be Canaan. And so it's interesting that Ham was the one who did what was wrong. And instead of cursing Ham, Noah ends up cursing Ham's son, which is Canaan. And so it's interesting because Canaan is mentioned a couple times here in Genesis chapter 9, but we need to remember that the Canaanites were basically the enemies of Israel. The Canaanites were the enemies of Israel. And so that curse that was placed on Canaan, they become, thank you, Letha. Thank you so much for the subscribing. I appreciate that so much. And thank you, Caroline. Thank you so much, guys. That is very kind. But it's interesting to see that the land of Canaan, and the land of Canaan was the promised land, but the Canaanites were the ones who were the enemies of Israel. But the land where the Canaanites were dwelling was the land that God promised Abraham. And so Abraham's now in the land of Canaan where his enemies are. And it's just like one big, like, holy smokes type of situation. And so Abraham is now in the land. He just needs to now possess it. What's interesting about during the life of Abraham is that he never possessed the entire thing. And so we'll talk about that here in a little bit, but that is important to understand. So God gives him the land, but just because he gives him the land doesn't mean that Abraham actually possessed it, because he didn't control all of it. He controlled a little piece, but he didn't own it all. And so that's important to understand, because that'll have millennial kingdom type implications, and we'll talk about that here in just a little bit when we get to chapter 13. Moving on, Genesis chapter 12. In Genesis chapter 12, Genesis chapter 12, verse 6. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, it says, Abraham passed through the land to the place of Shechem, as far as the terebinth tree of Moreh. And the Canaanites were then in the land. Now, Shechem is close to Samaria. So now Abraham is in the promised land. He's in the promised land. Now, what's interesting about this verse here is that we are introduced to these terebinth trees. Now, what's interesting about the terebinth trees is what they are symbolic of and what they seem to represent. Terebinth trees, they represent resilience, because these trees can basically thrive and remain green in any kind of atmosphere. It doesn't matter what kind of environment they are in. They can survive and thrive in almost any kind of environment. And they also can live for a very, very long time. And what's interesting about them is that even if they are cut down, with that stump that still remains, out of the stump can sprout a shoot, and it can grow into another tree. And so these things are known as being very, very resilient. You have the sprout from the stump, and you're just like watching this entire thing take place. But this terebinth tree is something that I think is really interesting, because it's mentioned all throughout Scripture. But these terebinth trees are mentioned in many different places. Here in Genesis 12, where Abraham literally had seen God appear, this is the first time. And the first time that Abraham sees God appear is here, because it says in Genesis chapter 12, verse 7, it says, then the Lord appeared. Think about that. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, it says the Lord had said. It doesn't say that the Lord appeared. It just says that the Lord had said. So that kind of leaves it open for interpretation. But here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 7, it specifically tells us that the Lord appeared. The Lord appeared. And I just think that's so interesting. So Abraham appeared. I'm sorry, God appeared. And the first time that God appeared to Abraham, it's in direct connection with the terebinth tree. And so if you imagine just being out, let's say that you're at a Walmart, you're at a Walmart, and then all of a sudden God appeared to you. Every single time you would drive past a Walmart, you would be like, you would remember what had happened, because of how, like, the connection in your mind that would make. And so what in Abraham's mind, so it seems, is that the same thing applies here, because the terebinth tree was like a faith mark in his. It was like a staple in his mind. And in Genesis chapter 12, verse 7, you'll see that he ends up building an altar here, and it's something that really carries with him. But these terebinth trees are mentioned in multiple different places. In Genesis chapter 13, if you guys want to turn the page over a couple pages, you see in Genesis chapter 13, verse 18, it says this: then Abraham moved his tent and went and dwelt by the terebinth trees. So right the first time that we are told that God appeared to Abraham, the terebinth tree was there. And so then when you fast forward, Abraham moved his tent and went and dwelt by the terebinth tree. It's interesting, because Abraham's like, man, is God going to show up again? Maybe there's like a connection with these trees or something. So I don't really know, but I just think it's an interesting kind of connection. But you see there in Genesis 12, you have it in Genesis chapter 13, but also you have it in Isaiah chapter have it in Isaiah chapter 61. We talked about that before. If you guys want to go to Isaiah chapter 61, there's an interesting thought that is attached to the trees in Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1. And the trees here, or the tree that is mentioned here, is 61, verse 3. But in Isaiah chapter 61, verse 3, it says, to console those who mourn in Zion, to give them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they may be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he may be glorified. Now, these trees of righteousness in Isaiah chapter 61, verse 3, are commonly attributed to the terebinth tree, and it's because they are rooted and they are built up their faith. These trees of righteousness grow, and if you remember in Psalm chapter 1, it talks about like this person will be like a tree planted by the waters. Trees, you have these trees, this concept of a tree, you could just do a whole search and study on just trees, and you'll just be like, man, this is incredible. But there's also a curse that's attached to trees as well. We understand that, in Genesis chapter 3, when Adam gets cursed, it says, cursed is the ground, but the thorns are brought up, and the thorns are very symbolic of the curse as well. Now, when you fast forward in the Gospel of John, you see that Jesus is crucified, and the curse, the thorns, was placed on his head. That's very interesting. But not only was it placed on his head, Jesus was also crucified to a tree, and that's fascinating because in Galatians, Paul says that cursed is anyone brought up in the I think Deuteronomy as well. So the tree. Also, in connection to the tree, in Psalm 22, you have what is referred to as the tola worm. And the tola worm, what the tola worm is it is this mother worm who basically attaches herself to a tree. And when she attaches herself to a tree, she basically fastens herself to the tree, and she is not leaving the tree. And then out of her, she dies on that tree, and then her children that are inside her basically eat their way out of the mother. And then when that happens, the tree is stained crimson red. It stains it red. And then 3 days later, the mother's body drops off of the tree, and it turns white as snow as it goes away. Jesus in Psalm 22, I am a tola worm. That's what the tola worm represents. It's incredible. Anyways, this is all connected to trees. Now, the other connection in regards to trees, I'm a whosoever. Thank you so much for that. Sent a unicorn. That's super cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Love that name so much. Thank you, man. I actually don't know your name, but thank you so much. That's very kind. If you guys want to go to John chapter, I think it's we were here, man. I can't remember. John chapter 4, maybe. Nope. Yes, John chapter 4. If you guys want to go to John chapter 4, we'll read about this Jesus having a conversation with the Samaritan woman. And so, just in case, just like a little review on the Samaritans. The Samaritans, they were taken captive by the Assyrian Empire, and they were basically forced to mingle. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you so much. You in John chapter 4, you have the Samaritan woman. Just the Samaritans were forced; they were taken captivity by the Assyrians. The Assyrians basically took for them wives, and so you have a pagan being mixed with a Jewish person, and like you see a watering down of they're trying to breed out their Jewishness in a sense, and that resulted with the Samaritans. And so they were half Jews mixed with idolatry. And they had all kinds of stuff that were just attached to their way of life. And so Samaritans had a lot of issues with the Jewish people. And so they didn't get along very well. And so Jesus actually has a conversation with this woman. And so what's interesting is what we learn in John chapter 4, because in John chapter 4, verse 1, it says, therefore, when the Lord knew that the Pharisees had heard that Jesus made and baptized more disciples than John, though Jesus himself did not baptize, but his disciples, he left Judea and departed again to Galilee. But he needed to go through Samaria. I think it's so fascinating that we are told that he needed to go through Samaria. Why did he need? Why did he need to go through Samaria? This is one of those times where we are told, in a sense, about a very divine itinerary that Jesus was on. He was on it. This is a divine itinerary. He had a schedule, and he was where he needed to be at all times, every single time. And I think that is really cool, but he needed to go through Samaria. Why? Well, ultimately, he ends up winning this person. She ends up putting her faith in Jesus. And then after that takes place, she runs into the town. She tells everybody about this guy named Jesus. And then those people come out and they also get saved too. My point here is that Jesus knew what he needed to do. And what happened there in Samaria had a ripple effect of somehow that we will never know until we get home with the Lord, how that actually played out. Because what he did right there sent shockwaves throughout that place of the world, and it's still echoing and it's still rippling out into our world today as well. And I think it's absolutely incredible. His timing is perfect. It's amazing. But what I want to focus on here, thank you, Kimmy, in John chapter 4, verse 5, in John chapter 4, verse 5, it says, "So he came to a city of Samaria, which is called Sychar, near the plot of the ground that Jacob gave to his son Joseph." Now, Sychar and Shechem seem to be the same kind of location. And so my point in bringing you to John chapter 4 is to get you to see that we keep going back to the same locations. You keep going back to the same locations, Abraham and Shechem. And then if you continue reading, you see Joshua goes to Shechem in Joshua chapter 24. You see where Joshua brings all of the idols out of everybody brings their idols to him, and then they're basically choosing who they are going to worship. In Genesis, like chapter 38 or something like that, everybody gives all of their idols to Jacob, and then Jacob buries all of the idols under a terebinth tree. And so you see they're continuing to come back to this one location, and the one location is also connected to the tree. And so there's a tree, there's a location, the location in the tree, and it happens in the Old Testament, and it continues on, and there's still incredible things that happen in the same location in the New Testament as well. And so it is very, very fascinating to see this kind of stuff happen. Drop my pen. Oh, help me, Oprah Winfrey. All right. So this tree became like a landmark, and it became kind of like a faith mark to Abraham. It became very special to him. And there's other things that also took place there. This was special to him. It was also connected to Joseph. There was kings that basically became location. And it's also connected to Joseph being buried. And here you have Joshua bringing a nation here. And you also have the whole situation that we just looked up there in John chapter 4, where Jesus had a Samaritan woman, where he would speak to the Samaritan woman in the same location, in this roundabout same location. And so it's pretty cool to see this location all throughout the scriptures where all of these things are taking place. And it's just a neat kind of picture. Let's get back to Genesis chapter 12 now. Genesis chapter 12. Actually, let's go to Genesis 35. Genesis 35 verse 1. And let's look up that picture where Jacob was burying all of the idols at the tree, just to kind of like, just so you can see it. Genesis chapter 35 verse 1. In Genesis chapter 35 verse 1, it says, "Then God said to Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel and dwell there, and make an altar there to God from the face of Esau your brother. And Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, Put away the among you, purify yourselves and change your garments. Then let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make an altar there to God, who answered me in the day of my distress and has gone with me in the way which I have gone." So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods which were in their hands and the earrings which were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the terebinth tree, which was by Shechem. So this location is very it's significant in some kind of way, shape, or form. This is something that keeps being brought up in multiple different locations, and I think that is something at least to pay attention to or be mindful of. But this tree was very special to Abraham. And it seems that it was a constant reminder of sorts to God or of God. And I think that's kind of cool. But anyways, that's at the least of the case. That's at least what it is. But in Genesis chapter 12, moving back to Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, it says, Abraham passed through the land to the place of Shechem. Thank you, dude. As far as the terebinth tree of Morah. And the Canaanites were then in the land. And then in verse 7, it says, Then the Lord appeared to Abraham and said, To your descendants I will give this land. And there he built an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. So again, we are told that God appears to him 2 different times in that same verse. It says, Then the Lord appeared to him. And then it says he built an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. So God literally appeared to him. And that is fascinating. But he builds an altar, but God promises this land. He says, to your descendants, I will give this land. Now, this is fascinating because, again, Abraham doesn't have any kids yet. And so Abraham's like listening to this and he's just like, he's like looking around. He's just like, my descendants. And so Abraham is trying to pick it. He's trying to figure it all out. He's hearing he's hearing the words. He's like, I understand. I see. I get the words you're saying, but I don't think I fully understand. And so he's trying to piece it all together. And so this is kind of interesting to see. Like, you can almost get inside Abraham's mind a little bit. Give this descendants. It's not until later where God says, I'm going to give this land to you and your descendants. That comes later. And so Abraham is like, okay, well, my descendants are going to get this land. What about me? Abraham had only been promised to be shown the land. And that's what you have in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1. But here in a little bit, we are going to see that God specifically says, I'm going to give the land to you, Abraham, and to your descendants. And so that's coming up. But we'll get there in Genesis chapter 13. So let's continue reading in Genesis chapter 12, verse 8. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 8, it says, And he moved from there east of Bethel and pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. So here, Bethel means house of God. Bethlehem means house of bread. These names are really kind of cool. But in Genesis chapter 12, verse 8, what I think is interesting is that we are told that he pitched his tent. Now, Abraham pitching his tent is, it's interesting seeing where he is pitching his tent. Abraham is a tent is, obviously it's temporary. It's a temporary thing. In the New Testament, Paul refers to his body as being this tent. He's like, I'm going to put off this tent. And so this is a temporary situation that we got going on here. This is going away. But we are looking forward to the new body, which is, going to be a celestial body. I'm excited for that one. I'm pumped. I'm looking forward to that one. But here, this tent is something that he was living in. He was a nomad. He was kind of like bebopping around, just kind of like roaming around. Now, he was in the promised land, but he was moving around. And it's fascinating because of what we are told in the book of Hebrews, because Abraham, he is a pilgrim. Abraham's focus was on the city whose builder and maker was God. Now that's important. We are told that in Hebrews chapter 11. We looked that up earlier. In Hebrews chapter 11, he was focused on the city on whose builder and maker is God. So even though Abraham is in the land that God is, showing him, he is in a tent. And it's in a tent, which means temporary. And so he was not focused on what he was here. He was like, I'm focused on there. And so the question that we can apply to ourselves is, where are you focused on? Because if you read Philippians, Paul tells us that this is not our home. Our citizenship is not here. Our citizenship is in heaven. And so if you feel out of place down here on earth, then good, because this is not our home. This is not where we are going to, we're a stranger passing through. Like, it's the same thing as if I just pick you up and I go and I drop you off in China somewhere, you would feel like a fish out of water. You'd be like, what, hello? You'd be like, what's going on here? And so just like how you would feel out of place there, the same way as that we should feel out of place here, because this is not our home. And so we're here right now because we are on the mission of the King, and the mission that the King gave us is to seek and to save that which is lost. And so we need to be doing the will of the Lord as much as we possibly can. Because just like if you pretend that you are a king and you give an order to your subjects should go out and they should be doing what the king commanded. Just the same thing is true with you and I. We have the privilege to go out and tell other people about Jesus, and that's what we need to be doing. And so that is kind of like a same kind of roundabout way, or a connection in a sense of a New Testament, Old Testament thing. Abraham was in the land, but he didn't have an actual home, like a permanent home. He was always living in a tent. You see the tent there. He was, bebopping around, and the same thing that he was a pilgrim. And so that is, you and I are pilgrims as well. But also in Genesis chapter 12, verse 8, you are introduced to the city called Ai. What's interesting is that Ai, what it means, if you click on that word in the Hebrew, Ai means a heap of ruins. And I think that's very, it could be prophetic in a roundabout way in regards to what you and I are dealing with here in 2025. Ai means a heap of ruins. Think about that. So you and I are living in a world of technology, and AI is just getting crazier and crazier and crazier and crazier and crazier. Like there's no stopping this thing, right? It is just, we can't unplug it. You can't take it out, blow in it, and then plug it back in again. You just can't do that. It's not like that anymore. It's unstoppable. And so now it's just fascinating because there's all kinds of connections that could come into, the future in regards to the image that is being breathed life into, that is mentioned in Revelation 13. Because the image that is going to be erected in the third temple, the false prophet's going to be able to breathe life into it, and it is going to be worshipped. And it's just fascinating. Is that image going to be AI? Is it going to be connected to it? And so you can make a strong argument that it is going to be. I have no idea. We'll find out from above, because I believe it will be taken out of here before then. And so praise God for that. But anyways, I just think it's fascinating that AI is a heap of ruins. Anyways, going back to Genesis chapter 12. So in Genesis chapter 12, verse 8, like Abraham builds an altar. And so what's fascinating about this time is that there were no altars that Abraham had built before. There is no altars that Abraham had built and did not do it in Haran. He did not do it in Ur or Haran. And so I think that's interesting, but he's doing it now that he is in the promised land. And so he's talking to him. He's becoming more familiar with God. God appears, and then he builds an altar. Remember, God called Abraham out of pagan worship. And just like how God called Abraham out of pagan worship, he called you and I out. That is what the church is. The church is the ecclesia, the called out ones. We have been called out, and praise God for that. It's like we were in a burning house and somebody called us out. And so we just came on out. And that's what we should be trying to do for other people. We should try to be telling other people about Jesus, but we can't force them to put their faith in Jesus Christ. We can just sow the seeds. Some plant, some water, some plant, but God gets the increase. And so somebody's from Nebraska blocked. I'm just messing. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that, Rose. Michaela, thank you so much. That's very kind. Thank you. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 9, moving on. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 9, it says, so Abraham journeyed, going on still toward the south. Thank you, Penny. It goes on to verse 10, and it says, now there was a famine in the land, and Abraham went down to Egypt to dwell there, for the famine was severe in the land. Now, this is interesting because if there was a famine in our land, it would only be logical to leave and go to a place where there was not a famine. So Abraham was in a land where there was a famine, and he leaves the famine to go to a place where there were things that were thriving. And he goes to Egypt because obviously Egypt had the Nile. And when there's the Nile there, that means that there's water. And where there's water, there's food. And where there's food, there's people that are prospering. And so Abraham goes to Egypt, and this is Abraham disobeying God, and that is fascinating. And when you view Egypt in the Bible, Egypt can be viewed as an idiom for the world. So Babylon is viewed as an idiom for Satan's capital, and Egypt is viewed as the world. And so here, Abraham walks his little feet back, or he walks his feet to Egypt, and that is, this is a form of disobedience because God did not tell him to do that. He told him to go to the land that I will show you, and that is not what he ended up doing here. But let's go to Isaiah chapter 31, verse 1. Go to Isaiah chapter 31, verse 1. In regards to Egypt, there's some things that is mentioned here in Isaiah 31 in regards to Egypt, and it says this. In Isaiah 31:1, it says, "Woe to those who go down to Egypt for help and rely on horses, who trust in chariots because they are many, and in horsemen because they are very strong, but who do not look to the Holy One of Israel, nor seek the Lord." That is wild. Now let's go to Psalm chapter 20, verse 7. Psalm chapter 7. Because in Psalm chapter 20, that goes hand in hand with that verse, it says this, says, "Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God." It is so vital for us to remember that during our world today, right now, is that it's so easy to put our faith in another person. We want to put our faith in somebody that we can see. We want to put it into a politician or a president or some kind of world leader or somebody who is a celebrity. And that's exactly the opposite thing that we need to be doing. You guys remember the story of Elisha when he, he had his servant, and like the servant was freaking out, and it's because they were surrounded on all sides, and the servant's looking at Elisha and he's like, "Why are you not worried?" And he's like, "Lord, open his eyes." And then he opens his eyes. God opens the servant's eyes, and then the servant looks around and he sees that they are surrounded by chariots of fire. And he's like, "They're with us than that there are with them." And that is what is going on around us right now. We have no idea what's going on around us, just like how that servant had no idea. And just like how that servant had no idea, we have no idea. But what we do know is that God is in control. And so no matter what happens to you and I, we need to be putting our faith in him, not in somebody else, not in me, not in a pastor, not in some teacher that's out there that you love listening to. Why? Because men will let you down, but God won't. He is faithful and true. That's my favorite title about him. He is faithful and true, and you can just hold on to his promises. And so you're just like, "Oh, good. This is something I'm just going to cling to." And so putting your faith in like how much, ammo you have and how many people, all this kind of stuff. It's like, no. This is going away. This is all going to melt. This is all going to dissolve. And when we think about that and we focus on that, and they're like, "Wait a second, well, I need to be putting my faith and hope in something that is eternal." Well, that will ultimately lead you back to Jesus Christ, who is God Almighty, who is holding everything together by the power of his word. And that is incredible. Thank you, Monica. I appreciate those gifts so much. And so do not put your faith in something that is mankind related. Put your faith in God. And so we do not put our faith in chariots. That is not, we don't put our faith in military means. Thank you, Vic, and thank you, Cheryl. Thank you so much for that. Thank you guys for those roses. This is an important thing to remember. Going back to Genesis chapter 12. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 10, you have thank you, Who But God. Thank you so much for that heart. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 10, hey, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Jolly, the joy bean. Thank you so much. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 10, it says, "Now there was a famine in the land, and Abraham went down to Egypt to dwell there, for the famine was severe in the land." Now it's fascinating because why in the world would Abraham go before man when he could have gone before the Lord? And so it's just one of those things, like we need to really, really train ourselves in a way to think. Thank you, Cheryl. This is why I say we need to learn how to think. I need to learn how to think. My knee-jerk reaction is to do something on my own. I want to do things on my own. I've been recently trying to really been like, "Lord," like I was praying today earlier. I was like, "Lord, single thing. Can you help me out with everything? Like, I need help with everything. I need help so much." It's incredible. And so the more we are reliant on him, that is going to become a knee-jerk reaction. It's just going to be something that just happens. It's like when people are training. When they react, it's a byproduct of their training up until that point. And so if you are training and training and training and praying and praying and praying and praying and praying and everything, then when something happens, your knee-jerk reaction is going to be to give it to the Lord and be like, Lord, here it is. Now it's out of my hands. I gave it to you. It's your problem now. It's not my problem. I have no control. Lord, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Lord, hey, it's me again. Here it is. It's me again. Like, here we go. And just keep on just talking to him and putting your faith and hope in him and your trust in him, and you will do well. And this is when you have a peace that passes all understanding. It's not something that just there's a lot of born again believers who are, spiritually immature, who don't know certain things. And it's because they haven't added to their faith virtue, to their virtue knowledge, control, perseverance, all of these things. There's no building blocks. They just have faith, but they don't know what they have faith in other than that Jesus died for them. That's great, but you need to continue to grow. You need to continue to grow. And so doing this kind of stuff is just all part of the Christian walk. And so I'd encourage you to really, really try to draw near in a way of prayer. Prayer is incredibly powerful, and it is something you need to be mindful of. If you do that, I'm telling you, it's going to change your life around. You are going to be more mindful of the things of the Lord, and then you're going to have a heart for others, and you're going to want to serve people, and you're going to want to pour into other people, and you're going to love more because you're going to be more connected, and you're going to be more mindful of God. And that's what we need to be doing, letting our light so shine. Getting back into Genesis chapter 12, verse 11. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 11, it says, "And it came to pass when he was close to entering Egypt, that he said to Sarai, his wife, Indeed, I know that you are a woman of beautiful countenance. Therefore, it will happen that when the Egyptians see you, that they will say, This is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will let you live. Please say you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and that I may live because of you." What's interesting about this is that women are, we talked about this last time. Thank you, Cheryl. Women, Sarai must have been something special because she is mentioned how beautiful she is multiple different times. And I think that's something to pay attention to. But this is something that is observable. Now, women, you guys are incredible. You guys are extremely beautiful. It's something that is, in a sense, King David, like he looked across the way and he just completely, throws caution to the wind and just full sends it because of the beautiful woman across the road. And it is such a tool. It's such a powerful weapon that you guys wield. And this was Sarai's case as well. And so I would encourage you, if you are a woman, if you are married, and even if you are not, to be a head turner, but being a head turner for the Lord. Because you and I, we have different roles. We are created in the image of God, but we have different roles. Like I am a man. If you are a woman, we have different roles. And so we are all needing to submit. One just submits to one to another. A woman submits to her husband. The husband submits to the Lord. And that's the chain of command type of status. But a woman, being beautiful, can use that weapon against mankind. And that's basically what's happening in the world right now. That's the cool thing, like how little clothing that we can wear out in the world right now. And it's just the world, we've all become so desensitized because there's nothing that makes us like bashful anymore. But Sarai was, she must have been very, very beautiful. And I want you guys to remember how powerful it actually is, because in Genesis chapter 6, you read about the sons of God. You read about the fallen angels who literally just saw the angels saw the women and that they were beautiful. Think about that. These created angels, the things that mankind is so all up and all about, the things that make the most views on TikTok and on YouTube, the things about Nephilim and all this kind of stuff, those things that people care about so much are so infatuated with women, of these women, and they took them as wives. And so the power that's incredibly, you need to recognize the power that you guys have. Modesty is super cool. I know, right, Bridget? That's why I wear a snowsuit everywhere I go. I'm just like, nope, I'm totally kidding. But going back to Genesis chapter 12. So, anyways, just to get you to understand, Abraham basically talking about like talking to his wife and saying, "Hey, let's tell everybody that you are my sister." This was not his first time. He's done this multiple times, and the reason was because if he got everybody to think that they were brothers and sisters, then instead of killing Abraham, they wouldn't kill him. They would basically try to talk to him and try to reason with Abraham in order to try to win Sarai as a wife. And so they would try to, cozy up to Abraham, and Abraham would shut him down. And so he'd just be like, nope, you're not getting her. But we need to understand that this is Abraham telling a half truth, because he is not necessarily lying here. He is telling people a truth. He is saying, hey, let's tell everybody that you are my sister. That is not a lie, because they were brothers and sisters. They were half brothers and half sisters. But you see the Ryan in the wild. You see the little deception here, though, right? Like, how many times do we do stuff like this, right? Like, it's difficult. It's easy to look at Abraham and be like, man, can you believe how he would just do such a thing? It's like, how many times do we do that in our day-to-day life, where we tell half truths, and which is in effect being deceptive. All right, verse 14, it says, so it was when Abraham came into Egypt that the Egyptians saw the woman, that she was very beautiful. The princes of Pharaoh also saw her and commended her to Pharaoh, and the woman was taken to Pharaoh's house. So Abraham not only acknowledges how beautiful she is, but then the princes of Pharaoh also saw how beautiful she was, and then Pharaoh also saw how beautiful she was. So she's just really quite something. And so she's important or beautiful enough that she makes it all the way to the top of the ladder. And that's where you get to verse 16. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 16, it says, he treated, but the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abraham's wife. Now, the reason why God plagued, one of the things to really pay attention to is the question on the table is, why did God specifically plague Pharaoh and his house with great plagues? The first off, we aren't told what great plagues they are, but we are told that they were great plagues. Just think about that. So you can fill in the blank right there. You could also pull from some of the plagues in Exodus and probably apply some of that stuff in here. I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, that would be speculation, but I think that those would be classified as being great plagues. And so that would be before Moses' time, obviously, but I think that that's very fascinating. So anyways, Genesis chapter 12, Abram is in Egypt. He's dealing with Pharaoh, great plagues. That seems to be foreshadowing of futuristic plagues that are going to take place with Moses in Egypt, and also great plagues. But one of the things to pay attention to is, why did God plague this Pharaoh and his household? Why did he do that? The reason is because Abraham was messing with God's covenant, because God was going to bless Adam through Sarah. And that is how that is how we were given Isaac. Thank you, Leah. Because God was going to bless Abraham with a son. And if Sarai was taken as a wife, then Isaac would not have been born. And so Abraham, doing what he was doing, and leaving and doing the thing that he was doing here in Egypt, basically forced God's hand in a roundabout way, because God had already promised Abraham a covenant where he was going to bless him with crazy descendants all over the place. And it was going to be through Sarai. It was going to begin through Abraham and Sarai having a child. And through that child, and that child would be Isaac. And from Isaac, we would get Jacob, and so on and so forth. So Abraham was playing with fire in a roundabout way. Moving on to Genesis chapter 12, verse 18. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 18, it says, and Pharaoh, what you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? I might have taken her as my wife. Now, therefore, here is your wife. Take her and go your way. So Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away with his wife and all that he had. Okay, so that's Genesis chapter 12. We will dive into Genesis chapter 13, but just in case you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you guys are interested in a verse by verse Bible study like this. We've gone through Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. We just finished the book of Revelation not too long ago, and now we are diving into the book of Genesis. And so that's why we're here. We're just making our way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and we're homebound, and and so that's what we're doing. I have I have like a little sore throat, so I'm just gonna You guys remember in Dumb and Dumber, like when he's just like getting ready to, swimmy, Samsonite. Man, I was way off. And then he like, he's at the door, and like before she opens the door, he like sprays the thing and it like goes out the other way. It just like cracks me. So this, I knew you guys would laugh at me. And so I'm so sorry, but just what it is. It's going to help me make it through here. This is honey. This is not mint or anything like that. Genesis. Okay. So anyways, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're just going through the Bible and it's incredible. I want you guys to always remember the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? If you don't know that, then all of these other things don't matter. There's one way to get to heaven. You need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is given to us in Romans. Romans 3:23 says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." It goes on. So you're a sinner and you have fallen short of the glory of God. Romans 6:23 gives us more bad news. It says, "For the wages of sin is death." That's a lot of bad news right there. But this is where the good news comes in. It says, "But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." It means I could give you a present. You have the option to take it or to reject it. If you take it and you open it up, what's inside is eternal life. That's the gift of God. The gift of God is eternal life, and it's through Jesus Christ our Lord. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. This is very important to understand. John 3:16 says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life." Thank you so much, Ashy. Thank you so much. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, where it says the good news, and the good news is that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. That's incredible news. That is good news. That is what the gospel means. The gospel is good news. Thank you so much, Mary, for those subscriptions. That is awesome. If you guys have any questions about that, if you would like to unpack that a little bit more, if you would like to reach out to me, I would love to talk to you. I need you to understand that that's what I want to do here. I want to help as much as I possibly can in any kind of area that I possibly can. I would love to have a conversation. But if you would like to, you can. My messages are open for anybody. I always respond. I always try to have conversations and help in any kind of way that I can. But I want you to remember that I don't get everything right, and I'm never going to get everything right. But I want you to understand also that you are not going to get everything right either. And so that's why we need to come back to what we do know is 100% true, and that is that Jesus is God's Son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for our sins, and that he was buried and he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, "For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." These secondary things that we're talking about here in Genesis, they're secondary. They pale in comparison to what Jesus did on the cross. The Nephilim, everybody loves talking about the Nephilim. That is nothing. Why are we talking about and spending so much time diving into a creature rather than focusing on the Creator? And so I would love to just turn your attention back to where it belongs and to stay focused on Jesus Christ, because that's where we need to be. And so I would encourage you, if you're a born-again believer, to tell people about Jesus, because that's what we need to be doing. Time is short, one way or the other, whether or not the rapture happens in the next 500 years from now, or if he waits another 1,000 years, or maybe it's 5 days from now. Who knows? I do not know. But what I do know is that I am here for a very short amount of time, whether I have 30 more years left or 20 more years left or 5 days left. I am here for a very short amount of time. And so what I want to be doing with that time that I have been given is telling people about Jesus, because that is what it's just such an honor to be able to do that. Like, he doesn't need us to do that. He is allowing us the opportunity to do that. Like he said, like when he rode into town on a donkey, he said, if these people didn't do what they were doing, he says, surely the stones would cry out. Think about that. The stones, all of creation is declaring the glory of God, where we read about that in Psalms. My point here is that he allows us. He's giving us an opportunity. It's just, if you are going to take it, are you going to use this opportunity that you have and the breath that you have? Because what we have right now, the breath that we are breathing, this is borrowed time. He's giving it to us. He's like, hey, that's a gift. 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 Every breath, every heartbeat, everything that's happening to us is an absolute gift. It's an absolute mercy. And so I want you guys to understand that. The more you understand that, the more you recognize how awesome God is. The more you recognize how awesome God is, the more you focus on other people. The more you focus on other people, the more you love them and serve them in hopes of trying to bring them to Jesus. We want to do whatever we can in effort to win some. And thank you so much. I'm a whosoever. Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you so much for those gifts. And thank you, Mary EMT. Thank you so much. And Who But God, thank you so much for that. Guys, if you wanted to support this ministry in any kind of way, you can do that. There's links up in my TikTok profile. I'm just trying to do this. I'm trying to do this as a full-time ministry. If you would like to be a part of that, or if you would like to help that and support that in any kind of way, there's ways to do that in my TikTok profile. Literally, it's ran by you guys. And so I'm just going to keep on doing this until the wheels fall off. I tell you guys that all the time, until the wheels fall off. And so, the Lord's already seems to be blessing it in many ways, just because we're all learning so much. And so I'm privileged to be a part of that. I think it's so incredible to be able to pour into you guys. And I want to thank you guys for trusting me. I know you guys don't know me personally, but thank you for trusting me. But I also want you guys to caution yourselves, because you need to test me. You need to test all things and hold fast to that which is good. We need to be like the Bereans in Acts chapter 17, verse 11, in that they receive the word with all readiness, and they search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. You need to hear it, you need to receive it, and then you need to test it. Test it. Because if you don't test me, you're not going to test that person. And I want you to test that person. I want you to understand, I'm never going to say something wrong on purpose. I'm always going to say what I believe is correct. And I always propose the idea in a way. And I always want to basically present whatever I believe in a way. And I try to say, hey, this is what I believe, but there's other people who see it this way. So you can come to your own conclusion. This is a deep dive Bible study. And so, it's a beautiful thing that I think is happening here. And so if you guys are enjoying that, thank you so much. If you guys would like to follow me on YouTube, you guys are more than welcome to do that, because if TikTok goes away, we'll keep doing this on YouTube. And I'm live streaming on YouTube right now, and I upload all of these to YouTube as well. And so if you're looking for a verse by verse Bible study, maybe consider, if you find that this one is worthy enough, maybe YouTube. You don't have to do that, but that is an option for you. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and get back in 13. All right, Genesis chapter 13. Hey, Holly, good to see you on YouTube. Till the wheels fall off. I'm telling you what, Yogi, till the wheels fall off. I'm telling you, you know what? I was dreading doing this. When I brought this down here, I was like, oh no, I'm going to have to do it. I was like, am I just going to lean off camera? But then I was like, well, I'm on 2 cameras. So how do I do that? And you guys reacted exactly how I thought it would happen. And I was like, I'm just going to have to just go with it. So don't you mind me. Hello, Karen. Good to see you. All right. So let's go ahead and get on into Genesis chapter 13. We're going to dive into chapter 13 now. Let's get on into it. Genesis chapter 13, verse 1 says this. Then Abram, so this chapter is going to be basically talking about Abraham's separation from Lot. That is where we are going to kind of be focusing on. Do you speak Spanish, my friend? No, I do not. ¿Dónde está el biblioteca? Yo tengo un gato en mis pantalones. No, I don't. No, It's about as far as it goes. I'm so sorry. But in Genesis chapter 13, verse 1, it says, Then Abraham went up from Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, to the south. And then he goes up from so he went up from Egypt, and he and his wife and with him to the south. Now, just switched from TikTok. Very cool. Welcome, Tina. Good to have you. So when it says that he went to the south, it's not that he went south of Egypt. He actually went up from Egypt, but he was in the south part. If this is Israel, Canaan, here's Egypt. He goes north of Egypt, and he goes into the land of Canaan, and so he's at the south part of the land of Canaan. So he doesn't go south of Egypt, he goes north, and he ends up in the south part of the land of Canaan. So that's what Genesis chapter 13, verse 1 is talking about. But moving on in verse 2, Genesis 13, verse 2, it says, Abraham was very rich in livestock and silver and in gold. So now many people believe that Abraham was the richest man alive. He was the Bill Gates of his time. This dude was just absolutely loaded. He had all kinds of stuff, and we're going to actually see that a little bit more clearly demonstrated when we get to Genesis chapter 14, because we're going to see that he had like 319 servants that were born in his household. Think about how massive that is. I mean, that's just the servants that he had with him, just the dudes. That's not even talking about the other people, like the younger children and the wives and the grandmothers and all that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, like this Abraham was he was a boss. Anyways, Genesis 13 verse 3, it says, and he went on his journey from the south as far as Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning between Bethel and Ai, to the place of the altar which he had made there at first. And there Abraham called on the name of the Lord. Now that phrase, called on the name of the Lord, is echoed in the Old Testament in other places. And I think it's in Joel chapter 2. I can't remember. I think I was trying to figure this out last time. I want to say it's in Joel chapter 2. They called in the name of the Lord. Actually, let me look that up before, because now that's just going to be like a thing. And last time I was like, I'm just going to remember it, and I never remember it. But I think it's in Joel chapter 2. It'll just take a second. Hold, please. Yes, Joel chapter 2, verse 32. At the end of Joel chapter 2, verse 32, it says, and it shall come to pass that whoever calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved. So it's actually, that's very fascinating. So where am I at? Oh no, my Bible just ripped here. That's not good. Genesis chapter 13, verse 4. It says in Genesis chapter 13, verse 4, it says, to the place of the altar which he had made there at first, and there Abram called on the name of the Lord. Now, the passage in Joel chapter 2, that's talking about what the Jewish people are going to be doing at the end of the tribulation, because they are literally going to call upon the name of the Lord. Remember in Matthew chapter 23, Jesus says, I say to you, you shall see me no more until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. They are going to call upon the name of the Lord. They're going to call. And that's just fascinating, because that's, echoed in Hosea chapter 5, verse 15, where God will go and return to my place up in heaven until they acknowledge their offense. And so all of that kind of just seems to go together very nicely. Anyways, moving on, Genesis chapter 13, verse 5. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 5, can you give... Genesis chapter 13, verse 5, it says, Lot also, who went with Abraham, had flocks and herds and tents. Now the land was not able to support them, that they might dwell together, for their possessions were so great that they could not dwell together. And there was strife between the herdsmen of Abraham's livestock and the herdsmen of Lot's livestock. The Canaanites and the Perizzites then dwelt in the land. So Abraham said to Lot, please, let there be no strife between you and me, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Please separate from me. If you take the left, then I will go to the right, and if you go to the right, then I will go to the left. Now, I actually want to read verse 10 real fast, because in verse 10 it says, "And Lot lifted his eyes and saw the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as you go toward Zoar." Now, why this is so interesting is because, okay, obviously this is painting a picture of how well Abraham was. Like, he had so much. Like, he had so much that all of his people were just bumping into one another, and they're like, there ain't enough room for all of us here. We're going to have to, like, go our separate ways. And so what's so interesting is that Abraham, he lowers himself and he allows his nephew to make a decision. He's like, you decide, you pick where you want to go. Think about that. That's not something that we would naturally do, but God, or but Abraham does that. And this is really, really instructive for us, because why this is interesting is because Abraham was generous. Now, when I say Abraham was generous, what do I mean? Why is this instructive? It's instructive because God had recently promised Abraham that he would make his name great, that he would give him many descendants, that he would give him all of this land, he would make him a great nation, all of these things. And so that was a promise that God gave Abraham, and Abraham was holding on to that promise. Now, I need you to understand, if you and I recognize that the promise God gives us, then we can be generous with what we have as well to other people, and help them and lower ourselves and serve them. And by serving them, we are loving them. And when that happens, we are demonstrating God's love to them. When we lower ourselves and we serve other people, it is a demonstration of God's love. And so just like what Jesus did for us, remember in Romans chapter 5, it says, "But God demonstrates his own love towards us, in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us." Jesus didn't just say he loved us, he demonstrated it to us. He proved it. And so the same thing that he did for us is the same thing that we need to do for others. We need to lower ourselves and prove to other people that we love them by doing and by serving. That's what we are doing here. And so when we recognize the promises that God gives us, we already understand that we are good. Like, remember in Matthew chapter 6, you have the Sermon on the Mount where Jesus is talking to his disciples, and he says, consider the lilies of the valley. He's like, consider the lilies. He's like, they neither toil nor spin. And he's like, I give them everything that they need. And it's just so incredible just to think about how the trees and the flowers and the grass and the bushes and, like all of like the weeds, everything is being taken care of by Jesus, like by God. He's taking care of it all. I just think about that. I'm like, man, I am over here just worried about myself. I'm like, I got to do this. I'm like, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen here? And I'm not even thinking about the things that need taken care of across the world, the things that I never even think about. Anyways, Abraham was promised something. Abraham was holding on to the promises that God promised him. He's like, hey, Lot, you choose, go ahead. And so Abraham was demonstrating generosity to him because he was holding on to what the promises that God gave him. And so Abraham basically concluded that no matter what happens, God is going to take care of me. This is why in Genesis chapter 14, when you have this battle that we're about to dive into, Abraham was like, I'm going to full send it. He's like, there ain't nothing that's going to stop me, because God promised me something already, and I know that I am kept. And so it's really incredible. Abraham was basically untouchable at this point because of the promises that he gave him. And so I think that's really kind of cool. Hey, thank you, Gina. Thank you so much for that gift. Anyways, moving on back to Genesis chapter 13. You just see Abraham recognizing that he can afford to be generous because of those promises that he gives him. And I think that's really kind of cool to see. Like, Abraham's finally recognizing it. He's like, okay. He's like, God promised me this. He promised me this. And where I go, he's like, it doesn't matter where I go, because God's going to make me a great nation and all these things, because God promised that. And I think that's really cool. Abraham was holding on to his promises. The question is, are we holding on to his promises in our world today? And I would encourage you to do that. All right, so let's keep on moving. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 10, it says, and Lot lifted his eyes. Now, this phrase here, lifted his eyes, is something to be sensitive to, because, hey, who but God? Thank you so much for that, Rose. It's something to be sensitive to, because the phrase lifted up his eyes, after this comes up, there's normally something that is very significant that happens. Now, here in regards to Lot, it doesn't necessarily happen here because Lot was, living in a negative kind of way. But when it happens in other in other with to other people, it's a completely different situation. And so you see that being demonstrated in Joshua chapter 6. I think it Joshua, is against us. And then the person answers, and I'm neither for you nor against you. He's like, I am the commander of the Lord's army. And then Joshua recognizes who he's talking to, and he bows down, he starts worshiping. It was Jesus. And so, but in that passage, it says Joshua lifted his eyes. And so it's really kind of cool. Thank you, Gina. There's other examples of that in Genesis chapter 18 when Abraham was, he had visitors. He had 3 men come and visit him. And it says Abraham lifted his eyes. And so that's a very, very significant thing. That was not Jesus. That was an angel. Yeah, it was the angel of the Lord, which is Jesus. I would propose to you that is Jesus. The angel of the Lord is Jesus. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 13, back to Genesis chapter 13. It's interesting that here in Genesis 13, verse 10, it says, and Lot lifted his eyes and saw the plain of Jordan. So Lot gets in trouble again by using his eyes. It's always interesting to see how often our eyes get us in trouble. It's an interesting connection to compare your eyes to your ears, because if you use your eyes, you will often be deceived. This is what's fascinating about Revelation chapter 13. In Revelation chapter 13, the false prophet is going to be able to do all kinds of signs and wonders and be able to pull fire down from heaven. And when he does that, it says that the people of the world worship him. They basically are deceived because they are using their little eyeballs. They're just like, okay. But what's fascinating in regards to, or in contrast to your eyes, is what is mentioned in Revelation chapter 2 and 3, what Jesus ends up saying to each one of them, each one of the 7 churches there in Revelation chapter 2 and 3. He ends each letter by saying, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the 7 churches. So in contrast to your eyes, you have your ears. And so anyways, going back to Genesis chapter 13, verse 10, it says, and Lot lifted his eyes and he saw the plain. Now he sees that situation over there. He sees the plain of Jordan and how it was well watered everywhere. And this place is basically comparable to the garden. I want you to think about this. This is before Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. This place was extremely prosperous. It was green, full, flush, full of vegetation, just completely thriving. And so Lot looks over there and he's like, yep, that's it. I want that right there. And that is in the direction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, this is fascinating. And so I just want you to imagine that Sodom and Gomorrah, or recognize that Sodom and Gomorrah right now, it's uninhabitable. Nobody is living there. And so before it was uninhabitable, it was like the Garden of Eden. Think about that. And so that's where Lot wants to go. He is drawn towards this location, and he is eventually going to be inside of Sodom and Gomorrah, not just being inside of the city, but he's going to be a part of it. He's going to be taking, just involved in their comings and goings. And we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But in Genesis chapter 13, verse 11, it says, then Lot chose for himself all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated from each other. Now, here you have, this is where Abraham and Lot end up going separate ways. Lot goes to the east, Abraham ends up going to the west. But Zoar, in verse 10, Zoar is a small town that Lot will eventually flee to, and we'll get to that when we read Genesis chapter 19. But this city was going to be destroyed along with the other cities, but it was spared for Lot's sake. So we need to understand that there was multiple cities other than Sodom and Gomorrah that were destroyed when Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, cities that were destroyed as well. And Zoar, a city, was also going to be destroyed, but that city because that is where Lot ended up fleeing to, and that's fascinating just to recognize. But God ended up sparing Zoar for Lot's sake. Anyways, let's get back into Genesis chapter 13, verse 12. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 12, it says, Abraham dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent even as far as Sodom. But the men of Sodom were exceedingly wicked and sinful against the Lord. Bridget, thank you so much for those gifted memberships on YouTube. That's very kind. And thank you for those memberships. That is incredible. I guess you just really like all of these people more than everybody. No, I'm totally kidding. Bridget has no control. Nobody has any control over who the subscriptions go to. But thank you, Bridget. That's very kind. Thank you, Ava. Thank you for that heart. That is awesome. One of the things to be, let me actually try to find it real fast. I knew where it was last time. Genesis, I want to say like go to Genesis chapter 19, verse 1. Genesis chapter 19, verse 1, it says this. In Genesis 19, verse 1, it says, now the two angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. Now, that is crazy. The reason why that is crazy is because that shows us that Lot was not only in Sodom, but Lot was taking a part of everything that was being involved in Sodom, and he was a part of making decisions about what took place in Sodom. So sitting in the gate is basically saying that he was a part of the city council. You know how in your city, in your borders of whatever city you are living in, there's a council that meets and they have all these decisions about what takes place in the city, and they say yes and no, they say yes and no, and they make decisions that affect what takes place. Well, that's basically what sitting in the gate means in Genesis chapter 19. And so I think that's fascinating. Lot was not only in Sodom, but he was actively engaged with it and becoming a part of it. He was conforming to what was going on in that city, and that was not good. So let's get back to Genesis chapter 13, verse 14. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 14, it says, and the Lord said to Abram, after Lot had separated from him, lift you where you are, northward, southward, eastward, and westward. For all the land which you see, I give to you and your descendants forever. Now here is where Ryan has given me the sweats. Yeah, Tina, I'm totally kidding. Nobody, when people give subscriptions on YouTube, they don't have a control. They just say gift subs, and then YouTube randomly picks who they go to. So it's just a running joke that we make, because Bridget always gets worked up about people who it goes to, because she's like, I had no control over who it went to. So just so you know, it was just a joke. It's just a if you come back again, I'm sure you'll hear it again, because we say it all the time. It's hilarious. And one day you'll laugh at it. Thank you, Ren. Thank you so much for that heart. But here in Genesis chapter 13, verse 15, this is when God says, I give the land that you see to you and your descendants. Okay, so when you go back to Genesis chapter 12, God doesn't promise a land to Abraham. He doesn't promise a land to Abraham. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, God says, now the Lord had said to Abraham, get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house to a land that I will show you. So he says, I'm going to show you this land. He doesn't say, I'm going to give you the land. He says, I'm going to show it to you. Thank you, Anita. It's here in Genesis chapter 13, verse 15, where he says, I'm going to give you the land to you and to your descendants. And so that's an interesting kind of situation that's going on here. But what is fascinating about this is that this implies that Abraham must be resurrected. He must be That is important to understand. Why? Because Abraham never possessed all of the land that he saw. Abraham, when he was alive, when God said this, he was looking all over the place and he sees all the land, but he never possessed it while he was living. And so the important thing to understand here is to recognize that in order for God to make good on his promise, this implies a resurrection is necessary. Because in order for God to make good on his promise, Abraham needs to be resurrected and Abraham needs to be put back into the land and to possess all of that land. And I would propose to you the idea that that would take part and that would be fulfilled during the millennial kingdom, because during the millennial kingdom, when Jesus is reigning, thank you, Ren, when Jesus is reigning, all of the Jewish people are brought back into the land. And when they are brought back into the land, then they all are given their certain sections and they possess it all. And they're just going to be dwelling and living out in the woods, and it's going to be great. And they're going to be, it's just going to be incredible. It's just going to be a whole new world. I can't even sing, because, I'm so bummed. I was going to sing you guys a song, and now I just never going to do it now because I can't, because my voice is terrible. Today was the day, and I'm just never going to do it now. So when you get back into Genesis 13, one of the things to consider in regards to do like a little comparison of Abraham and Lot is if you focus on Lot, you see that Lot's, in regards to Lot's decisions, he ended up seeing the land, he chose the land, and then after that, he became a part of the land. He conformed to the land. And that is not something that we want to be doing, because Lot was choosing the world. He sees the world, he chose the world, and he conformed to the world by being a part of the world. That is not what we need to be doing. We need to be doing the opposite. We see the world. We don't choose the world. We choose, we choose the citizenship of the world that we are a part of, the kingdom that we are a part of, not this kingdom down here, the kingdom up there. That is our focus right there. But when you go back to Genesis chapter 13, verse 15, it says, "For all the land which you see, I give to you and your descendants forever." One of the things to really just be blown away by is how long is forever. It is fascinating. If you just do a search in your Blue Letter Bible and you just type in the word forever and you hit search and you'll be blown away. If you search in the word everlasting, you will be blown away by it, because these things are important. When you pay attention to the things that are forever, then that is important. Here, the God is promising Abraham, I keep mixing the two together, Abraham and Abram, and just saying Abraham. But Abraham is promised this land forever. This is a promised land forever. We need to be sensitive to that, because when you pay attention to the world, the place that is under attack right now is the only Jewish nation, and it's Israel. And the place that they have is a very small section compared to what they should have. They should have this much, but right now they have this much. And so they are going to end up possessing all of that land. It is just not going to take place until the millennial kingdom, until Jesus is boots on the ground, reigning and ruling as king, which is going to take place after the tribulation period. Anyways, moving back to Genesis 13, verse 16, it says, "And I will make your descendants as the dust of the earth, so that if a man could number the dust of the earth, then your descendants also could be numbered. Arise, walk in the land through its length and its width, for I give it to you." Now, why this is interesting in verse 17, Genesis 13, verse 17, God says, "I give it to you." I want you to understand, or I want you to ask yourself the question, how can God give this land to Abraham when somebody else was living there? People were living in the land. Like, I want you to imagine like looking at a couple cities or like tents all over the place and people roaming around or whatever. And God is like, "Yeah, you see that land out there? That's yours now." Now, the reason why God can give this to Abraham is because God already owns everything. In Psalm chapter 24, it says, "The earth is the Lord's and all the fullness thereof." Think about that. The earth is the Lord and everything in it is the Lord's. And by him all exist. Colossians tells us. Now, this is really amazing. Now, the reason why God can give this to Abraham is because it's God's. It's God's. He can give it to him. Now, let's go to 2 Chronicles chapter 6, verse 6, because there's a certain section in the entire world that God chose to put his name on. Go to 2 Chronicles chapter 6, verse 6. So God gives Abraham the land right there, and it's not the land that you and I are living in. You know, there's people out there who say that America is actually Israel, and I'm just like, but in 2 Chronicles chapter 6, verse 6, it says this. It says, "Yet I have chosen Jerusalem that my name may be there." Think about that. God chose a specific location, I want you to think about how incredible that is. We live on a big world, right? Like there's a whole big world out there, and God says that it is all mine. The earth is mine, and the fullness thereof is mine. But then he zooms in a little bit closer, and he says, but there's a spot that I'm going to put my name on. And that spot that he puts his name on is here in 2 Chronicles chapter 6, verse 6, where he says, "Yet I have chosen Jerusalem. I have chosen Jerusalem that my name may be there." That is incredible. And so this is a part of the promised land. Jerusalem is in this land that Abraham, going back to Genesis 13, Jerusalem is in the promised land. And this is all going, it's building. We're laying the foundation here, and we're going to eventually get the Chronicles. But, I'm just looking into the future, obviously. And you guys obviously know that Jerusalem is, that is his land. That is where his name is. And we need to be sensitive to that. And again, this goes back to the whole situation of he who touches you touches the apple of my eye in regards to the Jewish people. And so we need to really be sensitive to that. Going back to Genesis chapter 13, in Genesis chapter 13, verse 18, it says, "Then Abraham moved his tent and went and dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre, which are in Hebron, and built an altar there to the Lord." It seems like Abraham really wanted to be near terebinth trees. Hey, thank you, Rachel. Thank you so much for that, Rose. I just think it's so interesting. Like he just wanted to be like, why are we told about the terebinth trees? Like, I'm just like, why do we need that detail? Why do we need this detail? Like, why do we care about him dwelling by the terebinth trees? Like what? And so this is the kind of questions that I would encourage you guys to start asking yourself. Like, there is a reason. I just want you guys to understand there is a reason. There is a reason. I don't know exactly what it is, but there are terebinth trees all over the place. If you read Zechariah chapter 1, it says that basically God is among the myrtle trees. Now, the myrtle trees are interesting. The myrtle trees are indigenous to Israel. And so when it says that God is among the myrtle trees, it's basically saying that God is among the Jewish people. And so that's basically what is being portrayed there in Zechariah chapter 1. And so trees, my point here is you're seeing all kinds of different trees. The oak tree, the terebinth tree, Zacchaeus in the tree. Like, what kind of tree was he in? Sycamore tree, right? All right. Hey, thank you, King's Girl. Have a good night. Thank you so much for being here. When you go into Genesis, there we go. We're back in Genesis. All right. So that's Genesis chapter 13. We can go ahead and dive on into Genesis chapter 14. And if you guys are new here, all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile if you guys wanted to go check it out. We are live streaming on YouTube and on TikTok at the same time. And so if you guys are looking for a verse by verse Bible study, I would encourage you to check this one out because we go rather deep. We spend a lot of time and I think it's awesome. And so if you guys are looking for that kind of thing, then maybe consider this one. But if you guys wanted to support this ministry, because it is a ministry. I take it very seriously. If you guys wanted to support it because it is ran by you guys, there's ways to support this ministry up in my TikTok profile and my YouTube profile. There's a link tree there if you guys would like to support it. And if not, supporting it in prayer is also incredible. And so if you guys would do that, I mean, it would be very humbling. I would appreciate that so much because prayer is absolutely wonderful. And if you are going to, and if you have been, thank you so much. It is awesome. And I appreciate it all the time. I really do. Thank you guys so much. Genesis chapter 14. Yes. And there's a threads that preach in there as well in the link tree. There's multiple ways to support it. And so that's all up there in the link tree as well, if you guys wanted to. But when you get to Genesis chapter 14, this chapter here is really, really neat. It is, it's this chapter. We're gonna spend a little bit of time here, but in Genesis chapter 14, verse 1, we're gonna get into this war. We're gonna be talking about a little bit of a war or a battle that takes place, and it's gonna pave the way for a really interesting character that's gonna be introduced, and his name is Melchizedek. We'll talk about him here in just a second. But in Genesis chapter 14, verse 1, it says, "And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Shadlomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that they made war with Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar." So you have 5 kings verse 4 kings. And these are 4 Shemite kings versus 5 Hamite kings. But what's interesting is what we see in Genesis 14, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 1, it says, and it came to pass in the days of Amraphel. Now, Amraphel is the first king that is mentioned. Amraphel is the first one that's mentioned, and he is the king of Shinar. Hey, thank you, Terry, for that heart. Amraphel is the king of Shinar. Now, we talked about this before. Whenever you guys see the word Shinar, I want you to associate it with Babylon, because it is. It's closely associated. It's directly connected to Babylon. So you could say Amraphel, king of Babylon here, because it's the same location. So Amraphel, king of Shinar, is the first king that is mentioned here. And so this is the king of Babylon. And every time you see or hear the phrase king of Babylon, it's not a good thing. It is just not, it's just not, you don't want to be associated with the king of Babylon. Funny, when I was doing this, it made me think of President Trump, because he always does this. It's going to be huge. But it says, it came to pass in the days of Amraphel. Now, the word Amraphel means keeper of gods or a revealer of dark secrets. Now, it's interesting that it's a revealer of dark secrets, because that's basically in a sense of something, revealing something that should not have been revealed. When you go to Genesis chapter 3, I think it is, or 2, I can't remember, you have the serpent going up to the Eve and basically telling her something and deceiving her and tricking her. And a natural byproduct of that was revealing something to her, right? And he revealed something. And so just like how the serpent revealed something, even though it was dark, here Amraphel means a revealer of dark secrets. And so you see a connection of the king of Babylon, just kind of like the serpent. It's all bad, right? Now, you have another guy that's mentioned here, Shedelamer. He was the king of Elam. Now, every time you see Elam, that is a connection to Persia. Or what you and I would refer to as Iran. And so that's something to also be sensitive to. Anyways, you have 5 kings versus 4 kings. And so let's go to Genesis chapter 14, verse 3. And it says, all these joined together in the valley of Siddim, that is the Salt Sea. And then it says in verse 4, it says, 12 years, they, the Hamites, served Shedelamer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. So Shedelamer attacks the rebellious Hamites, and he wins, or they win. And then they take captive all of these, they take all the loot, all of the things that come across, like every time they win, they take all of the bounty and all the things, but they also take Lot. And that is where their biggest mistake was, because if they would have not taken Lot, then what's going to happen would not have happened. But they messed up, and the way that they messed up was by taking Lot. And the reason why they messed up was because Lot is Abraham's nephew, and Abraham about to open up a can. And that's going to be demonstrated here. he's gonna show him. He's gonna show him. They about to find out. But anyways, in Genesis chapter 14, it says the 14th year, Rephaim and Ashtaroth, Karnaim, the Zuzim and Ham, in the Emim, in Shavah, the Kerathim, and the Horites in the mountains of Seir, and far as El Paran, which is by the wilderness. Now, here in verse 5, you're introduced to the phrase, oh, thank you, Casey. Thank you so much for that gift. In verse 5, you are introduced to the Rephaim. Now, it's an interesting kind of connection there, because the Rephaim, thank you, Anita, for that cake. But the Rephaim has like a dual kind of meaning. There is a spiritual side to it, and there's a physical side to it. Now, the Rephaim means the dead ones, and so there's this word is mentioned in multiple places. Isaiah chapter 14 is one of them. There's another one I can't remember, but it's also mentioned in Isaiah as well. My point here is that it can be applicable in a physical kind of sense, but it also can be applicable in a spiritual kind of sense. Rephaim in the spiritual kind of sense means the dead ones. Like the dead ones are stirred up and they're waiting, they're excited, they're waiting for the king of Babylon's arrival, which is what you read in Isaiah 14, and that's the Rephaim, the dead ones. But the Rephaim also can be applicable to the physical, were in fact giants. You can read some, and in Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 11, it basically shows that the king of the Rephaim, which was Og, the king, he basically had a bed that was 13 feet long and that was 6 feet wide. And so his bed was ginormous. It's like, what are you doing in that big of a bed? Like, that would take me 5 business days to get out of that bed. Thank you, self-love always 38. Thank you so much for those roses. And so it's just interesting. You're seeing these giant type of people, and it's in the form or in the title of the Rephaim. And so that's something to pay attention to. But this is these Rephaim, these giants. There was a gene pool problem that was here, and this is basically why God tells Joshua to destroy these certain people. Like people often say, like, if God is so loving, then why did God tell Joshua to wipe out and all these people and the women and children as well? It's because there's a gene pool problem. And so there's nothing different to what Joshua did, because God was the one who first did it. And so just like how he enacted capital punishment on the world, he gave the capital punishment responsibility to mankind, and then that trickled throughout history. And so there was a gene pool problem, obviously, because they had to keep on eliminating it. And so there's some bad stuff that happened when they did not obey. And when they did not obey, it was only worse and worse for Israel. And so listening and obeying God is very, very important. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 14. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 7. Genesis chapter 14, verse 7, it says, "Then they turned back and came to En-Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and attacked all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who dwelt in Hazezon Tamar. And the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, went out and joined together in the battle in the valley of Siddim against Shedlamer, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar. 4 kings against 5. So you have all this battle taking place, and you have 4 kings against 5. Now, what's fascinating is that the 4 kings are the ones who end up winning. So the 4 kings against 5 are the ones who win. And it goes down to verse 10. It says, "Now the valley of Siddim was full of asphalt pits, and the king kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled. Some fell there, and the remainder fled to the mountains. Then they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their provisions and went their way. And then here we get to verse 12, and this is where they messed up, because in verse 12, thank you, Anita. In verse 12, it says, they also took Lot. This was a huge mistake. They took Lot, Abraham's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. So Lot is over here in Sodom. He shouldn't have been there. That's where he decided to be dwelling. Then these kings come and take him. They take all of his stuff. And then Abraham ends up hearing about it. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 13, it says, then one who escaped came and told Abraham the Hebrew, for he dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and brother of Aner, and they were allies with Abraham. So again, we are told that Abraham is just casually hanging out by the terebinth trees. Again, I mean, I'm just telling you, it is just so remarkable seeing how these trees are just being used to describe where he's at. Anyways, here in Genesis chapter 14, verse 13, this is the first time the word Hebrew is mentioned in the Bible, and it's associated to Abraham. And so that is something to be mindful of, that is so associated to Abraham. And so what I'm sensitive to as we continue moving on is that Abraham was a man of peace all the way up until this point. He was a man of peace, and now he is becoming a man of war. And the deciding factor of either peace or war for Abraham was Lot. Lot was the deciding factor. If I have Lot, then I am peaceful. If Lot is in trouble, I am a man of war. And so it's really, it's remarkable. Like we are told, one of the things that we're told about God is that he is a man of war. And that is definitely exemplified in Isaiah chapter 63 when, where Isaiah is looking and he sees somebody coming from Edom, from Basra, and he's like, who is this? And who is in glorious apparel? And Jesus answers and it says, it is I who speaks in righteousness, mighty to save. And he's like, why is your apparel in red? Why are you red? Why are you covered in red? And Jesus answers and it says, because I just got done treading out the winepress of my enemies. He just kept, just wrecking all of these people. So it's very clear that he is a God of a man of war, and that is demonstrated. Anyways, Genesis chapter 14. Let's go to Genesis chapter 14, verse. I keep getting these. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 14. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 14, it says, now when Abraham heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants who were born in his own house. His own house. That's crazy. Who were born in his own house and went in pursuit as far as Dan. Now, here, the 318 servants that we are just now introduced to were going to succeed where the 5 kings failed. Think about that. Think about what I just said. The 5 kings, each king having their own army. 5 kings went up against 4 kings, and the 5 kings end up losing to the 4 kings. And so where the 5 kings fail, these measly 318 servants that come from Abraham's house somehow succeed. And I need you to ask the question, why? Why did they succeed? And the reason why they succeeded was because of the covenant that was given to Abraham in Genesis chapter 12. In Genesis chapter 12, the covenant that was given to Abraham was that he would be he was promised, he's like, I'm going to make you a great name. I'm going to show you this land. You're going to be a great nation. You're going to have many descendants, all of those things. And so because of that covenant, because God needed to basically make that a reality, that basically shows us that no matter what Abraham did was going to succeed. And so it could have probably just been Abraham who went after him, and Abraham would have won because God would have had to have protected Abraham. I'm just telling you, this is like Abraham walking like with a blank check around, just like doing whatever. He's like, I am untouchable at this moment. Can you imagine? And so, anyways, Abraham gets his 318 servants, and he's like, we're going to get them, boys. And so they go all the way up as far as Dan. So they go way up north. And so we get to Genesis chapter 14, verse 15, and it says, Abraham divided his forces against them by night, and he and his servants attacked them and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is north of Damascus. So can you imagine? Like, I mean, you just have to wonder what kind of stuff was happening in the spiritual kind of sense of things. There is no sense in these four kings who just got done defeating five kings would be afraid of 318 soldiers, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And they split up. So it wasn't even 318. It was like, what is that? I don't even know. Don't make me do math right now. I'm sick. But anyways, you just have them split up, and that is just incredible to see them, how they won. The question is, what were those people who were, what were the four kings and their armies? Why were they so afraid of all of a sudden? So it makes you wonder what they saw, because sometimes when they see things, it's not what the other people see, but it's what they see, because sometimes people see things that other people don't see. And so it just really makes you wonder what was going on behind the scenes there. But anyways, these 318 trained servants of Abraham basically were able to accomplish what the five kings could not accomplish. And so that's a massive victory. And the question that you need to ask yourself is why? And the reason why they won is because of God. And that is going to be demonstrated to us here when Abraham talks to Melchizedek. But let's keep reading. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 16, it says, so he brought back all the goods and also brought back his brother Lot and his goods, as well as the women and the people. Now here we get to verse 17, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 17, it says, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shavah, that is the king's valley, after his return from the defeat of Shalomir, and the kings were with him. So here in verse 17, the king of Sodom. Now remember, this is one of the defeated kings, one of the five kings who was defeated. One of the five kings who was defeated, the king of Sodom, ends up going out to Abraham and meets him. And then we get to verse 18. And in verse 18, it says, then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. And this is the passage that you need to really understand how incredibly significant this is. Melchizedek, we are told, first time we're told about him, king of Salem. He was a priest of God Most High. He's a king and he's a priest. Now, what's important to understand from a Jewish perspective is that you were only able to be one or the other. You could not be a king and a priest at the same time. You were either from the tribe of Judah, and if you were of the tribe of Judah, then you could become a king. If you were from the tribe of Levi, then you could become a priest. But you could not be a king and a priest at the same time. But there's exceptions to that rule. And here is one of them. There are three exceptions to the king and priest rule. There are three bodies in the Bible who are kings and priests at the same time. There's only three. And so we're going to talk about that. But before we talk about that, I want you to recognize that Melchizedek in verse 18, he brought out bread and wine. He brought it out. Melchizedek, king of Salem, brings out bread and wine. This is incredible. He brings it out. This is his priestly work that he's basically demonstrating. So he's a priest, and he's bringing out bread and wine. He's bringing it out. He's a king. He's a king. and he's serving. That's interesting. He's the one doing it. Normally if he's in his king kind of status, he would be telling somebody else to do this kind of stuff. But it's Melchizedek who's bringing it out, and I think that is incredible. This speaks to it, the priestly work. Now, if you think about the bread and wine, why that's so interesting is because this is the first time where these are mentioned, bread and wine together. First time it's mentioned. Now, what this seems to foreshadow is Jesus. Jesus talks about how I am the bread, I'm the wine, like the bread, bread and wine, the Last Supper type situation. It's all connected. It's all pointing back to Jesus. Another place where bread and wine is going to be brought up again is in regards to Joseph. You guys remember when Joseph was in prison, he interprets the dream, the baskets, on the head, and, the bread and the bread and the wine, that whole situation, that's going to be brought up again as we continue reading. But here is the first time where it's actually brought up. But we need to be sensitive to this priestly role. And so before we dive into, as we dive into who are the people who are kings and priests, the very first one is Jesus. Jesus is a king and he is a priest, but he's also a prophet. In Deuteronomy chapter 18, we are told that he is, let's just go to Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 15. Deuteronomy 18, verse 15. In Deuteronomy 18, verse 15, it says, "The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from your midst, from your brethren. Him you shall hear." So that's talking about Jesus. Jesus is referred to as a prophet. When Jesus was here, when he was boots on the ground the first time, he was in his role as a prophet. Matthew 24 is all about the end times type stuff. And that chapter alone is Jesus being a prophet. He is prophesying about things that are going to come. But now let's talk about Jesus as being a priest. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 4, verse 15. Hebrews chapter 4, verse 15. In Hebrews chapter 4, verse 15 is where we are turning. And it says here in Hebrews 4:15, it says, "For we do not have a high priest who cannot sympathize with our weaknesses, but was in all points tempted as we are, yet without sin." It's talking about Jesus. He is our high priest. It says, "Let us therefore come boldly to the throne of grace, that we may obtain mercy and find grace and help in time of need." You know what I think is incredible is just the way the Bible describes certain things. Welcome back, Holly. It says, "Let us come boldly to the throne of grace." Can you guys appreciate how awesome that is? The throne of grace. This is what God is telling us to call it. Obviously, the author of Hebrews, this is divinely inspired, so he describes it as the throne of grace. Do you understand that that on top of the Ark of the Covenant is the mercy seat? We have the throne of grace and the mercy seat, and you're just like, oh man, that is just so good. That is just so good. Anyways, that is Jesus as being a priest. And then if you go to Revelation chapter 19, at the end of the tribulation, when Jesus returns to the ground, when he comes back during the second coming, he has on his thigh King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And so you see there in Deuteronomy 18, he is a prophet. In Hebrews chapter 4 and other places, he is a priest. And in Revelation chapter 19, he is a king. He was a prophet when he was here during the first time. He is currently right now a priest. And when he comes back time, he is going to be in his role as a king. So this is just incredible. Anyways, this is all what stimulates the whole conversation, and it's all coming from this guy named Melchizedek, because we need to unpack who this guy is. But it says in Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, it says he was the priest of God Most High. And so I need you to understand who is acting as our high priest. There's one mediator between God and man, the man, Christ Jesus. It is him. He is acting. He is constantly interceding on our behalf, and praise God for that. But notice that he was a priest before there was any Jews. This is an important thing to understand. Melchizedek. I need you to understand how significant this is. Abraham is what many people assume, people conclude as being the first Hebrew. So Abraham here in Genesis chapter 14, Abraham is the first Jew. You could look at it that way if you would like to. And if Abraham is the first Jew, what you see coming up to Abraham is a guy named Melchizedek. Melchizedek is a dude who is identified as being a priest of God Most High. And so before there was the tribe of Levi, before there was the Aaronic priesthood, before Levi could be pumping out all kinds of priests and serving in that kind of way, before all that, before they even existed, there was a dude named Melchizedek who is a priest. So the question is, where did he come from? Who is he? And how was he a priest if there was no priest before? Because all the priests come from Levi, right? No. This is why it's important to understand the difference between the Melchizedekian priesthood and the Levitical priesthood. Those two things are vital for your understanding in order to understand the book of Hebrews. And so we need to recognize that Melchizedek was a priest before there were any other Jews. Abraham, and before Levi was even born, there was a priest, and his name was Melchizedek. And that is significant. But the difference between the Levitical priesthood and the Melchizedekian priesthood is that one is temporary and one is forever. We're actually going to read about that when we go to Psalm 110, because in Psalm 110 it says that you are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. And so that is so provocative. But from Moses to now, the kings were from Judah and the priests were from Levi. That was from Moses. Moses is after Abraham. So from Moses till now, the kings were from Judah and the priests were from Levi. But what about before Moses? Well, what about before Moses was Melchizedek. And so what we see is that Melchizedek came before Moses, and Melchizedek came before Levi. And so that is very important to understand. If that is so important to understand, it's important to understand that there was a priesthood before the Levitical priesthood. And the reason why that is important to understand is because the Jewish people that are still lost today put so their Levitical priesthood, not understanding the significance of the Melchizedekian priesthood. And so this is what, like I told you guys, when I went to Boston and we happened to be at the same hotel of two Orthodox Jewish people, I showed them Genesis 14 and I showed them Melchizedek. And if you could have just seen the lady's face when I told her that he was a king, a priest, she like got out of her chair and she like came over and looked at it and she just could not believe it. And then she went up and got her own Bible. She brought it down and, they go off of just the Old Testament. And sure enough, it was in hers as well. And you could just like see like, what is that? Like you could just see the gears turning. And so I was able to kind of expound on that a little bit. But this is important to understand because the lost Jewish people put so much in the Levitical priesthood. And anyways, going back to Genesis chapter 14, in Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, it says, then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. So what this also demonstrates is it tells us that there were other believers around on the earth during this time other than Abraham. It wasn't just Abraham. It wasn't just Abraham and Sarai. There was another dude. named Melchizedek. Now, there are some people who believe, hey, thank you, Ashley, good to see you. There are some people who believe that Abraham was a theophany, and it's it's a secondary issue. I don't personally believe that, because every other time where Jesus shows up, the pre-incarnate Jesus shows up, he never has a title. But here in Genesis chapter 14, this dude has a title and he has an office. He is a king and he is a priest, and he's a king and a priest of an actual geographic location. It's the city of the king of Salem. So that is different than all the other times when Jesus shows up. If you do a study of all the other times where Jesus shows up and the ways he shows up, he's there for a specific time. He's there, he delivers a message, and then he's gone. He's there, he says something, he delivers a message, he's gone. But this dude, he has a place where he resides in. It's the king of Salem, which is Jerusalem. He also has a title, which is a king and a priest. And so that is different than all the other places where Jesus actually shows up. And so that's why I would propose to you the idea that this is not Jesus. I would say that this is a type of Jesus. This is a representation of Jesus. This is a foreshadow of Jesus. I think that this was just another person. This was somebody who was around during that time that we don't need to know that much of. Now, we're going to be reading some in Hebrews. We're going to go and read Hebrews chapter 7 here in a little bit. But I want you to understand Melchizedek has no genealogy. And the reason why that's significant is because there are some people who believe that Melchizedek might have been Shem. There's some people who believe that Melchizedek is Shem. And I would argue that it is not Shem. And the reason why it's not Shem is because we know Shem's genealogy. If we are given Shem's genealogy. But if you read Hebrews chapter 7, we are told very specifically by the author of Hebrews that Melchizedek has no genealogy. And it's basically painting a picture of Melchizedek being timeless. And so that is, that's something to be sensitive to. But going back to Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, it says, then Melchizedek, king of Salem. Now, Melchizedek, in regards to Melchizedek means, Melchi means king, and Zedek means righteousness. So here, Melchizedek means king of righteousness, was the king of righteousness, and he was the king of Salem, and Salem of peace. And so if you put all of those together without saying Melchizedek and Salem, what that would say, or what that would read, is the king of righteousness of the city of peace. And that is quite a title right there. And so that is fascinating. So when you read about then Melchizedek, king of Salem, Salem is old school or ancient Jerusalem. It's what you and I would refer to as Jerusalem, but it's the city of peace. And so I think that's really awesome. But it says in verse 18, then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. Okay, so there is that. Now let's talk about the significance in Melchizedek and how it relates to a pre-tribulation viewpoint. Now, I believe in a pre-tribulation view. If you guys believe in something different, that's completely fine. It's a secondary issue. It's no reason to go over, even though I think it is a very important view. It is still secondary. Why Melchizedek promotes a pre-tribulation view is because he is identified as a king and priest. King and priest, king and priest. Now, there are three people in the Bible, three bodies in the Bible who are identified as kings and priests. The first one is Melchizedek, right here, the king and a priest. The second one is Jesus. We already unpacked that. He's a prophet, king, and priest. He's all of them. But the third one is the church. In 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, Peter is writing a letter to the Jewish people who are Christians. Now, these are the Jewish Christians who are scattered all over the place, and he writes them a letter, and he refers to them as being a royal priesthood. He refers to the Christians, he refers to the church as being a royal priesthood. That is significant. The reason why that is significant is because of Revelation chapter 5. If you guys want to go to Revelation chapter 5 real fast, we'll go turn there. In Revelation chapter 5, John is in the throne room and he's observing everything that's taking place. In Revelation chapter 5, verse 10, you are introduced to these 24 elders. These 24 elders are very important to pay attention to. The 24 elders do not tell you who they are, the church. They don't say that. But what they do say in Revelation chapter 5, verse 10, it says this: the 24 elders say, and have made us kings and priests to our God, and we shall reign on the earth. Now, who in the world is going to reign? Who is going to reign? Who is going to reign on the earth? Well, the answer to that question is given to you in Revelation chapter 20, and it talks about those sitting on thrones and those who were beheaded, that get beheaded during the tribulation. They are going to reign. And so that's very interesting. So this is the church, because it says and have made us kings and priests. And so when you unpack who the three people are who are kings and priests, Jesus and the church. And the reason why Revelation chapter 5 is to a pre-tribulation viewpoint is because the 24 elders are in heaven before the seals are broken. And why that's significant is because the tribulation begins when the seals are broken. And so when you see the 24 elders in heaven before the seals are broken, that shows that the church is in heaven before the tribulation begins. And so that is vital to understanding a pre-tribulation viewpoint. Now you can subscribe to that if you want to. I'm not trying to push this down at anybody's throat. This is just what I personally believe myself. I do, however, think that it is very instructive and something to really unpack because of how important that is. There's a lot of people who are fearful about the world that we're living in right now. There's a lot of Christians who are living in fear, and it's because they don't really know. And so if you know these types of things, then you make them your own. And if you make them your own, then all of a sudden you're just like, oh man, this is incredible. And you appreciate the word of God so much more. And when you appreciate the word of God so much more, you start to focus on what we need to be focusing on, and instead of being afraid. And if you're worried about being afraid, then you're not doing what you should be doing. And so stop being about fear and about being afraid, and focus on what we should be doing. And that's telling people about Jesus. And that's what I would encourage you to do. But going back to Melchizedek in Genesis chapter 14, he is brought up all over. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 7. Hebrews chapter 7. We'll read a little bit about. Do not follow this guy. Thank you. Hello, Darren. Hebrews chapter 7, verse 1, it says, for this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings, and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a 10th part of all, first being translated king of righteousness, and then also king of Salem, meaning king of peace, without father, without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like the Son of God. Now, the reason why he's referred to as remaining a priest continually is given to us in Psalm 110. So if you want to go to Psalm 110, you can go check it out, because this is where we are told there's only a couple places where Melchizedek is mentioned in the Bible. He's mentioned in Genesis chapter 14, and he's mentioned in Psalm 110. And then the only other place where he's mentioned is in the book of Hebrews. So there's only 3 books where he's actually talked about. So in Psalm chapter 110, verse 4, it says this. In Psalm chapter 110, verse 4, it says this: the Lord has sworn and will not relent. He will not change his mind. You are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. Now, the order of Melchizedek is an important thing to understand. Why? It's because of what the order of Melchizedek represents. There was no beginning and there was no end. That's the order of Melchizedek. There was no beginning and there was no end. He just came out of nowhere. There was no mother, there was no father, there was no genealogy. He has been. And so that's the picture that's being demonstrated. And so when you go back to Hebrews chapter 7 and you read about that, Hebrews chapter 7, verse 3, where the author of Hebrews says that without father and without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like. He was not made the Son of God. He was made like the Son of God, remaining a priest continually. And so Jesus is not after the Levitical priesthood. He's not after that priesthood, which was temporary. Jesus is after the Melchizedekian priesthood. And so when you read Hebrews chapter 7, the whole point here is for the author of Hebrews he's writing a letter to the Hebrews in regards to trying to get them to understand, to take their focus off of the Levitical priesthood and put it on a better priesthood, which was the Melchizedekian priesthood. And so that is given to you in Hebrews 7, and there's a whole lot more information in there if you would like to, but I'm gonna just, man, I'm trying to keep my voice going, and just give me one second. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Okay, there we go. All right, let's get back to Genesis chapter 14. Chapter 14, getting back into Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, it says, then Melchizedek, king, he was the priest of God Most High. Now, read about, yeah, Ren, absolutely. Now, when you read about the priest of God Most High, that God Most High phrase there in Hebrew is El Elyon. So this is the most powerful. This is the title that Satan alludes to in Isaiah chapter 14. In Isaiah chapter 14, remember the 5 I will statements that Satan says, I will be, I will, I will, I will, I will. Says in Isaiah 14 is he says, I will be like the most, meaning I want to be like the most powerful. Now, what's interesting about that is that Satan doesn't say, I want to be like the good shepherd. He doesn't say, I want to be, like, I want to be faithful and true. He doesn't pull from that. What he says is he wants to be powerful. It's all about power, 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 power. And so that's his focus. And so that's why Satan says, I will be like the most powerful, because that's all he cares about. It's not about the love. He doesn't care about the loving characteristic. He doesn't care about the comfort characteristics. He's like, I want to be like El Elyon, which is the Most High, which I think is, very revealing as far as how he's thinking. But in Genesis chapter 14, verse 19, it says, then Melchizedek blessed him, Abraham, be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. Now, here we are told about how Abraham won the battle against the 4 kings. Remember, he only had 318 soldiers. So how in the world did Abraham win the battle? Well, Melchizedek tells us in verse 20. Melchizedek says, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. It was God. It's the same kind of concept when you read Isaiah chapter 14, when God talks to Cyrus. He's like, hey, you're my anointed. He's like, hey, Cyrus, I was holding your hand throughout all of those battles. You think it was you who was winning it. No, it wasn't you. It was me. I was the one. And so God is the one who won that battle. As you see time and time again throughout the scriptures, it is always God. Anyways, Genesis chapter 14, verse 20, Melchizedek basically demonstrates that it was God by telling, or not demonstrates it, he basically tells Abraham who deserves the credit. And so it's just interesting seeing this interaction between Abraham, and then we see something in verse 20 that you need to pay attention to. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 20, at the end of verse 20, it says that Abraham gave Melchizedek a tithe of all. That is wild. Why is this wild? Because this is the Abraham. This is the Abraham. And the Abraham is tithing, and the word tithe means a tenth. So Abraham gave a tenth of everything that he had to Melchizedek. Think about that. Arguably the wealthiest individual, not a king or a pharaoh or anything like that, the wealthiest individual, Abraham on earth, gave a tenth of everything that he had to a dude that it seems like they just met. I mean, maybe they met before. It doesn't tell us that, but I mean, like, assuming that this was the first time they met, Abraham recognizes what's going on here and he gives him a tenth. Now, this is the first mention of tithing in the Bible. Hello, Melly. This is the first mention of tithing in the Bible. A lot of people have issues with tithing. A lot of people don't like doing it because they think that it's not worth it, or they think that was Old Testament, or they think that they don't want to, whatever their reasons are. But Paul tells us to give hilariously, is kind of, cheerful. God loves a cheerful giver, but the word there in Greek basically implies hilariously. Like, you just want to be above and beyond in giving. It's not about how much you give either. It's nothing about how much. Like, God could literally care less about how much you give. He cares about your heart. He cares about where it's coming from. He cares about what's inside. And so if what is inside is a humble spirit that is trying to do what is right before the Lord, that's what he's focusing on. And so that is the heart of the matter, is always a matter of the heart. Shine Island says, someone gave me a membership. Thank you. Yeah. That might have been, I actually can't remember. You can scroll on up and you can see who that was, but that is very kind of them for sure. But here, Abraham is tithing. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you so much for that heart. Abraham is tithing upward. And so Abraham, by tithing to, so important to understand. Again, when you read the book of Hebrews, what you find is that the author of Hebrews brings this whole situation up, how Abraham tithed to Melchizedek, and what the author of Hebrews is trying to make, what his point is trying to make, is that Melchizedek was greater than Abraham. And if Melchizedek was greater than Abraham, then why in the world were the Jewish people around during that time focusing on the Levitical priesthood instead of the Melchizedekian priesthood? So there's a direct connection there. He's like, why are you guys focusing on the temporary priesthood, which was always going to go away? And why would you not focus on the permanent one, which was never going away? One was temporary, one was forever. Which one should we focus on? The forever one. And that's what he's trying to get people to connect. It's good to see you, Melly. In Genesis chapter 14, moving on, in verse 20, it says, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And Abraham gave Melchizedek a tithe of all. And then we go to verse 21. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 21, the king of Sodom said to Abraham, give me the persons and take the goods for yourself. But Abraham said to the king of Sodom, I have raised my hand to the Lord God Most High, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will take nothing, from a thread to a sandal strap, and that I will not take anything that is yours. Thank you, Kizzy. Lest you should say, I have made Abraham rich. So here, the king is offering Abraham an award. So remember, the king of Sodom lost all of his stuff. Abraham goes out and gets all the stuff back and brings it all the way back. And then the king of Sodom is like, hey, just give me the people back and you can keep all of the loot. Well, Abraham's like, no, I'm not going to take a single thing, because if I take this, then you are going to say that you were the one who made me rich. You don't get that privilege. It wasn't you who made me rich. It's going to be God who made me rich. So again, this is Abraham going out on faith, trusting in God, going back to Genesis chapter 12 and leaning on those promises. We need to lean on those promises, just like what Abraham is doing here. So Abraham, it was basically emphasizing that it's never going to be man that made him rich, and that it was always going to be God who gets that credit. And so that's why he's doing that. But in Genesis chapter 14, verse 24, it says, except only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. And so he basically gives it back, and he just takes what was needed, and he gives everything back and returns everything. But he got Lot back, and so that was an accomplishment. So he did what those 5 kings could not do, and it was by God's grace, because God. That's Genesis chapter 14. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that chapter. That was a pretty good one. Dive into Genesis chapter 15. And if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. All of these studies are, thank you, Ellie. Thank you. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. We are just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. And that's all we're doing. We just so happen to be in the book of Genesis right now. We just finished the book of Revelation. That study is uploaded to YouTube. If you are looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study that goes through it chapter by chapter, book by book, verse by verse, that's what we do here. We slow down. We really dive into it. And I think that there's a lot of good things that arise because of all of these studies. But the one thing that I want you to understand is that the main thing is always going to be the main thing here. We always try to bring back the main thing, and the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. If you don't know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, then all of these other things don't really matter that much. You need to understand how to get to heaven. So I'm going to explain that to you right now in case you do not know. But you need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is given to us in Romans chapter 3, where Paul says, "For all has sinned and fall short of the glory of God." We are all sinners, and we have all fallen short of the glory of God. Romans 6:23 gives you some more bad news. It says, "For the wages of sin is death." So we are all sinners. We have all fallen short of the glory of God, and we are all under the death penalty. But it doesn't end there. It says, "But the gift of God," here's the good part, "but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord." Period. It is through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Period. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. If you could get to heaven by being a good person, then why in the world would Jesus have needed to die on the cross? It has absolutely nothing to do with what you can do. Nothing to do. Thank you, Jason and Laura. Thank you so much. It has everything to do with what Jesus did on the cross. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. It is incredible, this free gift. And so we need to accept him as our Lord and Savior. We need to repent. And I need you guys to understand, there are people out there with an unrepentant heart that say that they are born again believers. Matthew chapter 2, I think it is, it says when John the Baptist is talking to the Pharisees, he says, "Produce fruit that is worthy of repentance." And so there's some people who are not repenting. There's some people who say, "I'm never changing in this area, in this area, in this area, but I'll change over here and here. But I'm not letting any of this go." And so that's an unrepentant heart. And so we need to submit. We need to lower ourselves to God. And that's just it. You know, your heart posture before the Lord is really, really revealing. And so you see these people who say one thing, but when you look at what they're doing, you're like, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. And so we really need to submit. If you submit, then what submission looks like is going to be conforming to what he wants and what his word says and teaches us. And so we need to be obedient in that area of life. And so a natural byproduct of putting your faith in Jesus Christ is that all of a sudden you are going to start getting work done, and he's going to start pushing things out of your life. He's like, this can't be here anymore. This can't be here anymore. That needs to go. This needs to go. And so it's a part of our Christian walk. And so I don't know who is born again, and I don't know who is and who isn't. That's not on me to make that judgment call, but we are told that we're going to be able to tell people based upon on their works. You will know them by their work, by their fruit. And so we are to be fruit inspectors in a roundabout way. Good to see you, April. Good to see you again, Amber. I just came back in too. I'm just leaving for a minute, kind of sick. Yeah, I know. Elise said she was too. That's such a bummer. I got something going on, and I need something happening. Anyways, that's what I want you guys to understand. If you guys wanted to support this ministry in any kind of way, there's ways to do that. This ministry is ran by you guys. There's ways to support this ministry. I would be, honored if you would. And if not, that's no big deal. It's just throwing it out there every hour or two. And there's ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. There's a link tree up there. But if you guys wanted to follow me on YouTube, that'd be encouraging as well. Because if TikTok goes away, we will continue on these Bible studies on YouTube. We just gonna keep on stop. We ain't stopping. All gas, no brakes. No, but also prayer is incredibly powerful. And so if you guys wouldn't mind adding me to your prayer list, I would appreciate that, because I think that this is a very important ministry. I need you guys to understand that social media, TikTok and YouTube and all the other social media platforms, it's a mission field. It's a 2025 mission field. It's unlike anything else that has ever even been. But now this is where the hearts and minds are being won. And so I feel like it's very important to be a voice, to be a light in this kind of arena, because there's people who don't go to church. There's people who, hey, thank you, JR. There's people who don't ever, spend time on TikTok. And so maybe that's you today. I don't know. There's different people here from different walks of life who are just, quietly listening. And so praise God for you guys being here. But I need you guys to understand that it's reaching a lot of people. And so praise God for that. But all right, let's go ahead and dive on into Genesis chapter 15. This is going to be the last chapter that we're going to be talking about here. And it shouldn't take too long. So what's up, Bible is true? Good to see you. In Genesis chapter 15, this is going to be the last chapter, and this is going to be where this covenant that is between Abraham and God is going to be confirmed. It's going to be confirmed. So in Genesis chapter 15, verse 1, it says, after these things, the word of the Lord came to Abraham in a vision, saying, do not be afraid, Abraham. I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. This is so incredible. Like, as a born again believer, like sometimes we feel like we don't have anything. How many times have we thrown like pity parties for ourselves? Like, as a born again believer, we just think that we're losers, and we think that we don't have anything, and we're like, woe is me, right? All of these things. Well, if you're a born again believer, we need to understand that he is our exceedingly great reward. That is all we need. He is all we need. And so this is so helpful for our minds, for our mental sake, because the world will tell you that you need this, and that you need this, and this, and this. And if you have these things, then you will be considered successful. Thank you, Janae. But that is the opposite of what is true. It is the opposite. Do not fall for these traps of like getting sucked into these things and be like, oh, I got to do this and this, and like, oh, I got to be cool. No, lay all that down. God, he is your great reward. And that's all you ever should want. And if you have him, then you're going to do well. But here, vision, he says, I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. I think it's fascinating how he says that he is his shield. Like in Ephesians chapter 6, Paul talks about the whole armor of God, and the shield is mentioned there. But the word of God, the word of God is, it's our arsenal. This is a complete arsenal that we have at our disposal. If you go into the armory, if you're about to go into warfare, you're going to crank open that safe. You're going to walk in there. You're just going to like strap yourself with everything. You're just going to be like, let's do this. And but in order to access our weaponry, it's in the form of knowing truth. That is important to understand. You and I, it's not about how many pew-pews we have. It's not about that. It's not about how strong we are. It's not about that. It's not about how much money you have. It is about truth. It's never going to be about a physical power encounter. It is about a truth encounter. Sanctify them by your truth. Your word is truth. And so that is important to understand. We need to understand the word because his word is truth. And so this is important to understand. But here God says in Genesis chapter 15, your shield, your exceedingly great reward. It said, Lord God, what will you give me, seeing I go childless? And the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus. Now, to understand Eliezer was Abraham's right man in a roundabout way. He was the dude who, if Abraham ever died, that Eliezer would basically get all of his stuff. But the reason why I would go to him was because that he was his business partner in a roundabout way. But Abraham is basically making a point to God and saying, "Hey, God, I got a lot. I like this stuff. I have nobody to give it to. So am I going to have to give it to Eliezer?" And so that's basically Abraham basically asking for a little bit more light. And what's interesting about the name Eliezer is that it's connected to the name Eliezer is connected to the New Testament name Lazarus. It basically means God is help, is what Eliezer mean. And so Eliezer and Lazarus, they're basically cousins in a roundabout way. Not the people, but the names. The names are cousins. So in Genesis chapter 15, verse 3, it says, Then Abram said, Look, you have given me no offspring. Indeed, one born in my house is my heir. And then in verse 4, it says, And behold, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, This one shall not be your heir, but one who will come from your own body shall be your heir. So here in Genesis 15, verse 4, God is telling Abraham that Eliezer, your buddy, your right-hand dude who is not your family, he says, Eliezer, your heir. He said Eliezer is not going to inherit. But then we get to verse 5. In Genesis 15, verse 5, it says, Then he brought him outside and said, Look now toward heaven and count the stars if you are able to number them. And he said to him, So shall your descendants be. Now, I want you guys to just pause for a second and just think about that. God takes him outside and he tells him to look up at the sky. And then he says, Look at the stars. I want you guys to imagine what that sky looks like. I mean, this had to have been the most incredible sky ever to exist, because there had to have been a trillion gazillion stars up there. I'm just like, my goodness. And so that's what Abraham was looking at. He's looking out there, perfectly clear sky, just out there observing all of God's creation. And God tells him to observe his creation. He's like, yeah, you see those stars? I made those, by the way. No big deal. Super neat. Super neat. He points him to his creation in order to represent what was going to be, representative by his offspring. I just think it's just so cool. But he says, so shall your descendants be. And so in verse 4, God says Eliezer is not going to inherit anything. And then in verse 5, God basically promises Abraham a ton of descendants. Hey, thank you, Chris. We get to verse 6. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 6, it says, And Abraham believed in the Lord for righteousness. This is incredible. It says he believed in the Lord and he accounted it to him for righteousness. I need you to understand that this takes place before the law is even given, and this takes place before circumcision. is even introduced into the picture. So this is before the law and before circumcision. So what you see before the law and before circumcision is Abraham believing. And when Abraham believes, God puts that on Abraham's account, and it is accounted to him for righteousness. This is the first mention in the Bible of the condition of salvation. It is belief and faith. Righteousness is imputed to one's account because of faith. Let's go to Romans chapter 3. Romans chapter 3, verse 28. Romans chapter 3, verse 28. In Romans chapter 3, verse 28, it says, therefore we conclude that a man is justified by faith apart from the deeds of the law. You and I are justified, which means to be declared righteous. You and I and Abraham were declared righteousness or righteous because of faith, which was apart from the deeds of the law. And so that's very, very significant. But it says in Genesis chapter 15, verse 6, it says, and he believed in the Lord and he accounted it to him for righteousness. How incredible is that? Man. we're gonna see Abraham one day. I'm gonna be like, hey Abraham, what did the sky look like that night, man? Like, tell me about, were the stars just popping? Was there any shooting stars? Did you see any, Dior bags? No, I'm totally kidding. But, just in Genesis chapter 15, verse 7, Genesis chapter 15, verse 7, let's keep on reading. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 7, it says, then he said to him, I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, how shall I know that I will inherit it? So he said to him, bring me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old female goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. Then he brought all these to him and cut them in two down the middle and placed each piece opposite the other, but he did not cut the birds in two. Now, okay, so here in verse 8, Abraham basically asked God, how can he know that God is going to basically bless him with all of these things? And God is about to perform a classic known ritual that was done during these times, that were done during very serious covenants. And basically what this is called, I think it's the Hebrew word barat or barak, a barat maybe. But it's basically the idea of cutting a covenant. And so basically cutting a covenant, it would involve cutting these animals in half. And so all of these animals were cut in half except for the birds. And that's interesting. So a possible reason, if you guys want to go to Leviticus chapter 1, Leviticus chapter 1, verse 17, a possible reason why the birds were not cut in half could be because of what is here in Leviticus chapter 1, verse 17. Because in Leviticus chapter 1, verse 17, it says this, then he shall split it at its wings. This is talking about birds. Then he shall split it at its wings, but shall not divide it completely. And the priest shall burn it on the altar, on the wood that is on the fire. So you see these birds being talked about, how they shall not divide it completely. So there could be something there. I don't exactly know why the birds were not divided, but everything else was divided. So Leviticus chapter 1, verse 17, perhaps, I don't know. But it's something that you can do if you would like to. But going back to Genesis chapter 15, you have this, you have all of these animals being brought, and there is going to be cut in half. And so basically, this ritual that would take place is where all of these animals were cut in half. The reason why they were cut in half was to basically show something being destroyed. And so basically there would be two altars. One here and one here. And the two people who were involved in the covenant would basically walk in a figure 8 around those altars. And what they would be doing they would be reciting the terms of the covenant. And so the reason for the animals being split into two would basically be to tell the other person who was a part of the same covenant that was being attached to each other, to say that if I covenant, I will become like these animals who were divided into two, meaning that if I break this covenant, I will be destroyed just like these animals are also destroyed. And so that was basically what is being set up here in Genesis chapter 15, verse 7 through 17. That's the whole vibe that's going on here, which is why God said to Abraham to bring him all of these animals and to cut them in two. So moving on in Genesis chapter 15, verse 11, it says, and when the vultures came down on the carcasses, Abraham drove them away. Now, that's interesting. I wonder if there's like a connection. You guys remember in Luke, I forget exactly where, you guys remember, it talks about Luke somewhere. It says where the carcasses are, so the eagles will be. Never mind. Probably nothing. But anyways, Genesis chapter 15. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 11, it says, now when the vultures came down on the carcasses, Abraham drove them away. Then in verse 12, it says, now when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abraham, and behold, horror and great darkness fell upon him. Now, why this is so interesting in regards to horror, we often don't think of horror being attributed to God, but that's basically what's being demonstrated here. Is it Luke chapter 17? Thank you, Melly. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. That's funny. But horror, this is God showing up. Horror. It says horror and great darkness fell upon him. That's fast. Because like Paul talks about how like we need to be mindful of the terror. He uses a phrase that it's the terror of the Lord. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you so much. The terror of the Lord, knowing the terror of the Lord. It goes on to talk about how we need to be winning people for the Lord, knowing the terror of the Lord. Like if we know the terror of the Lord, if we know what's looming right around the corner, then we should be living in a way in a way to win souls. But the terror of the Lord, and here in Genesis chapter 15, verse 12, the horror and great. It's interesting. In Daniel chapter 10, it talks about how you remember Daniel chapter 10 when Daniel is fasting for those 21 days, and then the angel shows up and finally gets to Daniel. It says that there was like, I forget the wording, but I think it's talking about like what is it? Let's go check it out. Daniel chapter 10. I don't know what verse, but we'll find it. Daniel chapter 10. There's something similar. Daniel chapter 10, verse 7. In Daniel chapter 10, verse 7, it says, and I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, for the men who were with me did not see the vision, but a great terror fell upon them. That's interesting. And then the angel says to Daniel there, do not fear. All these times these angels show up, they say, do not fear. It's like, yep. I needed to hear that. I needed to hear that. I needed to hear that because I'm a little afraid right now. Anyways, going back to Genesis chapter 15. In Genesis chapter 15, so you have this whole situation being set up here, and what is going to be happening here is God alone is going to be walking in and out of these altars. And the reason why is because he's going, or what he's going to be doing here, he's going to be putting Abraham in a deep sleep. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 12, it says, now when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abraham. Behold, horror and great darkness fell upon him. So this was originally going to be both God and Abraham doing the whole figure eight thing, doing the covenant and attaching them, both of themselves, to this covenant. But instead of both of them being in the covenant and both of them being a part of the covenant, God puts Abraham in a deep sleep. And so it's just God going in and out of the altar, or the altars here, and he is the only one who is attaching himself to the covenant. And so basically God is saying that I am going to uphold this covenant no matter what. It is an unconditional covenant, meaning that Abraham, you can do whatever you want to, you can be as loyal or rebellious as you want to, but I am attaching myself to this covenant. It is unconditional and it is eternal. And so that was God demonstrating it by walking through altars, saying that it was him and him alone that was going to be destroyed if it was broken, which means he's saying it's never going to be broken, because if it was broken, then God would be destroyed. And so it's not, obviously God is not going to be destroyed. And since he is not going to be destroyed, this covenant is still active. And so in Genesis chapter 15, moving on in verse 13, in Genesis chapter 15, verse 13, it says, then he said to Abram, know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and will serve them, and they will afflict them 400 years. Now here, this is basically, okay, so God is basically prophesying about Israel's captivity. He's basically talking about Israel's captivity in Egypt. Now let's go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 40 real fast. Exodus chapter 12, verse 40. Tiffany, thank you so much for subscribing. That is awesome. That is super encouraging. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for that. In Exodus chapter 12, verse 40, it says, now the sojourn of the children of Israel who lived in Egypt was 430 years. So it seems that there's a little bit of a contradiction here, because it says here in Exodus 12:40, 430 years. But in Genesis chapter 15, God says they will be in the land for 400 years. So is it 400 years or is it 430 years? Well, this is why it's important to understand the details. So if you read Genesis chapter 15, verse 13, it says, then God said to Abraham, know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and will serve them, and they will afflict. The key word to focus on here is afflict. So God is basically saying that Israel is going to be in the land for 430 years in Exodus 12. That is correct. But here in Genesis chapter 15, verse 13, they will be afflicted for 400 years. They will be afflicted for 400 years. They're going to be in the land for 430, but they will be afflicted for 400 years. What's up, Josh? Good to see you. So it's not a contradiction. It is just one, they will be in the land for 430 years, but for 30 of those years, it will be not afflicted. And then for 400 years, it will be afflicted. And so that is, that's what's going on. That's how you answer that one. All right, so let's go ahead and get on into Genesis chapter 15, verse 14. Moving on, Genesis 2 here is, again, here is a Abraham. And so in Genesis chapter 15, verse 13, in regards to this God prophesying here and telling the future of what's going to happen, again, Satan is, looming in the background. Like you can just know that he was paying attention to this kind of stuff. Ryan, thank you so much for subscribing, man. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Super kind of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, guys. In Genesis chapter 15, this 400-year, this prophecy that God is basically doing here, this basically is giving Satan a green light to set up a minefield of, basically bombs all over the place in attempts to undo the seed of the woman. Remember in Genesis chapter 3, you have the two lines, the seed of the serpent, the seed of the woman. Well, Satan has actively been trying to undo the seed of the woman and to stop it forever, all throughout the Old Testament. And so here in Genesis chapter 15, he understands Satan, he's in the background. He's hearing all this kind of stuff because this is given to Abraham. This conversation's being had. And so you understand Satan's probably in the background listening. And if he was listening to it, then he understands that he has 400 years. Hey, Chris, thank you so much for subscribing. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. And so that's super kind. Thank you so much. And so in Genesis chapter 15, it seems that Satan had about 400 years to set up these landmines to stop Jesus from even being born. Obviously, it didn't work, but from Satan's point of view, he's like, I got 400 years to really get something going. And I think that's interesting to pay attention to. If you do a history of Israel mixing with the daughters of men, that was an attempt to mingle with the daughters of men to prevent the seed of the woman from happening. And then after that, you have Exodus chapter 1, where Pharaoh basically gave the order to end all of the children of the male children of Israel, to end their lives. Esther, you have Naaman basically trying to eliminate all of the Jewish people. You have the Holocaust. You have that trying to eliminate all of the Jewish people. You have Matthew chapter 2, where the Magi show up to King Herod, and then they leave. They never come back. And King Herod gives the order to end the lives of all of the children under 2 years old, the male children under 2 years old. My point is that they were trying to eliminate. That's a satanic attack, continual against God's people. And it's in an attempt to stop this plan that God has flung into existence. And so it is, it's still ongoing during our day today. So we need to be sensitive to that. But anyways, moving on in Genesis chapter 15, verse 14, God continues in Genesis 15:14 and says, and also the nation whom they serve, I will judge. Afterward, they shall come out with great possessions. Now here, again, so God's talking about Israel going into Egypt, but he says when they come out of Egypt, they are going to have great possessions. So just the whole story of the whole picture of Israel going into Egypt, remember, the Israel goes into family. It's just the family, right? The family. You have Jacob, 12 sons. They go into Egypt as a family, and then when they leave Egypt years later, they come out of Israel not as a family but as a nation. There are just all kinds of people coming out of Egypt. And that is kind of cool. And so, hey, thank you, Jill. And so when you read Genesis 15, verse 14, this is God looking down the line, because God, he sees the past, the present, and the future. It's like a way to kind of visualize that is that he was there when you were born. He's there with you right now. And he's also there at your funeral. That's basically what he's seeing. He sees it all. That's we can't grasp that, but that's how he sees things when you and I are inside time, but God is outside time looking into it. And so it makes a little bit more sense when you view it from outside of time. Anyways, moving on, Genesis chapter 15, verse 15, it says, now as for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried at a good old age. But in the fourth generation, they shall return here, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. Now, this is fascinating. So God says that the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. The word complete there also can say full. So it's saying that the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And so it's painting a picture of, like, if you have a cup here and you have this much water in it, it's not full because this would be full. But here, it's right here. And so with sin is being measured to some capacity. And so let's actually go to Daniel chapter 8, verse 23. Daniel chapter 8, verse 23. And let's look up at another example of some. And in the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors have reached their fullness. It's interesting. When the transgressors have reached their fullness. Now let's go to Romans chapter 11, verse 25. Romans chapter 11, verse 25. In Romans chapter 11, verse 25, Paul says, "For I do not desire, brethren, that you should be ignorant of this mystery, lest you should be wise in your own opinion, that blindness in part has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in." There is a measuring standard of measure somehow in God's environment. He is measuring things, and he's waiting for things to become full, and when they get full, then other things happen. And so here in Genesis chapter 15, verse 16, it says, "But in the fourth generation they shall return here, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full or complete." So their sin was not done. There would be more sin by these people, and so it's not yet full. So it's just interesting seeing this kind of stuff from God's point of view. It's just like, holy smokes. But anyways, moving on. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 17, it says, "And it came to pass when the sun went down and it was dark, that behold, there appeared a smoking oven and a burning torch that passed between those pieces." And this was that figure eight type situation that they would do. This is a burning oven and a smoking oven and a burning torch. And so this is what some people believe as the Shekinah glory. But what you eventually have, or what you ultimately have going on here in Genesis chapter, what in the world? To select two objects that are the same. Oh gosh, I got to prove I'm not a robot. Okay, there we go. And there we go. Unable to verify. What? Same. How? Goodness. Holly laughing at me. So basically what's going on here in Genesis chapter 15, verse 17, or verse 7 through 17, is it's good to understand that what was previously verbally promised is now visibly being sealed. So God had previously verbally promised all of the things to Abraham. He's like, hey, remember in Genesis chapter 12, I said this. Remember in Genesis 13, I said this. Well, now God isn't just saying it, he is demonstrating it. And he's demonstrating it in the form of a covenant that they used to do back then. And that's what God took part of. And he had Abraham in a deep sleep, and it was God alone doing it. So this is essentially God signing the contract. If you want to kind of view somebody like actually physically signing a contract, like when you buy a house, or that's basically God signing his signature here. Moving on, in Genesis chapter 15, verse 18, it says this: "On the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your descendants I have given this land from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Kadamites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites." Now, here are 10 nations that are mentioned here in verses 19, 20, and 21. But these are the 10 nations that are to be dispossessed from the land. These are going to be the people that they go up against in the future. And that's basically what's being mentioned in these passages. But that is Genesis chapter 12, Genesis chapter 12 through 15 tonight. But if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. All of these will be uploaded to YouTube talk profile. If you're looking for, we're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. And so if you're looking for something like that, all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. So I would encourage you guys to go follow me over on YouTube if you are interested in this. We do these studies 2 times a week. We do one in the morning and one at the nighttime. We do one on Tuesday mornings and one on Friday evenings. And so this is the Friday evening one. Yeah, Lissy, absolutely. But all of these are secondary things that we're talking about. The main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. That's the most important thing. That's the one thing I care the most about, is how to know make sure you know how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? Well, you need to understand the bad news first. The bad news is, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Romans 6:23 says, for the wages of sin is death. And that's a lot of bad news right there, but it doesn't end there. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It is for by grace you faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. John 3:16 says, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. This is incredible. We need to believe that Jesus is God's Son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for our sins, which is given to us in 1 Corinthians 15, that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried and rose again on the third day. And it is for by grace you have been saved through faith. For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It is so very important to understand these things. And so hopefully you do. If you guys have any questions about these things, feel free to reach out to me. I would love to talk to you on TikTok. You can reach out to me on TikTok. I would love to, you don't even need to follow me. If you have any questions, I can definitely try to help. I don't know everything. I'm never going to know everything, but maybe I can help you and gain some light in some kind of way. And if I don't know the answer, then I will try to find that. Yogi, thank you so much for those fireworks. I appreciate that so much. Awesome, Alyssa. Thank you. That is super cool. Update your sub goal. Have a blessed morning, night. Update your sub goal. What? Head back to the tube. Okay. You found me. Found you. But yeah, if you guys wanted to, thank you, Sandy. Awesome. I'm glad you like it. If you guys wanted to support this ministry, this ministry is literally ran by you. I keep telling you guys, and I'm going to keep on doing this until the wheels fall off. And so your guys' support really keeps it going and keeps it afloat. And so if you guys go to a church somewhere, if you guys wanted to even throw it out to your church and be like, hey, do you want to support this weird guy on YouTube? He's doing Bible studies, and he's telling a lot of people about Jesus. He's an evangelist. That's kind of how I view myself. But you could, maybe your church would want to support it or something like that. But anything, literally anything helps. And so if you have, and if you are, and if you're going to, thank you so much. And always, prayer. I would appreciate prayer. Thank you, Tiffany. Prayer is the most powerful, and so, that's just really, really incredible. And so thank you guys for everything you guys do. Hey, thank you, Chris. I just, it's an absolute privilege. I am learning so much, and I absolutely love it. I like when I get done with the study, I'm just like, I just can't wait. I was like, I just can't wait to go tell my friends about what I learned about the Bible. And so I just look forward to this. And so hopefully next time when we go live, my voice will be all the way back. And, hopefully that happens. So much for being here. I think the world's getting weird. I think you guys are paying attention to what's going on in the world right now. I think you guys are seeing it too. There's a lot of people who are paying attention to what's happening in the world, and everything seems to be speeding up. And if you guys see that, if you guys believe that everything is speeding up, then I hope so much that it is only just stirring you up, because we are to stir one another up, and even more so as we see the day approaching. And so I propose to you that I see the day approaching. I think we do. I think we're seeing the day approaching. And if you see that, then I want you to understand, if you are a born again believer, what's up, Ed? If you are a born again believer, you are so important in order to further the kingdom. You are so incredibly important. And so it's you, it's me, it's people like us who are trying to work out there. But one of the things, when I was talking to somebody at the park tonight, when I was trying to tell them about Jesus, I asked them the question. I was like, when was the last time somebody told you about Jesus? And she's like, yeah, that's a great question. She's like, I don't know. I don't know. And I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. I was like, how heartbreaking it is to be like, hey, when was the last time you told somebody to Jesus? But not just that, but when was the last time somebody told you about Jesus? Because you need witness too, right? Like, why are people assuming that I'm going to heaven? Like, right? But I'm just saying, like, there should be people coming out in the world that should just bump into you at the store and be like, oh, hey, how you doing? Do you go to church anywhere? Can I tell you about Jesus? And be like, oh, well, no, that actually, it's really funny. I go to this church and yeah, I'd love to talk. Like that doesn't happen. And so, I want to encourage you guys because I need you to understand it's vital. Every time you see hey, thank you, Eric. Every time is a literal. And so I want your guys's, I just want your hearts to break for them. I do. I want your hearts to break for them because if you recognize them as an eternal soul, you recognize that they're going to spend eternity in one of two places. And so you could be the only Jesus that person gets. And so you are important. Like I can't witness to the people that are in your life because they're in your life. You can't witness to the people in my life. They're in my life. It's on me to go tell them, and it's on you to go tell them. And so this is what we need to really own that. And so I'd encourage you guys to pray about it. Pray for boldness, pray for the words, pray for the hearts and minds of people, pray for their hearts to be tenderized, to be sensitive to the words of God. Pray for the soil to be ready and, just ready to be sowed into. And so these are things that we need to be praying on a daily basis. And so thank you guys so much for being here. But that's what I got for you guys. You got a lot of interesting things happening in the world. Pay attention to Israel. I think time is short. I really do. If you think that, and I just encourage you to start living life like it. If you see things the way I see things, I hope your life is changing. And I hope it's in a glorifying the Lord type of way. Because it's getting real, guys. It's getting real. Things seem to be coming down to it, and they are coming down to it one way or the other. We're not getting any younger, so it's coming down to it one way or the other. And so we need to start actually practicing what we're preaching here. So that is what I got for you guys. And yeah, that was a good one. That one. Are your lives recorded? This is recorded. I'm gonna put it up on YouTube. Unless you're saying, is this a recording? This is not a recording. Feel better. Hey, Ray, I will try to feel better. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I feel fine. It's just that my voice is gone. Rapture right around the corner. I know, right? I think so too. Have a blessed weekend. You too, Sandy. Thank you so much. But I'm going to get out of here, guys. You guys have a good night, and Lord willing, awesome. Thank you. I'll check it out on YouTube. Yeah, super cool. Praying for you and the family. Thank you, April. I appreciate that so much. From Canada. Love me some Canadians. What does your shirt say? Oh, it's just like one of those things where if you go like this, you can read it a little bit. Where is it? Can you see it? I don't know. You guys get the thing? It's like one of those things. There. You see it? Is it backwards? Just one of them things. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I love that. Gotcha. Yes. Oh man. You want to find out? No, that's, yeah, it's, I carry my phone. So that's what that means, because you got to tell people that I carry my phone. Some people, drag their phone. Some people throw their phone. I carry my phone. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm going to bed. You guys have a good night. Lord willing, I will see you on Tuesday morning around 9:30 a.m. But yeah, try to tell somebody about Jesus before then, if you could. All right, guys. See ya. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Hello, YouTubes. Right in the uvula. Oh, ooh. Here with your favorites. Yes. With my faves. Jocko spray. Yeah. Can you imagine? Just like, oh man, it's so frustrating when I can't speak. It's like the one thing that I need right now is my voice, and it's just like, nope, taking it. Give me that. I'm like, man, don't do that. Ugh. Hopefully it wasn't too raspy for you guys. It feels raspy. Hopefully it doesn't sound terrible. But Jago spray is hilarious. Credit goes to whoever said that first. It wasn't me. Oh, okay. Mess around and find out. I'm telling you, right? I'm telling you what, Holly. You about to learn. But yeah, a dead. I don't know if that's what that means. A dead 2033 wrapped around in the corner. Yes. I'm cool. Well, welcome in. Thanks for being here. I think Holly is stalking me. Yeah, you got to watch out for her. She does that. She was looking through the windows earlier, and it was like one of those like awkward moments, like where you make eye contact, and it's just like like when you see somebody and you see those people seeing you, and they see you seeing them, and it's just like, it's like, Holly, shouldn't you be in Texas? Like, what are you doing? Like, it's getting weird. Like, it's just, I tried talking to her. So, we'll see how it goes. Okay. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. That was a good one. I enjoyed, always talking about Melchizedek. It was just a little bit rougher tonight because of my voice. Man, I just hope, maybe tonight, maybe I should have pushed it back till tomorrow. I was actually thinking about doing that, but I was like, nope, we're sticking to the schedule. We are on a very strict schedule. But I think it worked pretty good. That one, it wasn't 6 hours and 13 minutes. This one, actually, we cut some time down, and I tried to do that because there's some things that I didn't actually read. I was like, my voice. So I just looked at the time of the stream. Wow. Yeah. They go pretty long normally. And it's all good stuff. It's all Bible. But yeah, I know that podcast. I did that podcast too today, which was about a little over an hour and a half. And so that, that was a lot of talking, and then talking at the park, it's probably just too much. And then obviously 5 hours of this. You cut a whole hour. I know. Everyone have a great weekend. Came in late. Went to my grandson's graduation tonight. Oh, very cool. Yeah, graduations are here. So, it's funny is that there's these people who invite us. It's just like, we don't even know you. Like, but they're like, it's just funny. So we'll probably end up going to that, but that's just interesting. I'm just like, I don't even, but congrats for your grandson graduating. Very cool. But yeah, all right, Julie. Yeah, good night, everyone. God bless you all. Love you. Thank you, Julie. Yeah, thank you guys for those gifts and the subs and whatnot. That is super kind. Thank you so much. It's very encouraging. Truly is. Thank you. It is always thoughtful and appreciative. Thank you. Yogi and her new profile picture. Everybody say, "Aw," and then Holly's got her profile picture. Julie, we don't see your profile picture. Lori, we don't even know what Lori looks like. Lori, we're trying to figure out what a Lori is. Dankus Bagel, where you at, brother? You got to get a profile picture. That's all. You know what? You can keep that picture. That's very fitting. You can keep that. Dina's got hers. Oh man. Yeah. Okay, it's getting weird. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Lord willing, I will see you on Tuesday. And feel free to reach out if you guys need anything. Prayers for the Sheesh family and Ryan also. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate that. You guys have a good night. I will see you, Lord willing, on Tuesday. See you guys.